All right. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello, hello. It is part 2. Welcome, everybody. Hey, Pyro Train Thing. Hey, Meredith. Hey, any other cartoon? Hey, J-Rex. Hey, Free Spring. Hey, Arumaka. Hey, Keyboard Smash. How's it going, Protocol? Hey, 3Aloy. Hey, PSX something. Hey, Octojoker. Hey, Pittos Minecraft. Hey, GB. Hey, Croissant. Hey, Maho. How's it going? Hey, Jeremy. Hey, Oscar. Hey, Pickle Man. Maho. Hey, Yoshi. Gato Critico. Hello there, Harmonui. Hey, Definitely Not a Robot. Hey, Tark. Hey, Ader Games. Welcome to 3 Idiots Hyperfixate on Resident Evil Lore. Part 2. We actually ended it off like at the perfect time, like last stream.
Part 2, let's go.
Because I have brushed up on my Resident Evil knowledge for the stream. And yeah, we have watched the movies, we have played the games that we haven't played, and we're here to beam the information into your tiny little brain. Once more. Don't forget that breeding RE5 liquors. I don't fucking remember that, and I played RE5 on the channel. Hey, Notice Soviet Spy, thank you for the $2. Hi, Phil, Cannibal Community is hyped for this one. Hell yeah! That's kind of fitting, actually. So, last time we ended it off on this Brainrot of a fucking stream series. We finished talking about Resident Evil 4. So, if you are wondering what the fuck is happening with Resident Evil 1, 0, 2, 3, and 4, you're gonna have to study that stream.
Can you explain everything from last stream? I wasn't listening that time.
Susie Bell, we actually will do a little bit of a version of that on the stream. Not every game, but just to get an idea for the people that need a kind of refresher, you know?
I am so ready for this.
Fun fact,
I will not finish the cola, but I will finish the pizza.
Thank you. Fun fact, the game that we are going to first talk about is actually a refresher made by Capcom to get everyone caught up to speed on what is happening with the Resident Evil universe. And, surprisingly enough, it's also a perfect bridge between the first arc of the franchise and the second one with the bioterrorism stuff.
Right now.
Thank you, Chrissy, for the €5.
I'm gonna watch the entire VOD later.
Hell yeah, thank you. Just to get a warning, by the way, to everyone on the stream, get your super chats and messages out right now early, because we are going to be muting the text-to-speech for the rest of the stream so that we can get our fucking rants on without any interruptions. Thank you, Xenobites, for the $5.
Hi, Phil and Co. Happy Easter and Trans Day of Visibility.
Hell yeah! Thank you for the $5. Good, just raw lore. Well, I mean, aside from the raw lore, like we're gonna just be talking about our thoughts and like the way that the Resident Evil series was at the time of those games' release. I am actually extremely hyped to talk about the way that Resident Evil came back with Resident Evil 7. Because like, oh, I'm so glad that Zach played Resident Evil 6 for the stream.
Already a wild drive.
Yeah,
I'm sure
thank you for taking the bullet.
Any more weird.
Yeah, I was telling Phil and Nick before stream chat that I started playing Resident Evil 6 with a good friend of mine to refresh myself on the lore because I figured that nobody else was gonna want to.
Resident Evil 6 is this weird thing where it technically has the most amount of lore in the entirety else of the franchise, but the story is so mind-numbing and fucking boring and confusing and stupid in not a fun way and worthless that even though I played it and watched multiple cutscenes in preparation for the stream, it just kind of, it's like a blank slate to me. Like, it's still a gray blob in my mind. Like, the story repeats itself over and over and over again through the different campaigns. And it's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't know. Hey, Susie Bell?
Didn't expect there to actually
I think the scary thing is, too,
My bed.
I played it recently. However, I still could not tell you anything about the lore of the Ada campaign.
Perfect!
Like,
good
it's
lad.
just,
Dreams
it
got me
doesn't make
interested
sense.
in Resident Evil. I started off with Resident Evil 2 Remake.
Good place
I
to
love
start.
it so much.
Thank you, good lad, for the $5. Thank you, Axormin, for the $2. The reason I follow the channel is back. Awesome! It's awesome! I am so happy! People from the Resident Evil community are watching the channel! Sorry.
I know you've cultivated a freaking community of Resident Evil fans here. Like,
And I was waiting all week
You
for
did
this.
it!
I did
Resident
it!
Evil, let's
I
go.
successfully escaped from the mascot horror fucking hole and attached myself and made everyone from that community interested in this stupid bullshit. And I'm so glad about it, because it's like, oh my god, Phil, you're gonna have to play Resident Evil 9 when that comes out. You're pretty much forced to at this point. Yeah? I will!
and, like, you say this like it's a bad
It's a
thing?
problem. It's not a problem. I'm sticking with this shit to the end. Like, sure, maybe the series is gonna go down the shitter with 9. There's actually some rumors going on right now that Resident Evil 9 may be an open world game, which is like,
That's terrifying to me.
but
Stream is the perfect way to
I
celebrate
survived Resident Evil
Disability
6.
Day based.
So
Yeah.
we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
We'll be okay.
Hey, Testrosia, thank you for the 1 gifted. Autism stream part 2, yippee! Also, what should I name my autism bunui? Thinking in the cartoon for the for the $5. I think,
Out of curiosity, have any
Hey,
of y'all
Thespian?
watched the Snapcube RE2 real-time Vendetta?
Yes!
It's really fucking good. I recommend it. Smile.
Mr. X is a fucking riot in that fandub. Thank you. Hey, Candid Plans, thank you for the $5.
This stream will be the perfect background noise for homework.
Chat, what is a good name for a trans bunny plush? Because, like, Audie? Audie, no. Audie is way too on the nose. Thumper? Ooh, I like
Autism
Thumper.
Stream part 2 yippee. Also, what should I name my autism bnui?
Youpie. Edward. I like Edward. Crumbs. Glooble. Ruby. Judith. Goober.
I'm currently playing Leon on Fortnite.
I like the person who just said burger.
No regrets, Sal.
I like
Not
that.
bad.
I like that one.
I like Edward. I like Edward. I like Edwin. Edwin? Thumperton. Okay, Thumperton. Okay, my suggestion is Thumperton. Thank you, Miss.
Thumperton's
Divine.
cute.
I like Thumperton.
My vote's on burger.
Burger's actually pretty good, too. Thank you, Jen
I
Nader,
love
for the $2.
burger.
Ari says RE7 was my first game. Love the series. That is also a good entry point. If you
That
are
was my
wondering,
first.
if you've been, like, listening to us on the streams and have been wondering, like, oh, Phil, why is my avatar not reacting? What the hell? Hold on. My avatar's not reacting to me talking. Screaming B audio. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Sorry about that. Anyways, if you're wondering, hey Phil, I'm really enjoying the Resident Evil streams and like the games seem fucking stupid but in a really cute and like entertaining way, how should I get started in the Resident Evil series? You, my friend, need to play either Resident Evil 2 Remake. Don't worry, I know that it's a remake of the second game, but it actually lays it out pretty perfectly. Like, it's a good entry point, no problem. And the gameplay is like some of the best gameplay in the series. Or you should start with RE7 if you are a fan of shooters. RE8 is a direct continuation to RE7, so play that if you're starting with 7. And if you're a real hardcore boy, you can start with Resident Evil 1 Remake, because that's literally the actual start. I tried to do that with Nick. He bounced right the fuck off of it.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
With Resident Evil 1 Remake.
Oh, yeah, right.
I do not like recommending the Resident Evil 1 remake as a starting point for people who are new to the series, purely because, like, I think that game is great for people who either grew up with Resident Evil games or like the Resident Evil playstyle. However, I think it lacks a lot of the accessibility that modern games do for new players.
True. And the funniest thing about the Resident Evil 1 Remake is that it defaults the option to start the campaign with Chris. And, like, every single person that starts Resident Evil 1 with Resident Evil 1 Remake, they start out with the Chris campaign and fastly find out that the Chris campaign is the hard mode to that game. I've been replaying Resident Evil 1 on, like, a little pocket, like, portable console thing that has like a lot of ROMs in it that I have, and like the jump in difficulty between the Jill campaign and the Chris campaign in Resident Evil 1 is like magnitudes higher. Like you're struggling to even find a clip left of the magazine at the start of the fucking Chris campaign, and like you don't get the shotgun until like an hour into the campaign.
I am tilting towards
With Jill, you go right through the hallway with the dogs, through the like weird M hallway, and you get the shotgun like within 10 minutes.
It's really fun game and definitely worth
Yeah,
playing.
no. As somebody who started with the Chris campaign, yeah,
boy.
no, it is very, very mean to new players. That game, like, I would not be surprised if I like knew people who tried to get into Resident Evil with the original like first game and just didn't think the series was for them because of how mean 1 is.
I think Nick started with the Chris campaign.
Cruel.
Yeah.
No, I went with Jill.
Okay, good. The funny, like, Chris campaign feels like an alternate version too, because with the Chris campaign, you go from the room with the zombie, and then the game doesn't tell you where the fuck to go, and you have to go back to the room with the zombie. So it's like you're not going where like you would usually go out with the Jill campaign. It straight up tells you to go to a specific place where you find the shotgun. It's like so much more easy.
Sometimes though it's sorry.
What is it? Sorry.
I was gonna say sometimes it is really fun to watch someone start with RE1 though, despite how mean the game can be.
Oh, the rage stream.
You see them do that, yeah. There's that, but then there's also you see somebody fighting a zombie for the first time, and they don't kill it with a headshot.
Yeah.
And they don't burn it, and you're just sitting there like, oh no.
Oh no.
They have no idea. They have no idea.
Or even just like simply going like, oh my god, the zombie fell down. I am so happy I killed it. And then they move over it to go to the other side of the room, and the zombie grabs you by the shins and goes like,
so funny.
Anyways, thank you, kid, for the $5. Hello, resident evil neighbor. What the fuck? Kind of funny that we do we do the Resident Evil stream and the Hello Neighbor stream on the same week. By the way, Zach, I revisited Hello Neighbor alphas for like yesterday.
Oh yeah, how was that?
I'm a fucking Hello Neighbor hater through to the end. Like, that series is fucking worthless. I was in such a bad mood after I finished that stream.
Turns out it was never good.
It was never good. Fuck that.
I really enjoyed the pre-alpha when I played it for my video purely because I saw all the potential it had.
Oh, the pre-alpha?
And I can forgive a pre-alpha for being extremely scuffed because it's a pre-alpha. So I just enjoyed it for the potential I saw. And then everything else, it was just like, oh yeah, this is really telling of where this game's going.
Yep, the pre-alpha, you mean the one where like I lured the neighbor into my house, locked him in my house and beat it within like 10 minutes?
Oh yeah, dude, it is scuffed as shit. It is so scuffed, but I can forgive it for that because it's a pre-alpha. It's not supposed to be like some big polished game, you know?
True,
Yeah.
obviously.
Hell
but like then you
really
see the path where it goes, and it's like, nah, there was nothing.
Then you realize that the releases that come after the pre-alpha are even more scuffed, and it really speaks volumes.
I fucking love this thing.
It's so
anyways, sorry for going on a tangent. I was just waiting until the donations start dying down. Okay, we are going to disable the donation sounds now. Sorry if you want to get your word in, but we need to hyperfixate. We need to really get into the weeds for this shit.
Lock in.
We need to lock in.
Oh god.
So we're disabling.
Lock in.
Lock in. We're gonna disable the donation sounds starting now.
So, our story begins at the Spencer Mansion.
It literally actually does, though.
It actually does.
Because what we're gonna do right now, is go back to the Spencer Mansion, back in the 90s. Or like early 2000s, yeah, 90s actually. And we are going to talk about Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles.
My god.
I was not ready for the next slide to actually be the Spencer Mansion. I was just doing a funny bit.
Oh, you mean the 14.4p fucking low resolution ass fucking render of the Spencer Mansion? Yeah,
Yeah.
look at that crusty ass piece of shit. So,
I love it.
I want to clarify that Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles may or may not be canon. I was trying to find out the current state of canonicity for the Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles games, the dark side on Umbrella Chronicles. Some parts are not canon, some parts are. It honestly just depends on your own interpretation. It's just as stupid as most of the rest of the fucking series lore, but it is actually extremely fucking important to differentiate the two arcs of the Resident Evil universe. You have the stuff that we talked about in the first stream, which is all about Umbrella and, you know, the Los Illuminados with Resident Evil 4. That was kind of like an in-between period. But then, after that is done, Resident Evil transitions. Happy Trans Awareness Day, by the way. Trans Visibility Day. Resident Evil transitions into a new sort of story where the entire world is reeling back from Umbrella's actions. And Umbrella and a bunch of other corporations start selling their bioweapons to the black market and bioterrorists. And the entirety of the franchise becomes obsessed with the concept of bioterrorism. Umbrella Chronicles chronicles the start of this shift into the modern age of Resident Evil, where it's all about how terrorists want to use bioweapons to either take over the world or like force world leaders to do what they fucking want or some shit like that. It's all in the movies. It's in the TV. Not the TV. So it's all in the movies. It's all in the games. It's like the novelizations. It's all about bioterrorism, baby. But how did that start? So,
Oh boy.
back in the Spencer Mansion in Resident Evil 1, turns out that motherfucking Albert Wesker was not only trying to find the tyrants and blow up the Spencer Mansion to cover up what happened with the T-virus leak, but also, without any of us knowing, he also wanted to download all the secret documents and combat data from the Umbrella database. Because apparently, Umbrella just stored every single piece of data that they ever had of their entire company inside of the underground base laboratory in the Spencer Mansion. Like, it's all just there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That is Wesker's secret mission that he was undergoing without any of us knowing in Umbrella, in Resident Evil 1. This is the story of Umbrella Chronicles, everybody. The game that is both simultaneously the most important piece of continuity in the entirety of the Resident Evil franchise, but also the most completely missable part of the entire Resident Evil story, because you can ignore it, and it doesn't matter. But if you actually look into it, it's like the reason for why everything actually happens in the entirety of the games. Every single part is connected to Umbrella Chronicles. Which is so beautiful, I gotta say.
It's so Resident Evil.
It's so Resident Evil that turns out that the most important piece of canon in the entirety of the Resident Evil storyline is a fucking light gun shooter that released on the Wii.
That's
stupid!
Cool, dude.
That's stupid! Anyways, why is Umbrella Chronicles the most important piece of Umbrella Resident Evil story in the entirety of the franchise? Because it actually explains how Umbrella fell. You know how in Resident Evil 2, Leon says, like, it's up to us to take down Umbrella. And like how in Resident Evil 3, Jill said, oh, they've gone too far. We have to take down Umbrella. And then in Resident Evil Code Veronica, Chris, with his fucking sister, went into a jet plane on the sunset and said, It's time! We have to take down Umbrella! And then Resident Evil 4 happened, and then they fucking went bankrupt. They realized the problem, that is actually extremely anticlimactic, so they realized, ah shit, we need to actually make up a story for how Umbrella actually got taken down, though. So they made Umbrella Chronicles a fucking light gun shooter on the Wii to explain how that happened. Turns out, aside from all the evil villains that we fought during the entirety of the franchise, fucking Oswald E. Spencer, James Marcus from Resident Evil 0, the fucking Ashford twins and their grandpa, everyone else, turns out there was one more. There was one more person in the Umbrella Corporation that was actually the most evil villain out of them all. Fucking Vladimir goddamn Sergey. The most Russian-ass Russian man to ever be invented by a Japanese developer thinking about how Americans think that Russians act. This guy is a fucking cartoon villain. Vladimir Sergey. By the way, I want to point out, I talked to some people about Vladimir fucking Sergey because I wanted to actually get into how stupid this fucking guy is. Vladimir Sergey is not a real Russian name.
Wait, what?
Vladimir Sergey is the Russian equivalent of calling someone Tom John. It's like two names stitched together. It's not a surname. Like, Vladimir and Sergey are not surnames.
He has two first names.
He has two first names. And like, this guy is the most Russian okay, I'm gonna start showing the fucking cutscenes with this guy.
Okay.
Fucking Vladimir Sergey. It's like John Tom. Yeah, so Vladimir Sergey was there in the Spencer Mansion with his fucking bodyguards. Like, those are the tyrant bodyguards that he has, by the way. And guess what the fuck their names are, by the way. You can actually guess it. What's the most stereotypical Russian name to ever be fucking uttered?
Nikolai.
Okay, no, but that's a good guess.
Fuck.
Ivan! There we go, some guy got it.
Ivan. Oh my god, that
Ivan.
Oh my god.
Fucking Vladimir Sergey has two tyrant bodyguards called the Ivans, which are the Russian equivalent of the name John, basically. So this is literally John Umbrella, John Resident Evil.
This is the equivalent of like Wesker having two colleagues, two super scary colleagues that are both named like Dave. And they're always by his side. Those are the Daves.
John Evil.
Wait.
Yeah.
Phil.
Yeah.
Is this one of those situations where they introduce a new character and they like explain it?
Yeah.
Explain to everyone
that
he was there all along?
He was there all along. No, literally, Vladimir Sergey was there all along because he is the coroner, the leader of the Umbrella paramilitary unit. You know, the people that like fucking Carlos was like under, like, you know, the paramilitary unit in Resident Evil 3. Like, Sergey is the leader of the paramilitary unit, and literally everything military going on in Umbrella, Sergey is the one overseeing it. He is the coronel, the UBCS. Yeah, he is the leader of that branch of Umbrella.
So this was the guy that Nikolai in RE3 was working for?
Yes! Nikolai was working under Vladimir. Fucking Vladimir Sergey. How are we in this? How are we in the second stream and we're still in this mansion? Because this mansion retroactively became the most important place in the entire fucking series. So Vladimir Sergey was there in the Umbrella training facility back in Resident Evil 0.
All along.
All along. Vladimir Sergey was there watching the fucking Spencer Mansion get blown up.
I love how every Resident Evil villain has the equivalent of that Humpty Dumpty scene from Puss in Boots.
It was me, Puss. I was there all along. And you see the flashbacks of like this motherfucker that you never knew about just suddenly being the most important motherfucker in the entire series.
Flashbacks of cutscenes you just never fucking saw.
This is this is the fucking Raccoon City chemical plant, by the way. He was there too.
Maybe you need.
Okay. Oh yeah, listen to his fucking voice, by the way.
Comrade.
What? There is no way. The first thing I hear him say is a comrade in the most fake Russian accent I've ever heard.
Don't forget who's
Comrade.
in charge. You can't just do what you feel like.
It doesn't even look like it doesn't even look like he was licking the blood off a blade. It looks like he accidentally cut his tongue with it.
With it. He was like, oh shit, I cut my tongue. Oh fuck, I need to pretend that I did that on purpose.
Don't forget who's in charge. You can't just do what you feel like.
Ow.
Ow.
Maybe you need a little reminder.
That is the most
is
fake ass fucking thing ever. By the way, this is the moment where Wesker, like trying to get out of the Resident Evil Zero fucking training facility, goes up against one of the Ivans of Vladimir, which means that before the events of Resident Evil 1, Wesker already fought and killed a fucking tyrant. Even though he's so obsessed about it in Resident Evil 1, so obsessed with the prototype in Resident Evil 1.
Which, like, I'll never forget in the last RE lore stream, me talking about, oh yeah, the tyrant we see in RE1 is like the first complete tyrant, and then just like, actually, the Ivans just called.
Yeah, not only that, but like, you know, the Ivans are also a byproduct, like a special unit from the T-102 that are like sieging like Raccoon City and Resident Evil 2, which means that these guys are like the Russian bootleg like side spin-off of the mass-produced tyrants from Resident Evil 2. So like the prototype one and the Spencer Mansion doesn't fucking matter at all.
That's so dumb.
So fucking dumb.
So fucking stupid.
Stock explosion sound effect, by the way.
I guess he didn't like his lesson. Fine. We have the Talos retrieval to take care of anyway.
Oh yeah, the Talos project, the thing that the entirety of Umbrella is based around. Actually, I'm gonna have to talk about the Talos project. Anyways.
Okay.
For Umbrella.
Thank you, Mr. Magix. Yeah, so it turns out that Umbrella was actually secretly working towards not the Tyrant, but the Talos project. The Tyrant wasn't actually.
What's that?
It's actually super funny. It's actually super funny. But let me continue talking about fucking Mr. fucking Vladimir Sergey. So he has a Resident Evil 4 dagger for some reason that he keeps cutting himself with. Anyways.
Oh hey, Spencer.
Yeah, that's Spencer. Like, it turns out that Sergey Vladimir is like Spencer's right-hand man.
Oh, so like he's the one who flies him from each of his Spencer mansions.
So the backstory with Sergey is that he was a former member of the Communist Party, like the Soviet Communist Party in Russia, and he was disillusioned by how like Russia became capitalist or some shit like that after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. So he then joined a pharmaceutical corporation in America. Because of course. Oh yeah, that's the bombing of Raccoon City. Sergey was there in Raccoon City before it blew up. Because he was always there in the background all along!
Oh no.
Wait, dude, someone in chat just said that this guy's played by Dio's English VA.
Oh!
What?
For real? Let me listen to that.
Apparently he has the same VA.
Exactly call that stable.
The people who go down in history as its heroes are never stable.
Oh my fucking god.
Inside UMF 013,
Which also confirms that the accent is fake as fuck.
Fake as fuck. Fake as fuck. Anyways, So yeah, the Raccoon City gets bombed, and like Vladimir Sergey watches it happen as he escapes Raccoon City with the Umbrella secret database of all their projects that he took from the Spencer Mansion.
Huh.
So like, Sergey was there back in Resident Evil 0, he was there in Resident Evil 1, in Resident Evil 2 and 3, and like, he's been watching Wesker and his activities. He's been spying on potential traitors for the Umbrella Corporation, and he plans to execute all the traitors now that the Raccoon City incident happened. So Umbrella's obviously in some deep shit after the events of Resident Evil 3, as Resident Evil 4 like talked about. And what happened after the Resident Evil 3 happened is that everyone came down on Umbrella. The fucking US government essentially said, okay, we can't work with this company anymore, and everyone began to sue the shit out of them. So Umbrella obviously wasn't going to go down that easy like Resident Evil 4 implied. They actually fought hard to continue being a fucking company, even though the US government could have just said, like, yeah, no, you can't do business in here anymore, but whatever. So they turned to selling their bioweapons to the black market. That's how the whole bioterrorism thing started. Once Umbrella started getting sued into the ground by something called the Raccoon Trials, they started trying to get funding from outside sources, which means that all of their bioweapons, instead of being sold to the US government, started being sold to like terrorist organizations in Russia, in the fucking Middle East, in like South America, Mexico. So that's how every single of those bioterrorists that pop up in like the CG movies and stuff actually start being brought up. Because Umbrella, in their last-ditch effort to remain relevant and remain stable, actually brought all of their bioweapons into the black market. Does that make sense?
You know, funny thing about that is that, like, that is actually, like, really good lore.
Yes.
That, like, perfectly segues the series into that.
Yes.
Why was that, like, integral piece of lore that actually very effectively explains stuff like Resident Evil 5? Why was it delegated to this game?
Because Shinji Mikami, or whoever the fuck was the director of Resident Evil 4, did not fucking care about Resident Evil lore at all and just wanted to make a fucking game about Leon stuck in fucking Europe trying to fight a fucking alien invasion. So, retroactively, they had to fix what he did at the intro of Resident Evil 4 by saying, turns out that instead of them instantly collapsing, they actually fought very hard and, like, tried to, like, cover their legal fees and stuff, like, and try to bribe people to stay alive for, like, years after Raccoon City. Like, it wasn't instantaneous. It was actually a long legal battle of multiple people trying to take down Umbrella and then, like, resorting to, like, black market deals to be able to afford and stay alive as a corporation.
That's,
right.
Like, that actually makes so much sense. Normally I like to clown on these spin-off games for their lore, but that is, like, unironically really good, like, world building.
Also, the whole thing with Wesker trying to find out the database. So Wesker was originally trying to steal all of Umbrella's secrets to sell to a rival corporation, right? That's what he tried to do in Resident Evil 1. But the reason for why that it didn't instantly happen was because Sergey fucking Vladimir took all the data from the Spencer Mansion and hauled it back to a secret Russian underground Umbrella base. Because of course. Sergey is the one that is, like, essentially taking over all the dead Umbrella leaders in this period of Umbrella's history. He's the one that is keeping them alive, essentially, because he has the connections with the Russians and the Middle East guys, and he is able to successfully turn Umbrella from a puny, like, pharmaceutical company into, like, an armed force that is able to sell these things in the black market. And obviously, like, Spencer goes like, yeah, whatever, do whatever the fuck you want. I'm gonna go retire in my secret second Spencer Mansion that I have somewhere in the woods. So, like,
okay,
Spencer doesn't give a fuck. Spencer is like, fuck it, it failed. I don't give a shit. Vladimir, you take over. You do whatever the fuck you want, you know?
You know, I think one of my favorite things about Resident Evil lore is the fact that, like, it's never a main entry in the series that explains all the really important shit that you absolutely need to know. Like, Resident Evil 0, you know, that's the game that literally explains how the T-virus outbreak at the Spencer Mansion happened. And to many people, that's a spin-off game. Friggin', like, this
fucking
game
nobody has played
explains...
0.
Yeah, like, nobody played... I've only started playing 0 myself after the first RE lore stream. And it is, like, so important! It's also so stupid because now I have to believe that anime leech Sephiroth was the one responsible for RE1.
I love, by the way, the series of events where, like, we talk about Resident Evil lore in the first stream, and we show you fucking Resident Evil Sephiroth at the start of that fucking stream, and then like a few weeks later you go on to play Resident Evil Final Fantasy VII, and you go like, who's this Sephiroth guy? Oh my god, he's so cool!
Literally, that became a top 3 favorite game for me in Sephiroth's like my favorite video game villain. The timeline of events is really funny.
A mama's boy. Like, you went from Resident Evil Sephiroth to like actual Sephiroth.
Which, by the way, it's really funny you said that. I have a Sephiroth amiibo now named Mama's Boy.
Amazing. So
yeah, it's really funny, the timeline.
So, as I was explaining, Vladimir Sergei essentially becomes the final boss of the entirety of the Umbrella Corporation at this point. He has control over everything, Spencer has fucked off, and they moved all the secret shit that Umbrella had into a secret fucking snow base in Russia called Caucasus. Or some shit. So, now that we're here, what would the end of Umbrella be? Well, they have to get those secret documents, and they have to go into that base, and they have to take down Umbrella. So the finale of Resident Evil Chronicles is Jill, Chris, Ada, and Wesker all going to the fucking secret Russian base.
Huh?
This is where they actually have to take down Umbrella.
Right.
I will show you the intro to this. Hold on, I need to skip a little bit.
Here.
Yo, is that Hunk?
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about fucking Hunk. Mostly because he's not canon, sort of. He's like a bonus character. We'll talk about Hunk later. Anyways, here we go. Yeah, Hunk is like a cool guy. Like, there's not much lore about Hunk. He's just like a really cool guy.
Yeah.
Hunk, the little bits of lore we have about Hunk is badass. He's like Resident Evil's Doomslayer.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
basically...
He doesn't need more lore.
We're gonna talk about...
honest.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about him, like, right now, just, like, for 2 minutes. Hunk is a soldier in the Umbrella paramilitary unit that was there back in Raccoon City, and that motherfucker single-handedly actually managed to escape Raccoon City on his own. He is so fucking cool. He is Resident Evil's version of, like, Boba Fett from Star Wars.
Yeah, for context, chat, I see a lot of you freaking out over his name, Hunk. It is an acronym. It stands for Human Unit Never Killed.
He's so fucking cool! One of the best details in Resident Evil 2 Remake is that you get to play as Hunk in a bonus mode. And in the bonus mode with Hunk has, like, auto-aim, like, aimbot turned on by default. Like, when you play as Hunk, you automatically get godlike aim in your attempts. You have to disable that manually because Hunk is just that fucking good. And
another thing I want to add on to that, Hunk's game mode in Resident Evil 2, the fourth survivor, in that game mode, you go through the entirety of Resident Evil 2 from the sewers back to the entrance of RPD.
Yeah.
You go through the entire adventure that Leon and Claire did, but you do it over the span of 10 minutes.
Backwards.
It took Hunk 10 minutes to
do Resident Evil 2.
Of RE2.
And not only that, but that was like the worst part because like it was every single enemy all stacked like next to each other through the fucking building. Like the liquors and like the plant men and literally everything overran the RPD by that point.
You should probably show how the fourth survivor goes.
Okay, fuck it. Resident Evil.
It's really cool.
Resident Evil 2 Remake.
2.
Fourth Survivor. Speed run because that's no damage because that's basically the canon version.
Yeah, that's canon.
Fun fact, I actually used to speedrun that game mode and I got a pretty damn good PB on it. My best time was 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Ooh. Not too
Yeah,
far from this one.
Yeah,
So-
actually, I was only a couple seconds off.
Man, the lighting on this is fucked. Let me see
Yeah, the
another
gamma's
one.
so low.
There we go.
I'm at point K12.
That's
This
better.
was the. I think this was the speed run. No, this was not. There was a speed run I studied for mine.
I tried to speedrun this shit, but it's genuinely difficult.
Oh yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah,
very
he's called
RNG
Mr.
dependent.
Reaper.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
call him the Grim Reaper. And there's another bit of lore. I forget which game it is. I had a point in time where I was very hyperfixated on Hunk as a character. There was a piece of lore in one of the games where somebody did like a psychoanalysis of Hunk. And in the report they wrote, in this note you can find, it brings up the fact that upon finishing the psychoanalysis, this person had found out that Hunk's entire brain had just been fully converted into the mindset of a soldier, and he never stops thinking as a soldier no matter what. He is just like completely and totally brainwashed into being like this perfect soldier, and he does not operate outside of that.
So yeah, Hunk is like like he doesn't actually get involved in any of the stories at all. Like he's not like he doesn't go through any character arcs. He doesn't like get involved with any of the main villains of the series. He's literally just a cool guy that's in an impossible Armageddon scenario in like Raccoon City, and he just goes like, yeah, no, this shit's piss easy, I'm just gonna go.
I think the... Oh, wait. Does this person do the thing in the garage? There is a speedrun trick you can do in the garage with the liquor that jumps from the ceiling, where if you shoot the Magnum, as you run past the door, you shoot the liquor out of the sky.
I love Mr. X just watching him like, hello?
Wait, where are you going?
Oh fuck, is that Hunk?
Ah, shit, better clear off that guy.
I have a personal headcanon that whatever the current world record is for this game mode is the canon time
It's a
it took Hunk
cannon
to complete it.
footage. I love that. Anyways, the ending of like Hunk's story is literally him just getting out of the RPD and going like,
So shout out to the best track in the RE2 soundtrack.
Why'd you come
Yup.
back?
I wanted to meet the Grim Reaper.
so
Okay,
fucking cool.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing I love about the Fourth Survivor is that like it has such minimal lore, but the little bit of lore that is there is so cool because the whole thing, Fourth Survivor takes place right before the nuke that was dropped on Raccoon City.
Yep.
So Hunk was
Yeah,
in like a really
minutes
bad
away.
situation. He needed to get out as quickly as possible. And his pilot that was supposed to like, you know, fly him out of the area was telling him like we're running out of time. And Hunk goes, "Yeah, no, leave without me. I do not care. You've got to survive."
Fuck?
But the thing is, at the end of the game mode, the helicopter pilot ends up coming back and risking his own life because Hunk is so like well known in the ranks of Umbrella's military that he was starstruck and wanted more than anything to meet the legendary Grim Reaper that everyone talked about.
It's so fucking cool.
And it's the only reason Hunk survived is because he's so infamous that this dude just needed to meet him.
I love that detail, by the way, too, because it's like if you get out of the RPD, it's not like you're gonna fucking dodge the nuke. Like the RPD is in the heart of Raccoon City, and there's minutes away until Raccoon City gets bombed. And Hunk is like, yeah, no, leave me. I'll be fine. Like, I'm half expecting that motherfucker to just parry the nuke if it comes down to it.
Bro just survived. Also, this person's doing the liquor section in the pussy way.
Aww.
You gotta shoot the liquor out of the... There's a specific timing. When you run past, there's a blue door in that hallway. As soon as you run past the blue door, the liquor always jumps down. And if you time it perfectly, you can shoot it out of the sky with the Magnum, and it makes you feel like a badass.
So I just have this headcanon now because, like, we talked about Sergey. Hello, Mr. X. And now we're talking about Hunk. Like, Hunk is supposed to be a subordinate of Vladimir. I have this idea that Vladimir just kind of, like, doesn't want to fuck with Hunk. Because, like, imagine having this guy in your paramilitary unit and not even, like, going, like, yeah, no, yeah, you're fine, man. You can go. I don't want to invite you to my Russian base. It's fine. Because, like, Hunk never goes there, you know? Like, we don't really know what happened to Hunk after, like, the Raccoon City incident. And you know what? That's fine. I don't want him to come back. He's cool the way that he is.
Sorry?
He's exclusively relegated to bonus modes that are about like escaping the current location that you're in, I would not like Hunk to be like going around trying to get keys for something. He should remain in the bonus modes, in my opinion.
Yeah, you see, like, that's the thing I like Hunk for, is being that, I like him being that character in the bonus modes that just exists after you've completed the main game and is just there to make you feel super powerful.
Yeah. This motherfucker goes through literally every single, this is literally every single enemy in Resident Evil 2 Remake. Also, he's there in Resident Evil 2 Original, by the way. Like, he's not like, he didn't come from the remakes. Like, this guy was in the first Mercenaries mode that existed in Resident Evil 2. He is the guy. The guy.
I also love how he was so cool that he was the only character to appear in Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries that had nothing to do with Resident Evil 4.
And everyone was like, yeah, fuck yeah, that guy!
everyone just played as him, was like, fuck yeah, it's him, it's the funny!
Hunk is the guy that, like, we don't care why you're here, we're just like happy that you're here.
I'm so happy too, because he's so much fun to play in Mercenaries. His friggin' neck snap attack is so much fun.
Also want to show this cutscene as well, because like this is also a version, this is also a version of what happened. Like, the Resident Evil 2 Remake took the whole storyline of Hunk escaping from Umbrella Chronicles.
Alpha Team here. Respond.
This is Nighthawk.
I have secured G. I'm all that is left of Alpha Team. I'm en route to the rendezvous point.
Oh yeah, also Alpha Team, the guys that Hunk works with, they were the military unit that was sent to retrieve the G-Virus from William Birkin, and it was one of Hunk's men that shot Birkin, leading to the creation of the G-Monster.
Yeah.
Once again,
and he survived fucking Birkin.
He was the only member of his entire team that survived when Birkin unleashed the G-Virus.
Even this guy in the helicopter is like...
Once again, only you survived, Mr. Death.
Obviously, because this is like an old Resident Evil game, and the translation is still kind of fucky, instead of calling him the Grim Reaper, they called him Mr. Death.
Which is also cool.
Also cool, I guess. Kind of goofy, though. Kind of makes me think that he's like fucking, like, Grim from the Adventures of Grim, like, Billy and Mandy.
I guess.
I want to point out, too, that there's a multiplayer game where you can get a skin for him that literally puts him in a Grim Reaper Halloween costume.
Oh, that's adorable.
And I love it.
Mission accomplished. The survival rate was 4%, and valuable human resources were lost. But that is war.
God, he's so cool.
The mission objective takes priority over everything else. Holding to that principle is why I have never failed a mission.
Well, we never get to see his face either.
You get a reflection of his face here.
That principle?
But that's not canon, that's not canon. You never... No, not canon.
Why I have never failed a mission. The death cannot die.
God, he's so, like, how do I describe the kind of cool he is?
Death cannot die.
He's so, like, God, how do I even... He's so... They tried so hard to make him cool, he went around in a circle and was kind of stupid, but it's still cool.
It's just like the entirety of the Resident Evil series in a nutshell, actually. But, no, yeah, Hunk is the type of guy, like, the more lore you give him, the less cool he becomes. So just, like, keep him as a cool guy. Please never give him a backstory.
Literally, I just like what we currently have for him, with just the whole thing of, yeah, soldier who got, like, way too into it, can't stop being a soldier,
can't
never
stop,
dies.
won't stop,
That's all
never
we need.
stop.
Can't stop, won't stop, he's got the grind set. It says that in a note.
I mean, that's not really lore, because that's literally a fucking psychologist, like, looking at this guy and going, this guy's so fucking cool. Lore background! This guy's so fucking cool!
Could you imagine, like, one of the people at Umbrella does this analysis of him, and it's like, after studying the mind of the subject, I have confirmed he's cool as shit. Like,
he's so
shit,
goddamn cool.
I asked him to sign this photograph I got of him. It's so cool.
It's literally like the Doom Eternal, like one of the people making the fucking notes in Doom Eternal. How like that person becomes like fucking infatuated with Doomslayer and going like, no, that guy's so fucking cool. Hunk is so fucking cool. Anyways, sorry for that tangent about Hunk. Honestly, we should have got into Hunk at some point in the previous stream. So, finally, now, this is the point where we have to take down Umbrella. Everyone goes to fucking Russia to go get that Vladimir motherfucker. And we have the perfect intro for this. Voiced by Wesker.
Wait, is that where... Sorry, is that where Chris canonically was missing in RE2? Or is that just, like, me connecting dots that don't exist?
No. This is after, fucking, Code Veronica.
Oh, okay.
This is literally the end of the timeline when it comes to Umbrella. And it's in a fucking light gun shooter, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Literally everyone. Jill, Chris... Chris was going to, like, a French Umbrella base before.
Right,
you know?
he was in France. Yes, I remember now.
This is the Russian base of Vladimir Sergei, the one that was there behind it all along before, obviously. And we get the most perfect intro for this, voiced by Wesker.
The death cannot die.
Thank you, Hunk.
Umbrella's stock plummeted with government inquiries into their involvement in the Raccoon City incident. Before long, they were able to redirect responsibility for the incident. Part of the blame was cleverly shifted to the American government. Umbrella had strong ties and deep pockets. Thus, they were able to drag out the legal proceedings.
Umbrella basically went, "Nah, you the fault one. We good." To the fucking American government.
Okay, guys.
It appeared that all evidence of Umbrella's involvement had vanished with the missile touchdown. How convenient for them. Though fortune has a way of turning when you least expect it.
February 18th, 2003.
Oh my god.
Ah, shit.
4:20 a.m.
That was literally like 4 days before my birthday.
This is the real day. The real day where we have to take down Umbrella.
Also, shout out 420.
It was the year 2003. Umbrella had a base of operations in Russia where they were working on a new BOW. They were preparing to arm the unstable regions of the world with their bioweaponry. Chris and Jill had joined a regional biohazard containment unit. And
the BSAA, by the way,
had heard rumors about this nightmarish facility. They recklessly plunged in to shut it down.
Like, I love this because this is the perfect transition between Umbrella story Resident Evil and BSAA anti-terrorism Resident Evil. You know?
I know. It's unironically really good world building, and I'm kind of sad this is like the only time I've learned about it.
Yeah, it's actually really good.
Like, it's cool.
They have no idea of the awesome and terrible power that awaits them with the new BOW.
I just love that, by the way. Like a fucking Wesker, a fucking 40-year-old man going, they have no idea of the awesome
and terrible power that awaits them with the new BOW, Talos.
Man, it's so awesome!
This BOW is so cool and awesome. Almost as cool as Hunk. Whoa, where are they going?
These are lizards, by the way. Like cold-blooded creatures.
I was gonna say, what
on the snow?
Oh my god!
Yeah, bioweapons are so costly to produce. Oh my god, they're so effective against warfare. One gets shotted from the sky by a fucking helicopter.
I was gonna say, like, wasn't the entire point of making BOWs to make soldiers that would be impervious to bullets in warfare? Wasn't the entire point?
And one gets just fucking shotted out of the sky. Fuck your bioweapons!
Bioweaponry spotted. They've already made it to the surface.
Just fucking annihilated.
I love them just running across like a Windows background, by the way, just in the middle of nowhere.
Everybody prepare for landing. Stay on guard. We can't afford any mistakes.
The evil Russian base. Ooh. I'm sorry. It's just I love that the final boss of Umbrella is a fucking cartoon Russian guys. Hey, Martin, thank you for the $27. Brainrot and hello. Because the funniest part about this is that Vladimir Sergey and the Ivans are what a Japanese developer thinks Americans think that Russians are like. It's like a double fucking separation of cartoon bullshit, you know? It's the best.
It's a really messed up game of telephone that resulted in one of the greatest Resident Evil villains I've ever seen.
I really hope this new bioweapon is just a rumor.
We'll just take out whatever they throw at us.
Yeah, fuck the club key or whatever the fuck. We're just gonna come in with fucking machine guns and tear up the place.
I was really hoping we get to see another recreation of the Spencer Mansion in Russia.
The Russian Spencer Mansion. But no. So, they essentially raid this place called the Caucasus. Wesker had actually infected everyone in the Caucasus with the T-virus before they came along because there was a fucking outbreak there because Wesker just loves to fill a place with fucking bioweapons before anyone comes along. But this is the final stand against Umbrella. What do they have in store for them? They have the Talos Project, which is the actual ultimate bioweapon.
It's like they realize the tyrants have already been done. It's like they realize, oh shit, we can't one-up the tyrants we already made. What if they weren't what they were working on?
So
what if actually?
So you know what the Talos Project is? I really hope that I get the timing right on this. Abandon hope. The nightmare ends here and now. Please tell me that I got the timing right. Please. Okay. Yeah. There we go. They descended to the depths of hell itself. Blah 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 blah.
Where are we?
It's probably where they test BOWs.
We are now in Camino from Star Wars.
I'm sure you understand the thrill of battle.
Who the fuck is this guy? I can just imagine Chris and Jill saying, "Who the fuck is this guy?" Oh no, don't worry, Chris, he was there all along.
The rush
I was there, Chris, all along.
Alive after a good battle.
Another Umbrella psycho.
Yeah, they really don't know what the fuck that is. It's like a Russian accent through the fucking intercom. You must be another Umbrella psycho.
Nikolai?
Nikolai, is that you?
Sorry, I can tell.
Is that racist? I hope it isn't. I'm sorry.
I mean, you will probably think that at first.
So, this is the Talos Project.
Codename Talos. A pinnacle of biological weapons. All controlled by the Red Queen computer.
God, I forgot that the Red Queen's actually in the game.
The ultimate bioweapon.
What is that?
You want to know what that is? They
what is that?
They literally took the Tyrant from Resident Evil 1 and they put a fucking rocket launcher on his arm and put some armor plating on it and then put a chip on his back so that it's controlled remotely with a fucking joystick.
So they made Nemesis but worse.
Yes!
Their ultimate bioweapon was a worse bioweapon than the Nemesis.
This guy is slower, shittier, and stupider than Nemesis, and he is the ultimate bioweapon.
Vladimir Sergey's stupid. He's actually a dumbass. Who let this guy have control of this branch?
This is not a new virus. This is not anything. This is literally just a tyrant with a fucking rocket launcher, a grapple extendo arm, and tank plating on top of it, so it makes it like way slower.
But wasn't the entire point of like the Nemesis Alpha Parasite the tyrants were too dumb to use weapons?
Yeah, that's why this guy is being controlled by a fucking joystick. Like it has a chip in the back of its brain that is controlled by the Red Queen, which is an AI that says like, okay, shoot that, shoot that, shoot that.
Huh.
So it's like
this is just so much less practical in every single way.
They circumvented the fact that the tyrants were stupid by going, okay, but what if an AI controlled them though? Ooh. And they just put a tank armor on top of it.
Okay, like
That's
also
Talos!
Okay. So they were able to create a biomechanical tyrant that is controlled by a super intelligent AI that knows what to fight. At this point, why didn't they just build robots?
Yeah, what the fuck, right? Because like this thing is just like a really big man with tank armor plating and fucking weapons.
Like, I'm just saying, these guys could have made Skynet at this point.
Like, why the fuck would you even go through the bioweapon process in the first place? Also, Weird Name says, Russian bootleg Nemesis. Yeah, no, literally though.
Literally, that is exactly what I'm looking at.
This is just Nemesis, but shittier.
Like, why even? Like, I'm still just hung up on the fact that they have the technology to make robots, but they're still making zombies. Like,
the ultimate bioweapon.
Wouldn't it be so much more practical just to not make bioweapons? Just not.
Snazzy Boy donates $2 and says, ah yes, the ultimate biological weapon. Rockets.
And I bet you a rocket launcher kills this thing.
Chris and Jill are here, like, finding out about this guy, and Jill must be like, another one of these? Like, I already killed one of these.
Jill sees this thing, and she's just like, this is it.
He's like, oh, okay. We'll shoot it really hard, I guess. What's its weakness? Shoot it until it dies.
Rockets?
We need to shoot him down.
So
it just reminds me of the Dragon Ball movie where they're fighting a bunch of robots, and the conclusion they come to is they have to punch them really, really hard, and that's the weakness.
That's how it works. So, basically, Vladimir just built a bootleg Nemesis and called it the ultimate bioweapon. This guy's not even wielding the rocket launcher, he's just like over his shoulder, like fucking shooting at random directions.
Look at how impractical its friggin' like design is. It has to run like a gorilla. Look at it go.
Look, we're just clowning on him at this point.
And it's dead! Oh my god.
Fucking Family Guy death pose.
It took Nemesis actual days to be killed after being fought over and over and over and over and over again. And he was finally killed by like an actual Death Star laser. This thing got hit by a couple of grenades while running around like an escaped gorilla, and it died.
Well, no, it has like a second form or something. I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
is it a big blob?
So they the only God fucking damn it. The only reason like you need it to control this guy is because like tyrants are dumb. So like if you shoot it really hard, it gets out of control just like any other tyrants.
How is this better than any other tyrant?
It's the ultimate bioweapon.
It isn't though. It sucks.
And I'm just imagining like Mother Miranda, like in fucking Europe, looking at this shit like, really, Spencer? Really?
Not only is Mother Miranda doing that, but Lord Sadler's just like, oh hey, I found this bug in the ground. That's cool.
The ultimate bioweapon, and every single other villain in the Resident Evil franchise is like, yeah, okay.
Literally, I kid you not. Think about this for a second. Every other villain that isn't affiliated with Umbrella was able to do more than Umbrella could by just finding something in a cave.
They just found it in a cave. Oh, this sushi is cool. Let me eat it. Transforms into a fucking X-Men.
Like, Mother Miranda just stumbled into a cave and found, like, God's fungus. And then like, Lord Sadler just digs up a rock that contains God's parasite.
Like, I'm imagining this guy, like, Family Guy death posing on the ground. And, like, Mother Miranda, like, Heisenberg, like, fucking, and, and the little girl from Resident Evil 7, Evelyn, like, on the corner, he's like, really?
Dude,
okay.
I know I brought this up last stream, but I feel the need to bring this up again because it's one of my favorite things about Resident Evil lore. Shout out to Umbrella spending years trying to perfect this virus so they can create the ultimate bioweapon, and that bioweapon ends up being inferior to some random dude from Louisiana that ate a fungus.
Yep. Correct the Mad Super Chest also says, it's the we have Nemesis at home, Nemesis at home. Like, Sadler, Evelyn, and Mother Miranda are just sitting in a chair in the corner of this room going like, yeah.
Like, this thing's the ultimate bioweapon, gets shot a couple times, goes down. Jack Baker, just some old dude in Louisiana, gets blown up several times into actual molecules and gets up.
Jack Baker at the start of his game goes like, hey kid, want to see a cool trick? Shoots himself in the mouth, comes back later 5 minutes afterwards.
Wanna see me do it again?
Wanna see me do it again? It's like, I know that the reason for why this happened is because, like, you have to up the stakes in every single Resident Evil game, but, like, retroactively, this makes Umbrella look so fucking lame, because their ultimate bioweapon, it just looks so lame, because it looks like a fucking, like, and, like anatomically wrong gorilla, like, gray gorilla with, like, random armor plating around its body, you know?
Yeah, meanwhile, some random cult over there in Europe is over here creating xenomorphs just because they found some bug.
The fucking Novistadors and, like, the Verdugos look so much cooler than this motherfucker.
They do! This thing looks... It just sucks. I'm sorry. It's just a really lame monster. I hate this thing.
And then he becomes worse because he becomes out of control.
And he does his thing I'm assuming every Resident Evil boss does. He just turns into a blob.
Man, so useful. He literally cannot get out of this fucking room. He doesn't have legs!
You've turned into that one dude from Monsters University! Bro turned into Coach Pickles! What are you gonna do with that? What is that thing going to do? It can't leave the room anymore!
Nice bioweapon, Sergey! You cannot leave the room, asshole!
He transformed? That did the trick.
Chris!
This is literally half as fucking cool as goddamn Mendes in Resident Evil 4.
I get it.
At least when Nemesis mutated, he still had, like, a body.
Yeah. And, like, you had to, like, really fuck up Nemesis to get him to, like, mutate. This guy got shot, like, a few times, and now he becomes, like, a weird...
Oh, is he dead already?
Ceiling crawler. Yeah, he dead.
Yeah.
The ultimate bioweapon, everybody.
The ultimate bioweapon deleted out of existence by a 9mm pistol and a couple of grenades.
I feel like a single Novistador could look at this thing and it would die.
He's hitting himself, by the way. He's hitting himself. He's hitting himself! Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself!
Sergey purposely designed all of his bioweapons to hate themselves a lot, so when they failed, they would just die.
Thunk, fucking Looney Tunes cartoon thunk into the fucking floor. Anyways, so that was Vladimir Sergey's ultimate plan for ultimate world conquest or whatever the fuck he was doing with Umbrella. A tyrant that moves like a gorilla, has like armor plating, a bazooka, and is controlled by a fucking RC car controller.
You know, I feel like in any other Resident Evil game, something like that would be deemed like a failure that escaped containment and it's not the actual monster.
Yeah, nah.
That's just the thing. That is the finished one. That was Vladimir Sergey's magnum opus.
The Talos project Umbrella placed so much faith in and failed.
Even Wesker's like, fucking for real though?
I know, even Wesker's like, what was this guy thinking?
Chris and the others were a little too quick to pat themselves on the back. It was not by justice or faith that they would prevail against Umbrella that day. No, it was only with my help that they were able to succeed. Ooh. The only thing that can defeat power is more power.
Okay, Virgil.
Ironic, perhaps.
They defeated him all according to my plan.
Oh, man.
The only thing that can defeat power is more power. That is the one constant in this universe. However, there is no point in power if it consumes itself. I will enlist the help of an old friend against our common foe.
I'm a mastermind.
I will
Look at
use
me walking
one
around the
arm
Arctic.
to eliminate the other and emerge with the spoils for myself.
Yeah, so Wesker was also there. Blah, 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 blah. He infects everyone with the thing. He confronts Vladimir.
Stand aside.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here are a few of my old friends I'd like to introduce you to.
John.
Charmed.
And Steve.
Oh my god.
They look so stupid, too.
Russia's such a peaceful place, don't you agree? A perfect place for your final resting spot.
Ivan 1, Ivan 2.
I'm more powerful than last time. A protective code. That leaves the head.
I love the dialogue. I love the jump cut. I love the jump cut so much to the dead body.
Tango down.
No, Dave.
Literally, Dave down. Russian Dave down.
So I shot him in the head.
Codename Talos.
Yeah, we already see this.
A pinnacle of biological weaponry.
So this is it.
Yes. She was activated that night at the mansion.
Back at the Spencer Mansion. Oh, literally, he says it right here. He says how he was behind it all.
Yes. She was activated that night at the mansion. I extracted her before Raccoon City became nothing more than a memory. Her and I have a lot in common. She linked with Talos, desiring more information and more data.
This is gonna be so fucking fun. You're not about
data
to
again.
You're not about to fucking guess what's gonna happen next. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen next after the evil Resident Evil villain does its evil monologue? What the fuck?
She's gonna turn into a big monster.
Truth, no matter how painful that reality may be.
That thing is merely a tool. What it wants.
What the fuck's gonna happen?
He's gonna turn into a big monster.
It's good that we can be honest with each other. That's the sign of a healthy relationship.
What?
Oh,
it's a shame
that's
that this
good.
friendship has to end.
Big monster.
And he just does it.
What? He could just do it on demand?
Ew.
That in what?
It looks like a Silent Hill monster.
Does he have like his hands tied?
I really
What's
don't
the
like the
point?
way that he just like slammed that thing down. But
Oh no! Can you move it?
No,
Okay,
it's a hand.
Good.
It's a hand.
Good.
It's a hand because you know, like it.
Thank you.
It's a symbolism because like
That looked wrong.
By the way, he looks like the monster from like fucking like Outlast 2. But
Oh yeah.
the whole symbolism with this guy is like he has one giant like claw arm because you know like he rules Umbrella with a one giant iron fist. Like he has like the long arm, long outreach. Blah blah blah. It's stupid.
The long dick, you mean?
who would voluntarily turn into this and think it's a more practical form? Why don't you
Yeah, no,
just
he was
shoot Wesker?
fine. He was fine before, and he was like, "Yo, Wesker, you want to see some shit?" And he just transforms into this. How are you gonna come back?
And yet somehow this is more practical than what we're gonna see in RE5.
Also, holy fuck, he really does look like Father Lodermilch?
Yeah, like
From
it's just straight up out of
Outlast
fucking
2?
Outlast 2.
Holy shit.
Wesker just leaves.
Same fucking thing.
Wesker sees this and he's just like, not impressed. Bye.
The summation of Umbrella on one disc. This should come in handy.
What a fucking cool hard drive, by the way. It has like a fucking hologram of the logo just spinning around. It's like transparent and shit.
Umbrella
I know, right?
on
That's so
one
cool.
disc. This should come in handy.
It's just dead. I love this. Yeah, that's the culmination of Umbrella's struggles and stuff.
I really like the idea that, like, Vladimir Sergei is, like, gassing up this monster to Wesker. Wesker looks away for a second, looks back, it's dead.
Literally just a Russian bootleg nemesis. The only reason the nemesis was as powerful as it was is because they found a fucking parasite in Europe. Otherwise, it would have been this shit.
Yeah,
you finished what you came to do as well, Chris. Just as I predicted.
And because Wesker loves doing this shit.
Goodbye, fair lady.
Self-destruct! Woo!
Wesker's favorite hobby, blowing shit up.
Wesker every fucking time he goes into a building, Wesker loves just going in, finding the self-destruct button that exists in every fucking building in the Resident Evil universe, and going like, ooh, look at this red button. All according to plan.
All according to my plan.
Slowly walks out of there in slow motion, even though the counter was still going at normal speed on the screen, which means that he deliberately slowly walked out of there in slow motion. Too. Fucking awesome.
Even better, he got impatient and sped it up.
All data erased.
Ooh.
Ooh, the combat data.
No, my combat data! Shut up.
I genuinely thought he was shooting the siren.
What the I thought too. What the fuck is he gonna do here?
What?
Whoa!
Oh my God.
Why?
God, I love Wesker so much.
Soon, Umbrella will be gone forever. They held the power of the T-virus in their hands, but they lack the proper vision. The true vision of the future. And now, it falls to me to usher in this new future.
What a perfect transition into Resident Evil 5.
I was going to say, that perfectly sets up RE5.
Yep, there we go.
Man, why was this the first time I heard about this game's story?
It's actually really fun to play too. It's actually genuinely fun to play because it's a light gun shooter. So like, it has like all the. Oh.
Umbrella has been found guilty on all charges of crimes related to the Raccoon City incident 5 years ago.
Fuck.
The prosecution has remained quiet on how they acquired proof of Umbrella's involvement, and the defense plans to appeal the decision on the grounds that the evidence is not admissible in court. The Russian Ministry of the Interior has agreed to cooperate with the FBI in finding the whereabouts of Oswald E. Spencer.
Yeah, he's gone. But they find him later in Resident Evil 5.
Mr. Spencer has been determined to have played a large part in the biohazard that contaminated Raccoon City. An anonymous witness close to the suspect was invaluable in providing evidence about Mr. Spencer's involvement.
So Wesker took down Umbrella? Well, it was, I mean, Jill, Chris, fucking... Pretty much the main players took down Umbrella, which like...
It was a massive team effort.
It actually sets up... It actually pays off what they were saying back in the other games, you know?
Yeah, except for Leon. But
oh, no,
Leon.
Leon sent a friend to, like, fucking Sheena Island and Resident Evil Survivor. That's about it.
Huh.
That's the guy from Resident Evil Survivor. Like, he went to that place where, like, there were mass manufacturing tyrants and, like, it exploded because it... Obviously. Oh! Oh my god.
My dear Spencer, how the mighty have fallen. Your umbrella has folded, and now you are a fugitive in the same world you once sought to control.
Welcome to the Umbrella Archives. Please select the desired
Europe
service from the menu.
And that's how he got the big control room in Resident Evil 4.
Oh my god, yeah, that's where he's sitting in the post-credits.
Yay!
And before the conclusion of this drama.
Of this drama?
This drama. Oh no.
It would appear as though my good colleague, Oswell E. Spencer, is trending on Twitter. It will not be long before all is lost.
Before the conclusion of this drama.
It appears that all my moots were cancelled on Twitter. I shall now defect from Umbrella and become woke.
Guys, I was never with Umbrella in the first place. I had no involvement. I do not know these guys. All my homies are in Tri-Cell now.
I can't believe that Umbrella got cancelled by the US government.
You will learn of the history.
Could you imagine the US government making a call-out thread?
Oh, I know!
Oh, look at the smirk!
Little smirk! Oh my god!
Man, I'm gonna miss this Wesker voice actor. Like, I know the voice actor is a piece of shit, but still, he was iconic. I like his accent, you know?
So that is the ending to the Umbrella saga in Resident Evil history. Like, they actually managed to tie the bow perfectly in an obscure Wii light gun shooter spinoff.
Dude, aside from the fucking, like, stupid shit with Talos, I actually think this is, like, one of the strongest parts of the RE lore.
Yeah. Do Darkside Chronicles, please. Darkside Chronicles has fucking nothing. Darkside Chronicles is just made because Umbrella Chronicles was financially successful. Darkside Chronicles has no bonus lore except for Operation Javier for Krauser, but
yeah, and that got retconned.
But that got retconned, so whatever. And you know, this is why I still want to include Umbrella Chronicles despite people saying that it's non-canon, because like it's really good. Like it's a good game with like really good levels for light gun shooting, and like it actually sets up everything perfectly for Resident Evil 5.
Woo! It's been an hour and a half.
I don't know.
Just got here.
I don't know if this is like a nuclear take from me, but like Resident Evil 5 is one of my favorites.
I like that game.
When I was a kid, I hated it.
Like, yeah, I was actually in the same boat where whenever I was younger, I really didn't like Resident Evil 5. But like, growing up, it is a deeply flawed game, but I really like it.
JD Bio says, this is where everything went downhill. So, the reason for why Resident Evil 5 is so contentious, aside from the racism, is that this is the game where Capcom went, we need to appeal to that Call of Duty audience. You know? Like, Resident Evil 4 was incredibly successful, so they said, make a sequel to that game now, and also add more shooting, and also add more action, and also add more fucking COD stuff. So the developers went, okay, I guess we have to do it, and they created one of the most fun co-op games of all time. Resident Evil 5 is a co-op game. If you're playing it single player, you're doing a disservice to yourself, because the AI in that fucking game is horrible.
Yep. And like that's the thing about Resident Evil 5. I see a lot of people in chat saying the what. Don't worry, we'll get to the racism.
Yeah, we'll get to the racism later. Don't worry.
It's bad, but that's the thing about Resident Evil 5 that will always make me enjoy it. Aside from just how much I love Wesker as a villain, is just the co-op is just so much fun.
Yep, we played it with Nick on the channel.
It's just really good co-op. It's a well-designed co-op game.
This is essentially, like, gameplay-wise, this is an evolution from Resident Evil 4's Island, specifically at the end, where, like, Mike was helping you, like, shoot down all those people. Like, essentially, if you liked the Island section in Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 5 is that turned up to 11 in Africa. Oh boy. Let's begin.
Also, this is the beginning of buff Chris era.
Oh yeah, Chris is super fucking buff in this. And also has a wildly different design from the Chris of the previous Resident Evil games, but I prefer this Chris way too much. This is like the Chris, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I agree.
5 and 6 has my favorite Chris design easily.
Also, this is the intro to the game. This is iconic as hell. Can't wait to fucking talk about that cloaked figure.
Oh,
that's bitch.
I don't know if you guys can tell, this was released around the time where Modern Warfare was super mega billion fucking dollar profitable, and everyone wanted to be the next Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Can you fucking tell?
Filter era.
Can you fucking tell? Resident Evil 5 is war.
God. And we're gonna get into it later, but I love the idea of Ouroboros.
Ouroboros is... It's basically what Wesker took Umbrella's homework and actually made it up in par with the rest of the other bioweapons in Europe.
Captain Deschamps here. We secured the underground route to the coordinates.
Ugh. Military. Africa.
I should have seen it coming. It didn't take long after the fall of the Umbrella Corporation for their bioweapons to end up in the hands of terrorists. A new era of bioterrorism descended upon vulnerable countries, shifting the balance of power throughout the region.
Thank you, Vladimir, you piece of shit!
People in the destabilized areas soon feared another incident like Raccoon City was inevitable. As panic spread, governments of the world turned to the Global Pharmaceutical Consortium, which formed the anti-terrorism unit BSAA. Operatives of the BSAA were sent to infiltrate and neutralize bioterrorist hotspots, restoring safety and stability to various regions around the globe.
This game is so fucking yellow.
I know. It is the most yellow game I've ever seen.
Fucking Sheva introduced with the ass. That's the first thing you see.
I was about to say in the middle of explaining that, just like, oh, nice shot.
Oh, nice shot.
Welcome to Africa. My name is Sheva Alama.
She's genuinely a good character.
Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Redfield. It's an honor.
I'm just all in this
Chris,
thing.
thanks. So you'll be accompanying me to the destination?
Yes. Tensions are running high ever since the change in government.
I'll bet. Intel says it's a haven for terrorists now.
And I'm not going to be happy to see an American, BSAA or not. That's why I'm your partner. Help put them at ease.
It is also to put the players at ease because in the original reveal for Resident Evil 5, in the original reveal for Resident Evil 5, it was just Chris, a white guy going around in a like a South African village, going around shooting all the black people. So like everyone got super fucking scared that Capcom was like being outwardly racist. Therefore, Sheva was put into the game exclusively to like make people say, no, guys, calm down. She is black. It's fine. So yeah, Sheva was put in there to calm people down because it's not about the racism. It's about the bioweapons. Don't worry, people.
And you know, thank God they did that because Sheva, I actually really like Sheva as a character, and I wish she came back.
Really like Sheva.
Love her.
Sheva's
I've
basically
never played as Chris in this game.
Like, there's a cutscene in Resident Evil 5 that basically establishes that Sheva is a survivor of a bioterrorism like plot. Like Sheva is her own protagonist of a fucking Resident Evil game that never happened in the story.
And, like,
you know?
It's so sad because like Resident Evil games just have this habit of introducing a really like cool, well-written side character that just never comes back outside of their game, and I'm so sick of that trend.
Yeah, I wish
love
that she
characters
came
like
back.
Sheva.
She's really nice.
She's so cool.
I'm sure you'll do just fine.
Partner. Oh yeah, Jill is dead, by the way. Jill is dead.
Yeah, she died.
Did it came out of nowhere to you? Yeah, no, yeah, Jill is dead.
Yeah, because this was also the era of Resident Evil games just randomly pulling out the most insane plot point just out of their ass that happened off screen.
Off screen, Jill is dead.
Like, Resident Evil 4, you thought Resident Evil 4 was bad with the, oh yeah, Umbrella no longer exists. Yeah, Jill's dead.
Oh yeah, no, like we were watching this intro right now, and like if you didn't know the story, like what the fuck is the BSAA? What the fuck? What happened to Jill? Why is Chris so fucking apprehensive about having a partner? Like you don't fucking know. Like it sets up a bunch of questions at the start of the game, which is nice because like they actually explain it during the game itself. Unlike other franchises that establish something and never fucking explain it, like it actually is explained through notes and lore and stuff like that in cutscenes. The BSAA is like the anti-bioterrorism unit that got formed by different countries after what happened with Umbrella back in Raccoon City, and now Chris and Jill and everyone else in the Resident Evil protagonism group club is working with the BSAA to stop bioterrorism all across the world because they're heroes. They have to do it, you know? Everyone went through their own Resident Evil game and thought, yeah, no, this shit is way too bad. I'm gonna become a soldier and stop all this shit from happening all across the world. You know?
It's like, you know, I just really actually kind of love as like a plot point because I just really like Resident Evil's world building and how it shows like, you know, how a modern world sort of adapted to all of the stuff that went down with Raccoon City and Umbrella.
The BSAA is like the anti-Umbrella, basically. Think of that. They are the good guys, the good military group that rose to fight against Umbrella after the Raccoon City incident.
Until 8, apparently.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's nothing. Let's go.
Umbrellant. Umbrelliscent.
God, this game is so yellow.
It's so fucking piss yellow.
This game is lit like Breaking Bad Mexico.
Yup.
I'm pretty sure Resident Evil 5 was the inspiration for that, actually.
Oh,
like,
wait,
the whole idea.
really?
Yeah, no, because it came out before and like
oh yeah.
I think there was like an interview talking about the inspirations for Breaking Bad, and they talked about Resident Evil 5 and like the whole
oh my god,
filter thing. Because like this a like piss yellow filter for that was inspired. Was essentially there because like most of the game takes place during the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to think, okay, how can we make a daylight location be scary in a horror game? Because they were still kidding themselves into thinking this was a horror game, right? So for Resident Evil 4, they thought, okay, let's put it like an overcast, like cloudy sky in a European village, right? And that worked. But for Africa, what can you have? Yellow sickness. And they just put a yellow filter all over the game to signify that it's like this game is during the day, but it's like the evil day. So it's like evil yellow piss filter all over, and it doesn't fucking work. It just makes it look piss
awful.
And then we get to 6 and it's like, it's blue! This game is blue!
And takes place 100% during the night.
Yeah.
I don't remember any daytime shots in Resident Evil 6. I think they just fucking
no, there aren't.
They are not. They're Resident Evil 6 takes place in a universe without the sun.
Oh wait, no.
What?
Remember the Chris section? Like you're in daytime. Like when you fight this big VOW.
The giant section.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and fucking Jake has like a snowy level that's like somewhat in the day, I guess.
Yeah, that as well.
Anyways.
Also, I was just saying before we continue, I saw someone in chat say, so is RE5 bad?
No.
I don't think it's a bad game, but it does things significantly worse than some Resident Evil games.
Resident Evil 5 is a good game. Okay, how about this? Resident Evil 5 is a good game if you were a COD player that wanted to get into the Resident Evil franchise and you didn't care about it being scary. You just wanted to shoot some motherfuckers with a co-op partner.
Yeah, I think the perspective to think about with Resident Evil 5, if you go into Resident Evil 5 playing it for what it's trying to be, a super fun, like, co-op action game, you'll have a good time.
Yeah.
But if you just finished Resident Evil 7 and you're like, that game was terrifying, I want to experience another scary Resident Evil game, you'll hate this.
Yeah, you'll hate this. Like, this game did not age well at all. Aside from the racism, it didn't age well at all. Like, the piss filter is annoying. The controls are not good compared to modern co-op action games. The story is, like, really fucking confusing if you haven't seen the rest of the Resident Evil franchise, which is stupid considering that this game is supposed to appeal to, like, a broader demographic because Capcom wanted that money. And then I am super fucking mad that they then got the money because Resident Evil 5 is one of the highest selling games in the goddamn franchise. So they said, let's double down for Resident Evil 6. And then the franchise got almost fucking killed because of it. When I was a kid, I was so fucking salty about Resident Evil 5. One, because I didn't have anyone to play co-op with, because, you know, I was a fucking loser. I am a fucking loser. So, like, I didn't have anyone before to play Resident Evil 5 with in co-op. So, like, I was already suffering with the shitty AI, but also I was like, what the fuck? Like, why is it daytime? Why is it piss filter? No. Why is it the thing that I don't want it to be? You know?
No, literally, I'm not kidding. That is the exact reason I didn't like the game as a kid. The only reason I didn't want to play Resident Evil 5 was because I thought the game looked ugly.
Yeah.
Like, I thought the game just looked bad. I did not like the yellow filter over everything. I did not like the permanent daytime. I just thought it made the game look bad.
No, Zach, you don't understand. It's supposed to be sickly and awful looking on purpose. Yeah, but it still looks bad, though.
It just looks bad. It's just an ugly game. Like, I like Resident Evil 5, but I still think it's a pretty ugly game.
Yeah, and you know it's a filter? Because there's a mod that removes it.
Removes the filter.
The game looks so much better.
Yep, it's literally just a piss filter all over the screen. Also, basically, if you're wondering if, like, it's good or bad, it's basically, you can have fun with it if you remove all the context of everything else around it away. Which is stupid because this is the game where Wesker dies, aka the single most long-running villain of the entire franchise, so it's supposed to be a capstone to that side of the story of Resident Evil, so it's like, you're supposed to be a fan to enjoy the story properly and fully? So it's weird.
It's weird. You're supposed to be a fan to enjoy it, but also it was specifically designed to appeal to people that weren't fans.
Like, the whole thing with Jill and her being dead and Chris mourning over it, you wouldn't fucking care if you were just a random, like, consumer. Like, that just enjoyed COD, you know?
And you see, the funny thing about that, too, is that, like, we've seen that Capcom can do, like, isolated Resident Evil games meant to appeal to a wider demographic and have them, you know, work as that, because that's what 7 was.
That's what 4 was.
That's what 4 was. Both of those games were very, very isolated and different in their approach, and both succeeded greatly at pulling in a larger demographic of Resident Evil fans while still being in the universe for old fans.
Mm-hmm. And
this
5
game just tried
like,
to do that, but...
It tried to do that, but also not at the same... It tried to cater to old fans and tried to pull in new fans. And the old fans were pissed off, but the new fans were so fucking large and big that it still sold incredibly well, especially because Resident Evil 4 was also highly critically acclaimed and everyone wanted to play the sequel to Resident Evil 4.
Yeah,
so...
everyone was expecting Resident Evil 5 to be the next Resident Evil 4.
And Resident Evil 4 was, like, literally the best game of all time. So...
Yeah, so, like...
It sold like gangbusters, regardless of its issues.
Mm-hmm.
I love RE5, Don't Kill Me. Osbus, if I was, like, 15 or 14, I would probably kill you, but now I'm mellowed out because Resident Evil is back to being, like, mostly, like, focused on horror with Resident Evil 7 and 8, so I'm fine, you know?
See, I mean, yeah, like, I opened this segment by saying that I actually really like 5. These are all criticisms I have of it, but it's one of those examples of a deeply flawed game that I just like regardless.
Yep. It has good stuff and bad stuff, and nowadays, I can actually enjoy the good stuff.
Over the long years I've struggled. More and more I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for.
What am I fighting for?
Maybe one day.
This is also
I'll
the
find
Resident
out.
Evil era where all the protagonists had their depressive "What am I fighting for?" era.
What am I fighting for?
Every what was that like? Was that like Mega Man X that was from?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mega Man X5, I think.
Capcom love doing that shit in general. Also with
I
Devil
know,
May
like-
Cry.
I know Capcom
X4. Sorry.
Capcom loves taking their cool protagonists and putting them through the depressed "What am I fighting for?" era, and then they have a whole character arc of them getting the fuck over it.
Hey, huyo ingenti. Alafanya nini hapa?
Oh yeah, much like Resident Evil 4. Hey, Waltjoy, thank you for the $10. Much like Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 took place in Europe. And now, Resident Evil 5 is also kind of vague on where it's located. So Resident Evil 5 takes place in Africa. Just the generalized location. Even
Just
though
generally Africa.
Even though there is a specific language that these people are talking in that you can pinpoint where exactly it is in Africa, but they just say it's in Africa.
Well, it's kind of like, you know, RE4, where they say it's Europe.
But it's in obviously fucking Spain because they're talking in Spanish, even though they're talking in fucking Mexican Spanish, but don't worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, that's the thing about Resident Evil 5. That's a long, like a running thread between Resident Evil 4 and 5. What Capcom loved to do back then is to have the evil other kind of like stranger, like foreign threat. So in Resident Evil 4, you had the evil, like conquistador / like old Spanish Europe kind of like evil threats. And now you have the evil Africa place, but they didn't understand that putting that as the evil threat in this game could seem fucking racist.
Especially with the approach they take later in the game with certain areas.
Because, like, you had cultists and conquistadors and castles in Resident Evil 4 because that was the old Spanish stuff in Spain, but now in Resident Evil 5 you have the mud huts and the spears and the old African villages, and it's like, ooh, brother, you don't know what the fuck you're doing with this.
The way I cringed so hard when I got to the area where enemies started throwing spears at me.
Literally spear chucking the main character. It's like, oh no, what are you doing? This is not cool, man. But it's supposed to be for the horror, right? Right?
Let's go.
Yeah, guys, it's really scary and the least scary game in the series.
Like, everyone thought in Resident Evil 4, like, it's fine, like, the cultists with the black robes in the castle, like, everyone thought that was fine, so now we're gonna go into Africa and do the same thing, right? No.
There is one thing I do
I will
know.
say I am happy that this didn't discourage them from having Resident Evil games take place in like different like countries and different settings aside from just like the Raccoon City type of setting.
Oh yeah.
Because like I love when Resident Evil games experiment with their setting and give us like a new place to explore.
I really like that idea. Like, aside from Resident Evil 6, Resident Evil 7 has the theme of like Louisiana and like slasher movie villains, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Saw, like The Ring and stuff like that. And Resident Evil 8 has like gothic horror with like back to Europe, but instead this time, instead of cultists and robes, you have like Frankenstein's monster and you have fucking werewolves and vampires and stuff like that. Like, that's what the theme of each Resident Evil game moving forward is, because Resident Evil 4 was so like thematic and it was so successful. Every single game, aside from 6 moving forward, has like this theme going on that you can find like other types of horror from like other different places. It's just that 5 fucked it up a little bit with the type of horror that they were going with.
I've had an idea.
An idea?
They had one.
It wasn't a good idea though.
No.
I have a job to do, and I'm gonna see it through.
What do you think will be next? Unironically, I want space horror.
I'm banking on skeletons.
I want bioskeletons.
Yeah, I want space horror so bad.
I literally want them.
Do.
I said this on last stream, and I'm gonna repeat the fucking joke, but I genuinely want space horror, alien-looking bioweapons, and for Umbrella to have a secret fucking moon base. Because Alien and Predator and all those space horror movies are perfect material to draw from for a Resident Evil game. And I want them to just all be, we made bioweapons in the moon that kind of look like aliens.
Yeah.
I still want the plot point that I've brought up before, where it's a Resident Evil game where the setup is that there was too many zombies on Earth, so they launched people to space. But unfortunately, Umbrella also had the idea of sending the zombies to space to get rid of them. So now they're just in space together.
Umbrella, in here, at this time of day, in this part of the planet, localized entirely within the moon.
Yes.
Oh yeah, well, there we go. So, that's the end of Resident Evil 5. Sorry for rambling so fucking much about that. But, yeah, Resident Evil 5 is like a turning point.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I go from here? So...
Well... I was just gonna say, we gotta set up the whole, like, opening plot with our boy Irving.
Oh, yeah, Irving. So... The whole idea with Resident Evil 5 is that Chris and Sheva are assigned to this Africa region where like a lot of bioterrorism acts are going on, and they discover that the village that they are in is actually infected with a new type of bioweapon called the Ouroboros.
Well, actually, that's not entirely true. The townsfolk are actually infected with something completely different from Ouroboros. They're infected with Plaga from
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, I'm very sorry, yeah. I'm fucking stupid. Yeah, it's not Ouroboros. So, from Resident Evil 4, we have the Plagas, but these are not the original Plagas from the Spanish village. They're the Type 2 Plagas, right?
Yes.
Type 2 Plaga are a parasite that is forcefully inserted into a person's mouth, and they instantly take over that person's whole being and mind. Unlike the Type 1 Plaga that took a while to ingestate in a person's body and like kind of sprouted over the course of a few days. Type 2 Plaga is specifically engineered to be a bioweapon. Like, it's not a fucking parasite alien anymore. It is actually used by bioterrorists to take over areas like this and infect them with a parasite that they can control. Because now that Resident Evil 4 ended and the sample of the Plagas is out there in the market, now everyone has access to the Plagas, and that they're using them for these conflicts in these regions. Yeah, here you can see the Type 2 Plaga. This is not Ouroboros. You can see the Type 2 Plaga being forcefully inserted into a person's mouth. And this is one of the most iconic scenes in the game, by the way.
Yeah.
This is where you can see the people that are actually infected taking over an innocent person.
God, this seems actually unsettling.
This is the closest to genuine horror this game gets.
Are you okay?
The fuck, Chris? Iconic.
God, I love that.
It always got me as a kid. Yeah, it's genuinely creepy. So, from then on, you have these Type 2 Plagas being inserted into everyone's mouth in the village, and the problem with this is that it's extremely fast spreading. As long as you have one guy with a fucking Plaga egg, you can just shove it into someone's mouth and they instantly become converted to the cause. I kinda sort of forgot why this was happening in this village specifically, but turns out that the reason for why this is happening is connected to a fucking guy called Irving, I don't know his full name, who is selling these weapons in the market. who's connected to Wesker. I'm actually kind of forgetting the details about that.
I did a bit of cleaning up on my Resident Evil 5 knowledge, so I actually do know why this village was specifically chosen.
Please.
It's because Wesker, in order to gain a seat with Tricell, which we'll get into, he essentially provided them with the Plaga Type 2 so that they could then use it on the African branch they had control over so that they could seize control of the area. And Irving was working with Tricell, essentially overseeing the entire thing. So this whole deal was Tricell's doing, and Wesker allowed it so he could get a spot at their company head, basically.
This scene. We should probably get into the racism aspect of this game a little bit.
Yeah.
Because, the whole idea here is that because... Oh, look at that giant fucking... That's a cool design, ironically, though.
I like this enemy.
The whole thing that happened here is that there's a lot of Kotaku articles and fucking IGN articles talking about how it's kind of impossible to remake Resident Evil 5 nowadays because of the racism. And this was, I fully believe that this was not intended by Capcom at all to be actually outwardly racist, but they essentially took the stereotypes and the negative stereotypes of African communities and made them into horror monsters for their funny little shooting video game, right? It actually extends more than just what we're seeing right now, because in the original release of Resident Evil 5, the original trailer that came out, it was actually way worse. You can see a Resident Evil 5
look
trailer.
it up.
Original trailer. First trailer, there we go. Oh my god. Is this the one? Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, there we go. I think this is it. Actually, no. This is the small trailer.
Maybe look up the reveal trailer?
Oh! I think this is it.
It was either this or the first gameplay trailer.
12 years ago by IGN, yes. So that's the first reveal trailer. Chris actually has a fucking blue eyes and blue shirt, by the way. It's not as piss filtery as the rest of the game. As the final game. Look! There's color! Look at the rainbow flags and shit!
This is how the game will look without the filter.
It looks so much better.
Yup.
Biohazard 5. So that was the reveal, and this is the full-ass trailer.
Oh.
So, Sheva was not in the picture at all during this point. This was just Chris. In Africa.
And now it has the piss filter.
Now it has the piss filter. Friday night. Party pop. What? Oh, the evil. These are normal people, by the way. These are just the normal people of the game.
Casualties continue to mount over the long years I have struggled.
It's just Chris. Sheva's not here. Sheva's supposed to be here.
Wondering if it's all worth fighting for.
Nice tits, bro.
It's tits, bruh. Instead of the ass shot with Sheva, we have the tits shot with Chris.
So yellow.
Sheva's not there. Like at all.
Which is really funny because this was a co-op game.
Yeah. So like the response to this trailer created the best co-op game of all time. Right? That's weird.
It's so weird thinking about that.
You can see like all the people there. They're all one skin tone. Only one. And like there's no, it's just Chris the white man coming in to liberate the region of the evil parasites that are controlling these poor people. There's not a just
Literally, this trailer made out to be the save me white man.
Okay, there was one white person. There was one white person there. There was one. It was like, yeah, that one is white, right? Kinda.
I have a job to do.
One.
Yeah, like it's very obvious that they had no malicious intentions when creating this game, but like
after the release of that trailer, there was actually widespread like not outrage, but it's like, what the fuck? Okay. And due to the concerned messages that people sent out to Capcom during the development of Resident Evil 5, a lot of measures got put in place to ensure that Resident Evil 5 was not seen as racist. For example, they added Sheva, the co-op partner to this game, exclusively made to make sure that people were comfortable with shooting a lot of black people, because she was also black, so it was fine. And also, there's like this fucking algorithm going on in the background where like every time you fight a group of people in the first area of the game, they ensure to have at least 1 or 2 white people models along the crowd.
You know,
yeah?
I actually didn't know about that part.
Adding Sheva was the equivalent of being called out for being racist.
Yeah.
And saying, if I was racist, will I have a black friend?
Yeah, I have a black friend! Sheva's right there, everybody! Sheva's right there! Why are you ignoring Sheva? And they have the skin tone algorithm to make sure that if you're playing and you're trying to shoot a group of people, at least one of them will be white.
I really like the idea of Chris being like, no, guys, I've got Sheva, and then you rewatch the trailer and Sheva has just been added in.
Like, fucking photoshopped in there. Because, like, she's nowhere to be seen in those first few trailers. She does not exist during the initial walk-in around the village, and when you see the guy getting put the plagas in, she was not there. Absolutely not there.
Which, again, is so crazy, because, like, she's such an integral part of RE5.
Yep. Like, the whole idea with Sheva is that Sheva is getting revenge for the trauma that she experienced when she was younger, because she was also a victim of these bioweapons being around in the black market, and, like, her own, like, people were, like, fucking, like, affected by this, so she generally has a genuine stake in making sure that this gets fucking, she puts a stop to this. Like, she has way more stake in this story than Chris initially.
Yeah, because that's the thing, like, by having Chris be the sole protagonist in this game, he doesn't have any real personal stakes up until Wesker shows up. But by adding Sheva, we have a protagonist that's actually being personally affected by this.
So, like,
yeah,
call it woke or whatever, but, like, that genuinely improves Resident Evil 5 as a story. It gets worse.
It gets so much worse.
So... here is, because like some people were like, no, don't worry guys, we added Sheva and it's fine, right? It's fine. But then you have the moment where like the pure blonde white woman is being like attacked.
Help! Somebody help me!
Like the pure, okay, obviously they made him white, but like the pure blonde white woman is being attacked by the savages. And obviously, because, you know, she's white, Chris has to go rescue her. It's just the fact that she's like a blonde white woman in the middle of this village. Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Are you okay, babe? Is anything wrong? It's like a black dressed, like, blonde white woman.
Be careful. They may still be here.
Who's they, Chris? And obviously Chris gets jumped, because, like, of fucking course, this shit is extremely fast spreading. But, like, okay, you have that, so you get the moment in the fucking African village where, like, Chris falls for the trap of, you know, trying to rescue the only blonde-haired white woman in the entire fucking village. So, like, okay, that's weird. I'm not saying that it's racist. I'm just saying that it's weird, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways, we continue moving through this village until we actually find the other best character in the goddamn game. Find fucking Josh. I think this is Josh.
What the hell happened in here?
Oh no, this is Josh's squad, I think.
This is our first actual time seeing Ouroboros. Because, okay, one thing that we neglected to mention at the start is that, yes, this entire village has been infected by the Plaga Type 2. However, at the start, Ouroboros is basically just a rumor of some kind of doomsday project that someone is working on, and they know nothing about it.
Ouroboros is the next stage in human evolution, created by a shady group, that is supposed to be the ultimate bioweapon, and you don't see it in action until this very point. Neon the cartoon says spooky black licorice.
Hey, who did this?
This guy has the exact same model as the guy that took the white woman. Like, the face is identical, actually. I just realized that.
Oh my god.
Something attacked us. Irving. He got away.
Motherfucking Irving.
Set up?
They're brothers.
What is this? It's data regarding the deal. I downloaded it from their computer. Oh, you gotta get it to HQ. Oh. Hey, hang in there.
I saw someone, but they ran away.
I really appreciate how they'll take an excuse they can to give us a Sheva ass shot.
Also, that's pretty cool. Also, I would like to point out, this cutscene also continues to establish Chris's ongoing trauma with losing men. So,
yeah,
from this point forward in Resident Evil, they had this thing with Chris that they didn't really... They realized that Chris didn't really have a personality. So Capcom thought, okay, what can we give our boy to make him stand out as a fucking character? So they realized, hey, isn't it funny that everyone that Chris works with fucking ends up dead except like a few handful of people? So they made his entire character be Chris angsting over the fact that people die when they are killed. Like, every single person that is associated with Chris dies around him, and he gets super fucking depressed because of it.
We got the data.
Which was, like, actually a nice change to his character.
Got away.
It's nice, it's, like, implies trauma and all that, but, like, it's kind of stupid, because, like, yeah, you're in the military, Chris. You're fighting terrorists.
I mean, like, see, the thing that I like about it, though, is that it feels like a natural progression of what Chris started as, because when Chris started out, he was a member of STARS, which was like a police unit, and it was very clearly established in RE1 that he had a very, very close, strong bond with the other STARS members, almost like an older brother. So, like, it's a clearly established thing with Chris that, like, he has very strong, like, he has very strong love for, like, the people he works with and gets close to. So
I guess
naturally,
that's
since he
fair.
gets very attached to people, he'd be hurt really badly when those people die.
I guess that makes sense.
Roger. Relay the data from the vehicle at the storage facility.
Copy that.
Okay, Uroboros happening in T-minus 20. He's still getting over his breakup with Wesker. I mean, it must have actually fucking stung a lot considering that he was part of STARS, you know? Like, it would have actually fucking stung a lot.
And that's the thing, he wasn't originally military. He was a police officer who was part of like a special rescue service. He wasn't like on the front lines shooting people and losing his colleagues. He was just going and saving people.
Before even that, like, Chris was a fucking, like, jet pilot. Like, before even joining STARS. So, like, before the Raccoon City incident, he probably didn't see that many people dying in front of him.
Yeah, and like, I don't know.
That's a good heart.
I just kind of like the idea of like the trained military veteran whose big flaw is that he just gets, you know, too attached to other people who could die on any mission. Like, I don't know, I just think it really fits.
Super black licorice on the screen.
Why do I hear Eminem?
What the hell is that?
I just see Venom with this thing.
Yep. I thought that too when I was a kid.
I think that's what got Alpha Team.
All right, well, that is Ouroboros, which I'm gonna just spoil it right now because, like, everyone knows that Wesker is behind this, so, like, who cares? That is essentially Wesker's response to creating the ultimate bioweapon yet again. Ouroboros is the culmination of the entirety of the past franchise's mistakes and, like, lore and viruses and stuff like that. It is supposed to be a genetic combination between Plagas, the G virus, the T virus, the T Veronica virus, the progenitor virus, literally, and the T. There was another one that was like from Resident Evil Survivor that like was based on fear or some shit. Essentially, what happened was like Wesker was like, you know what? Why do we have all these viruses and parasites when we can just have one that's really fucking strong? I'm just gonna take everything and just mash it together to make a really strong worm boy.
Yeah, y'all remember how in every Resident Evil game we've talked about so far, leading up to this game, how Wesker's always there trying to get a sample of whatever the infection of that game is. Yeah, Resident Evil 5 is the game that explains it, finally, as he was collecting the samples to eventually create Ouroboros.
And, I mean, honestly, if you really think about it, I guess it makes sense because, like, if you combined only the G virus and the Plagas, you already got a fucking world-ending threat. Because the G virus by itself is fucking scary, and the Plagas by itself is fucking scary. But, like, because, like, you know, Wesker is, like, sentimental or whatever. He also said, like, yeah, sprinkle in some T virus over there. And also get like, Steve's corpse from, like, Code Veronica and also sprinkle some of that shit in there. And it ended up creating a wormy boy that is so fucking strong that 99% of the population isn't actually compatible with it. It's actually kind of a shit parasite, if you think about it.
Because that's the whole thing. We're probably gonna get more into it whenever we get to like Wesker in the actual story, but like that's the whole thing with Ouroboros, was that this was not designed to be a super practical bioweapon that would be sold to people. Ouroboros was specifically designed to essentially be put into the bodies of anyone who's exposed to it. And 90% of people who are exposed to it just fucking die because they're incompatible.
You saw that fucking boss that like Chris and Sheva just fought? That boss is a wormy boss. That's what happens when like Ouroboros tries to get a corpse that's not compatible with it. It will just become like a weird wormy boy that tries to kill everything like around it because like it just hates everything and it just blah 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 die. Like it's not that is not the actual purpose of Ouroboros. That's like a failed Ouroboros experiment, you know?
Yeah, the whole idea is that when Ouroboros interacts with somebody who is compatible with it, it would essentially create a superhuman that would be greater than the likes of anything we've seen in the entire series.
Yes. Which I don't think ever happened?
It does. It does.
With whom?
At the end of the game.
Yeah, but it really didn't, though. We'll get to that there. We'll get to that eventually. Anyways, fucking Irving. I think it's time for Irving.
Yeah, Irving gets introduced around this point.
Oh.
The game also gets more yellow.
Oh yeah, Josh. This is where Josh comes in. Oh yeah, fucking motorcycles. I fucking love this cutscene.
I love how this is a whole ass cutscene and you never get to play against these motorcycle enemies.
But it's so cool though.
It is, I love it.
I'm gonna show it at the start. Now what the fuck? I wanna play that. Biker gang! I mean, it is kind of playable because, you know, the QuickTime events.
Oh, yeah.
They were, after Resident Evil 4, they were obsessed with QuickTime events in this series, by the way.
Well, there were no QuickTime events in this cutscene.
The fuck? We just saw one.
There was none whenever I played.
Oh, because whenever you play Resident Evil 5 nowadays, the QuickTime events are automatically turned off by the game.
Oh, okay.
The QuickTime, because people complained about them so fucking much that they automatically have them turned off by default.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Josh! The cool man! Yeah! Rev it! Like the plaga in its brain told him to rev it.
I was gonna say, like, does this mean that the plaga just really want to ride motorcycles?
Anyway, so this is why I believe that Capcom genuinely did not mean any harm with Resident Evil 5, because this is the African division of the BSAA, you know? Like, Sheva's a part of it, obviously, but, like, obviously, these guys also get introduced, like, during the game, and they're an integral part in helping out clear the region of the fucking bioterrorism that occurred in it. Like, they are obviously trying to help out these people, so, like, Josh and Sheva are, like, the fucking heroes of this fucking game. Chris is just, like, around, until Wesker happens. Like, I love that Chris gets sent into this mission, which coincidentally also turns out that his biggest nemesis was the one behind it all. Like, this was not planned by Wesker or anything. Chris just showed up in the region, and turns out this is where his nemesis is. Oh. Her.
Oh. Wasn't she dead?
You'll never know.
Yeah, so, turns out Jill is not actually dead because, of course.
And keep your radio handy just in case.
Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. You're cool. Ooh.
Chris, are you all right?
This picture, it's... forget it. It's nothing. Let's move on.
PTSD. Anyway, so yeah, it turns out that as they were exploring, the team that was confronted by the Ouroboros found out the data that contained the fact that Jill was actually alive, and for some reason oh, fucking Irving! It's him!
You must be Irving.
Wow. He looks so...
He is such a... Capcom saying, we need an alternative to Ramon Salazar, but in Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no... I understand why Ramon was a fucking weirdo, but Irving is just like that.
Yep.
That's the guy. That's him.
Oh, shit.
So you must be Irving.
Wow, perceptive, aren't ya?
You think this is a joke? You're just like all the other pieces of scum terrorists.
Oh, I'm not like them. I'm a businessman with standards.
Why does he fucking talk like that?
I don't know.
Why you got a fucking Boston accent?
I hate this guy.
How about you drop yours?
He dresses like he's going to Vegas.
He dresses like a Gotham criminal.
He has that goon accent. Yeah, the Gotham goon accent.
Like, he's actually just a Gotham criminal. This dude works for the Riddler.
Capcom said, we need a goon to, like, for Chris and Sheva to fight. We're literally gonna make the most gooniest goon ever to goon.
With the old meaning right now.
The old meaning of goon. Yeah!
Honk?
Honk bird? Woman?
Woman?
Just drags him out of there. That cartoon ass fucking gooner.
Oh, he just tumbles out the window.
Yeah, and after this, like, Chris and Sheva fight a giant fucking bat plaga creature for some reason. Anyway, what was I on before this? Yeah, they find out that Jill is actually alive and is also blonde for some reason, and is actively working with the bioterrorists. And Chris is like, that's impossible. She's my partner. She died back in the incident.
Dead, yeah.
She's dead. The reason for why Jill becomes blonde is the funniest fucking thing ever.
It's so stupid.
I kind of want to just skip until we get to that part. Well, we have... Okay, let's see.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, so Chris fights a giant fucking bat creature that they were transporting in the middle of Africa. It's actually genuinely cool, but it's one of the most frustrating fights in the game. Because he has a shit ton of health. He has too much health.
I really dig the whole, like, thing with its biology, though, where it looks like it just has a big tail, but the tail is actually the head of the creature controlling it.
Then you have to shoot at the giant belly. The giant belly weak spot. Yeah, but this guy's like this guy is like the this guy's like the sequel to the Resident Evil 0 fucking giant bat creature that you have to fight in the university. At least with the camera perspective, it's easier to shoot at it, but it's still annoying.
Yeah.
Instant lag.
I dig this monster, though.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool design. Anyways, blah, 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 blah. Chris runs around the African plains shooting at people in a truck.
This friggin' turret sequence is so fun.
And then you get to the night where he goes into another village and he has to fight... It's going, because this is cool and stupid. The Ndesu. I hate this boss.
Is that its name in here?
Yeah, it's the Ndesu.
The Ndesu?
Ndesu.
Oh.
This is another village. They chased Irving all the way up to here.
Look out!
Thank you, Bolby, for the $5. Welcome to El Gigante for some reason.
Just straight up the exact same boss, but in Africa.
And it's a turret sequence, so for some reason I never understood why he was here. But they bioterrorists somehow found out about Los Illuminados creating a giant fucking baby in Spain and thought, yeah, that's pretty cool. So we're gonna make that, but more, because this guy is not just an El Gigante. This guy actually has like several plagas all throughout its body. So it's like a better version of El Gigante. He looks like Kong in the Monsterverse. Oh, come on. You're doing disservice to Kong. This guy's just a giant troll.
This thing confuses the hell out of me that it's here, because it clearly showcases that, you know, these guys over at Tricell knew how to create bioweapons that Los Illuminados did, so why did they stop at El Gigante?
Yeah.
Why didn't they make any of the other crazy things they did?
Also, this is obviously sharing the exact same animation frames as the Resident Evil 4 Gigante. Like, it's straight up just ripped from Resident Evil 4. Which makes me think, like, they definitely padded out this game by just reusing a bunch of RE4 stuff. Like, it's literally the exact same animation frames. They took the model from El Gigante and just gave him a beard. And spikes on its ankles.
More scars, I guess.
Because he's, like, older or something. I don't think there's actually a genuine explanation for why he's here. He's just El Gigante, but African?
That was just, like, a weird trend with, like, the I'll call it the Call of Duty era of Resident Evil games, because there was also bioweapons like that in 6.
Yeah. I think it's literally the genuine explanation for why this is here is because Resident Evil 4 was popular, so we have to do Resident Evil 4 too. So
because
have a Gigante.
There's also plagas in here?
Yeah, no, like the Type 2 plagas. So like this is the Type 2 plagas version of El Gigante. Like, oh yeah, Resident Evil 4 happened, therefore we can use plagas everywhere, and like this is like a new plaga, so it's like the better version of Resident Evil 4, right? But it's nowhere near as iconic.
It's just like an actual problem that plagued the series for a while. That RE4 was such a good game that all the other games were just so creatively bankrupt with monsters.
Yep.
Because like Resident Evil 6 had a similar thing where in like the final area of that game, there's friggin' monsters that are very obviously just trying to be regenerators.
Yep. Yep.
They just do that so much. They do that so much with the series, and it bothers me so much because the thing I love is the original monsters that come out of each game.
I think this is a heart-to-heart sequence with Sheva, which is pretty nice because it shows Sheva's character. The other games tried to do RE4, but they never could. You know, this is kind of like a small microcosm of what happened to the Silent Hill series. Like, after Resident Evil 4, everything tried to be Resident Evil 4 until the series almost died. Until Resident Evil 7, right? With Silent Hill, the same thing happened with Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 was so fucking good that Konami tried to make Silent Hill 2 over and over and over again, and they could never reach the same heights of popularity as Silent Hill 2.
It's almost like the games that get super popular become super popular for the amount of innovation and creativity they have, and by trying to recreate them, you are undermining the creativity that made them popular in the first place.
Bloomer team. Anyway.
Kinda crazy how that works.
Speaking of Silent Hill 4 is actually my favorite. Fun fact, Silent Hill 4 is my first Silent Hill game, and I liked it, but just because I was a stupid dumb kid, and it was like one of my first horror games of all time. I can see looking back on it that it's actually pretty fucking tedious and bad, but I loved it when I was a kid. Look at this character work. Genuine character work.
Sheva, you don't have to do this. You can still back out.
What about you?
I've got a personal stake in this.
A personal stake? Chris, look around. We should both get the hell out of here.
I'm not here just for the mission.
What are you talking about?
A while back, I received some intel that my old partner was still alive. At first, I didn't know what to think. But when I saw the data file from Delta Team, I knew for sure. Jill is still alive.
Who? From Sheva's perspective.
Sorry, I didn't play RE1.
Yeah, what the fuck? Chris, what?
Are you even sure it's the same person?
She's blonde!
We were partners. I'm sure.
She was my old partner, you know.
Wait! Wait! You're not going alone. Chris, wait!
I don't have much time. I have to find her.
I like this because it shows the difference between the two characters. Like, Sheva is actually the real hero here. Chris is just, like, looking out for Jill. Like, he's completely... Like, he doesn't give a shit about what's going on in the region, you know? So I'm so glad that Sheva's here to actually have a real personal stake in the incident of the region, because otherwise it would just be... Chris could just be trying to find Jill in any other location.
I know, like, she makes the setting work a lot better.
These are my people that are dying here.
Exactly!
Are you sure about this? A second ago, you were ready to cut and run.
I can't just turn my back and walk away.
There are no more orders from here on in. It's just us.
We are partners. To the end. Now let's get moving.
Ballsy.
Copy that.
To the end of this game.
Like, that's another thing I love about, like, this game's, like, way of writing Chris and Sheva is that, like, Chris is so obsessed with getting Jill back, but then he has this partner who tags along with him to try and help find her, and she ends up being, like, just as good of a partner for him as Jill.
Back in when Resident Evil 5 released, because, like, I was actually in the Resident Evil Spanish community when I was younger, but they actually shipped Chris and Jill, and Sheva as, like, the third wheel that's like, please notice me, Chris! Please notice me! Because, like, she's, like, all around the game trying to help him out, and Chris is just like, Jill, 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 Jill. Anyways, now we will finally get into the backstory of why Jill went missing. Yay! Chris is lying. He's not looking for Jill. He's actually looking for Wesker. Actually, we'll see that later. Oh, here we go.
This area.
Yeah.
This area gives me flashbacks.
Yeah. Later. They don't talk about this later. Later. We don't.
Good character moment. Good character moment.
First.
What happened to your partner?
Jill and I were pursuing a man named Albert Wesker.
Here we go.
Spencer
Wesker.
Castle.
He was a top official with Umbrella, the leader of our STARS unit.
If you were a COD player that got into the Resident Evil series through Resident Evil 5, you would have no fucking idea what Chris is talking about here.
Met him again after the Raccoon City incident on Rockford Island. Since then, we've been trying to track him down. Then a few years ago, we got a tip from a reliable source, the whereabouts of Umbrella's founder, Oswell E. Spencer. So we paid him a visit, hoping he'd lead us to Wesker.
Hold on a second. What the fuck did he say?
Top official with Umbrella, the leader of our STARS unit. I met him again after the Raccoon City incident on Rockford Island.
Oh, okay. I completely misunderstood what he was saying.
Since then, we've been trying to track him down.
So that is, Rockford Island is Code Veronica, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Just to put that out there.
Years ago, we got a tip from a reliable source, the whereabouts of Umbrella's founder, Oswell E. Spencer. So we paid him a visit, hoping he'd lead us to Wesker.
This is the DLC called, like, Enter to Nightmares or something from Resident Evil 5. Welcome to Nightmares. I forgot the full name of this DLC. But essentially, Jill and Chris raid an abandoned copy of the Spencer Mansion where Oswald E. Spencer was spending the last days after running away from the law and Umbrella collapsing. Lost in Nightmares! There we go. Thank you, Auspus. Yeah, Auspus. Lost in Nightmares. This is a copy of the Spencer Mansion, which is so fucking funny because apparently no one figured out that Spencer is hiding in a random copy of the Spencer Mansion somewhere in America. No one thought to look into the Spencer Mansion copies made by Umbrella to look for fucking Oswald E. Spencer. No, they just left this place alone until now.
You know, I made a joke.
What the fuck?
I made a joke last stream about how Umbrella has to constantly, like, ship Spencer to his different Spencer mansions because he refuses to go anywhere else. But, like, that is actually canon at this point.
They need to make him like little copies of the place he likes to be in, like everywhere, all around the world.
He likes his funny little house.
Anthony says he made this one really hidden.
It's on top of a mountain.
Again.
What? Yeah! Yo! Arr. Can you tell the Capcom developers watched The Matrix? Because I can tell they watched The Matrix.
Them watching The Matrix was the best thing that ever happened to Wesker's character.
Yeah. No, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Wesker watched The Matrix.
Wesker watched The Matrix.
He wore black back in Code Veronica, but he didn't wear a full trench coat. Then he spent some time watching American movies and was like, yes, the ultimate wardrobe.
Do you think Wesker is like one of those guys on Twitter obsessed with the Matrix?
Yeah.
Like Elon Musk and shit?
Yeah.
And constantly speaking about how they're red-pilled and shit?
I am
His
so
profile
red-pilled,
pictures,
Chris.
His profile picture's Patrick Bateman. yeah.
He would totally do that. By the way, I just want to point out, I played like the Resident Evil 1 original, like the original one in my portable console thingy, and it says back in Resident Evil 1 that Wesker is 36 years old. In Resident Evil 1, fucking 20 years ago from when this takes place, which means that this is a 50 to 60-year-old man dressing like this. Watch The Matrix, and it's just doing these fucking kata moves.
The sounds he makes.
Chris.
You like it when I slam you on the table, Chris?
My Pokey Bear.
Let's finish this.
Oh! Couldn't teleport your way out of that one.
Jill's body.
What do you think Chris did after that?
Cried, probably. Like
how long?
Fetal position next to Spencer's corpse, going like.
How do you think Wesker and Jill survived that?
Yeah, they survived that 100%. So like,
how did they do that?
Chris didn't go like look down for their bodies or anything.
I like to think that Wesker pulled out like an Ada Wong grappling hook with Jill still on him.
She cock-blocked Wesker there. No, but unironically, like the stuff that happens with Jill is probably because Jill prevented Wesker from finishing Chris off. Quote unquote, finishing Chris off in that moment. Because you'll see what happens to Jill at the end of this game.
The person I saw in that data looked like her. I have to know if she's still alive.
Why is Posture a fucking rabbit? Dude, all of us are rabbits. Look,
do you know what day it is today?
It's Easter. Happy Easter and Transvisibility Day, motherfucker.
Yeah, I left eggs in your house.
Yay.
Close.
We were partners. What about you? Why'd you join the BSAA?
My parents were involved in an accident caused by a pharmaceutical company when I was young.
Like, literally, Sheva went through her own Resident Evil game when she was younger.
And they never elaborated.
Never made a fucking spin-off or anything about her? No.
We got spin-offs about every other event in Resident Evil lore, but not that.
Not her. She literally said, I literally survived a Resident Evil game when I was young. When I was, like, little.
Yes. I only found out later that the accident was to cover up the manufacturing of biological weapons for terrorists. We using Africa as a test bed for their experiments. Bioweapons were responsible for the deaths of my parents.
Just imagining the trolls fucking meme. Bioweapons killed my parents, okay?
How did bioweapons kill your parents?
I was young. And grandma got a little drink of that T-virus.
I was the one playing with the T-virus.
I was the one playing with the T-virus.
So you joined the BSAA.
There's only so much one person can do. Even a superhero like you, Chris.
I'm no superhero.
He's not a hero.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We can end this.
Then let's make a stand for our fallen brothers.
No one fucking will get that until we get to Resident Evil 7.
No, we're gonna get to Resident Evil 7.
We're 3 hours in, and we haven't gotten through 5!
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, we're gonna get to Resident Evil 7, just watch the entire chat's gonna go, oh!
Phil?
Yeah?
Can we skip 6? It doesn't matter anymore.
No, okay, look. As dumb as 6 is, there are parts of it I really want to talk about.
I want to talk about the cum monster!
Real quick on 6 then?
I want to talk about the cum monster and the bio fucking dinosaur.
I want to talk about the Ada Wong clone.
I want to talk about the secret Aztec temple underneath an American church.
I want to talk about Jake Wesker.
I want to talk about the anthropomorphic giraffe getting his dick sucked.
I want to talk about Yusanok.
That's on the thumbnail, Nick.
No, the giraffe.
People are joining the stream for it, Nick. People saw that giraffe and they're like, "Oh, I need to see where the giraffe fits into the lore."
We gotta do it.
Oh my god.
No, you're making those off. No, we're not.
No, they're not. They're not.
I played RE6 recently.
Yeah,
he go do something real quick.
He suffered. Okay,
just keep going.
Okay, thank you. He suffered through it, Nick.
There's only so much one person can do.
You can't even hear me right now, but I did that for you.
I'm no superhero. But together, we can end this.
We can end this.
Then let's make a stand for our fallen brothers.
Yay!
Hang on.
It's up to us to take down Tricell.
Not established yet, but yes. It's not until after the village that Tricell gets established.
Right, I always forget that because we see little hints of them throughout the game beforehand. Oh boy, here we are.
All right, so while they were going through the marsh section, Resident Evil 5 decided, you know what? We weren't risque enough with the people in the African village, so fuck it! Blue spear chucking plaga carriers. Mud huts, fucking straw, fucking floor, ceilings, spiked wooden walls, guys with fucking spiky shields, tribal masks, old ass treasure. Yeah! Another racist. This is way worse than the other one. Like, you can, I'm not saying that you can excuse racism, but you can understand where they were coming from with the previous one. But this one is like, ooh, too much.
Yeah.
Again, for the ones that just joined in the stream, like, you have to understand, Resident Evil 4 was about, like, black rope cultists, like, in the Spanish castle, right? In the second area of the game, you go from a small village in Spain to a giant castle with black-robed cultists, because that's like the, you know, the conquistador, like, weird religious angle that they tried to take Resident Evil 4. That's what it was all about, trying to take this weird foreign concept and turn it into a horror monster, you know? So for Resident Evil 5, their idea was like, okay, what's the evil stereotype of Africa? Well, you know, you have the people with the straw dresses and like the masks and the spears, and they fucking went ahead with it for some fucking reason. Like, they thought it was genuinely a good fucking idea.
And I'm just sitting here wondering how they're gonna remake this.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like, a lot of people say, like, obviously Resident Evil 5 wouldn't be made today, and it's like, no, it would, because like they tried. Like, there was controversy in Resident Evil 5 originally when it released, and they tried to get around the controversy by putting Shiva and all that. But I don't think if they're gonna remake Resident Evil 5 that they're gonna keep the March section.
Yeah, no, because, okay, like, the thing is with Resident Evil 5, the actual fundamental idea of the game is perfectly fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with like a Resident Evil game where the bioweapons are in Africa. But, like, I don't think they're gonna keep this section in. I think they're gonna make a new section. I think they're just gonna rebuild the game from the ground up based on the simple concept.
Yeah, because, like, there's a note in this section in the marsh of someone that was in this village, and they were talking about how people were being infected by the plagas, and essentially what the note said was essentially, so like the plagas started to infect our village, and because of that, suddenly the people around me started to wear masks and started crafting spears like our old ancestors. And that's like, why? Why?
I don't remember this trait of the Plaga ever being in any Resident Evil game.
Why would the Plaga suddenly make everyone in Africa start building mud huts and carrying spears and putting on fucking straw dresses and masks?
Like,
why?
It's not like in Resident Evil 4. You pick up a note where it's like,
wait, they weren't tribal people to begin with? No! They were normal people!
This is the equivalent of in Resident Evil 4 when you you pick up a friggin' note and it's like, yeah, some people in this town started getting infected with these plagas, so they all started building that medieval castle over there.
Yeah, no!
I don't quite get it.
Like, that's the genuine explanation in a note somewhere in this section. That literally, no, these were normal people to begin with in Africa, but then, like, you know, the parasite took them over, so now they're wearing the tribal shit.
Yeah,
it's like, no!
Not only is it super, like, sus, but also it makes literally no sense.
It makes literally no fucking sense, and that is like, that's peak racism. Like, fuck, you're not Plagas, it's over, party. Like, no, I genuinely believe that they're gonna try to remake Resident Evil 5 because it's one of the most profitable games in the series, but they're not gonna keep the marsh. This makes no fucking sense.
The nice thing about them remaking it though, right, is that whenever I talk to people about Resident Evil 5, the most iconic parts of the game are stuff like the story with Wesker and Sheva and Chris.
Yes.
So long as you have those core parts, nobody's going to be upset about you redoing the actual structure of the game and the areas to remove this stuff.
And
it's
honestly,
not like...
the marsh is not even that big of a section. Like, when we streamed it with Nick, this was like tops an hour, you know?
Yeah, like, and you see what I'm getting at, like, the nice thing about them potentially removing this section is that, like, it's not like they're doing the equivalent of, like, if you, like, release the RE4 remake, for example, and remove the castle, people would have been pissed.
Yeah, fuck you. Give me a fucking castle. I love that medieval fucking castle.
Exactly, but, like, you remove this section from RE5, nobody's gonna complain.
No, this is not a major section. Like a third of Resident Evil 4 takes place in the fucking castle. This is like an hour tops, and like the areas are not actually that memorable. Like the two memorable areas in the March section of Resident Evil 5 are the start of the village where like everything is empty and then they all come at you and fucking attack you all at once, like ambush you, and the part with like you have to collect different like stone plates to be able to open a door. That's it. That's it.
Honestly, like, I genuinely think that's like part of the reason I'm really excited for the idea of an RE5 remake is because like when you really give it like thought, most Resident Evil games have that at least one area that's crazy memorable. This game really doesn't. The only area that I really remember is like the ship.
When we were doing the stream with Nick back like half a year ago, we did this thing of like, okay, we remember the initial sections of the initial like village because like it was fun, and then once you get into like the oil refinery section and the caves, everything just starts to go like, oh, this fucking section, or oh, this fucking section, or this thing. It's like it all becomes kind of like tedious after a while, you know? So like remaking it would actually be really good because you're tightening up the not as memorable kind of tedious sections into something better. And then you take this marsh area and you fucking chuck it into the sun.
Yeah, because like I feel like that's such a big core part of what makes a good Resident Evil game is having memorable areas to them.
Yes.
Like you tell me Resident Evil 4 and I'm thinking, oh shit, the village, the castle, the island, those places are crazy. You can tell me Resident Evil Village, I remember every single main section of that game.
Yeah.
But like this game, it's like there was that cave that I really hated with the lantern I had to carry around.
Fucking hate that section. We died like 10 times in there. Anyway, let's get past the weird tribal village area. Let's move on from that. Capcom will certainly do that. Anyway, so Tricell, am I right?
Oh yeah, this is where we probably get introduced to Tricell.
Tricell? They helped fund the BSAA. What the hell are they doing here?
So it turns out that Tricell is I didn't know they were funding the BSAA. That I completely skipped over that in my mind when I played this game. But they are another pharmaceutical corporation that was the good guys compared to Umbrella. They're not the evil rival company, by the way. Some people think that Tricell is the rival evil company that Wesker was working for. No! That's another one that never gets mentioned in the story.
Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't make it. Tricell would have been perfect as like the evil rival company. But yeah, they're basically Umbrella 2. Exactly weird name. They're essentially Umbrella 2. They didn't have Umbrella for this game, so they had to come up with something to fight, some kind of evil corporation to fight against, you know?
And one thing I will add about Tricell, that gets brought up specifically in the TV show Infinite Darkness, is that the thing about Tricell that really makes it scary by comparison to the likes of Umbrella is that like Tricell has a lot of involvement in the actual government and it's a global sort of company. Because in Infinite Darkness, the big plot point in that show is that one of the political leaders of America was creating bioweapons, and it was Tricell that was allowing him to do that, and it was Tricell that actually saved him whenever he was nearly killed. And here we see that Tricell funded the BSAA, but like the bad guys are specifically the African division of Tricell, who are like, you know, obviously being helped by Wesker.
Yes.
So like, while Umbrella was this sort of smaller pharmaceutical company that had its ties in other regions, but was primarily based in like the one city, Tricell is a completely global thing that has involvement with actual governments.
The problem with that, sadly, is that it makes it so much less iconic than Umbrella.
Yeah, you're right.
Because it, like, I can kind of see that they tried to make this, like, the sequel to Umbrella, but they never kind of got there. They're much less, like, how do I say it? They're much less direct in their evil. They're much more like in the background, seedy, kind of like shady organization that doesn't have a face to them. Umbrella had different faces. It had fucking Spencer. It had James Marcus. It had William Birkin, Wesker at some points. Like, they had those members. Fucking Vladimir fucking Sergei. But Tricell doesn't really have anybody aside from Excella, you know?
Yeah, it has Excella. And it also gets Wesker. But I mean, like, nobody's gonna remember Wesker as the guy who helped Tricell that one time. They're gonna remember him as Albert fucking Wesker.
The guy that was that betrayed Umbrella, and like everyone remembers Resident Evil 5 not as like the Tricell game, but as the Wesker game, you know?
Yeah, because that's the other thing, is that like in Resident Evil 1, Umbrella was the villain.
Yes.
In Resident Evil 2, Umbrella was the villain. In Resident Evil 3, Umbrella. But in this game, Tricell is kind of just a plot device that Wesker uses to get into the position he needs to be the main villain.
Exactly.
So they don't really have a presence of their own. They exist merely as a tool to Wesker.
So it then makes them so much more lamer than Umbrella, which is why they could never amount to much. The main problem with this era of the Resident Evil series is that they lacked that central villain that Umbrella was back in the good old days, you know?
Dude,
so,
you said it. You said it best last stream whenever you said that they got rid of Umbrella and RE4 and the series, like, suffered for it ever since.
Yep. Because, like...
Yeah, I agree.
Hello, Nick. Welcome back.
Hello.
Because, like, why the fuck would you ever... I mean, obviously you had to get rid of Umbrella at some point. Like, they can't go on forever. But now, instead of having a big threat that you have to fight against, you have, like, these little threats that either spawn from Umbrella, are kind of vaguely connected to Umbrella, or you have these rip-off, like, bootleg companies that kind of look like Umbrella, that were made up of, like, old Umbrella employees. You have Neo Umbrella, you have Blue Umbrella, you have fucking, like, you have Tricell, and none of them ever ended up being as iconic as the main corporation, you know?
Yeah, and, like, you can tell, too, that Capcom kind of realized that after a while, because they stopped even trying to give the companies names.
Yep. You have the Connections, which is, like, you have the Family, which is, like, still not dealt with, but I don't think anyone gives a shit about the Family. I mean, Simmons was the head of it, so, like, they're dead, practically. But, yeah, it's just, nobody gives a shit about these villains, except the main humans. So you have Wesker with Resident Evil 5, you have Simmons with Resident Evil 6, and the clone Ada. You have, Evelyn, and the Baker family with Resident Evil 7, and you have Mother Miranda with Resident Evil 8. So, like, we transition from having an overarching villain to multiple different smaller villains in each installment, you know?
Which I think is the best approach the series can take if we're not going to have Umbrella, because, like, I just was not a fan of the approach these games had where they're like, oh, well, if we don't have Umbrella, we'll just make another super evil corporate entity that's basically Umbrella, but we change the name.
You can't. You fucking can't. You tried many times, but you can't.
It just doesn't work. Nobody ever gave a shit about Tricell. Neo Umbrella's the dumbest thing they ever came up with. Like, it just
time
doesn't
to
work.
kill Irving.
Oh, dude. Okay, earlier when we were talking about Umbrella Chronicles, and I said at least it's not the most impractical transformation in the series.
We go.
Oh my god.
This was what I was referring to.
You guys know how there's a meme going around about, like, oh yeah, Resident Evil notes are all like, page 1, we created this super monster and we made it really pissed off. Page 2, it escaped. This is the second biggest meme of the Resident Evil lore canon thing.
Splendid timing! You two are just in time for the fireworks show! Boom!
What the fuck?
He's supposed to be the Joker so bad.
Kinda tries to sound like Mark Hamill.
Wait!
You met him like a few hours ago.
You know, I think one of my favorite trends with Resident Evil, like, villains and protagonists, is the villain that's, like, having way too much fun and the hero that is literally not having any of their shit and thinks they're cringe.
And the hero goes like, oh, fucking come on, dude.
That was my favorite thing in RE4 Remake, was how Leon and Ashley just thought Salazar was cringe the entire time.
Yeah.
I love the Salazar in the 4 Remake because, like, everyone makes fun of him.
Shiva, do you read me? I secured a boat.
Anyways, we skip over here.
I'm so excited for this shit.
The oil plant that they got into fucking explodes. I think that if Resident Evil 5 is gonna get a remake, which it will, they were gonna replace the village, the tribal hut village entirely with the fucking oil plant. Like, they're just gonna pave over that shit.
I would love that. Like, that they have so much more potential to do stuff with that.
Yep. Irving. There we go. That fucking guy. He's so mad. Nice shot.
What are you going to do about them? You're just one of Excella's playthings. It was your master. One more time. What are you going to do about them? All right. I'll handle it. Use it. This.
Ouroboros. Motherfucker sounds like Bugs Bunny. Thank you, Thespian.
You just die already? You're making me look bad. Who do you think got this entire operation off the ground?
Wesker?
Research like this doesn't fund itself, you know.
Excella.
Yet everyone looks down on me.
Yeah.
But not anymore.
Don't do it!
What the fuck?
What's the point?
This is the most ridiculous one. That is so painful.
I'm far beyond anything you could ever hope to become.
Really? And jumped out into the water. So, like, Irving, as a last-ditch effort to get rid of Chris and Sheva, becomes a fucking giant Leviathan octopus? Why are you happy about this? That's awful, man.
Like, he's permanently a fish now.
Yeah.
He
Like,
just lives in the water.
He's got to live his life as an aquatic monster now. He clearly just was like trying to go about his own business and take the money and leave, but now he's a fish. What is he going to do?
What are you going to do?
The money?
You're the size of a boat.
Like,
And like
this is
he's
your
like
life
super
now.
happy about this. Like, oh my god, I have become something so much better than you. And it's like, you're a whale with tentacles.
Like, you're probably going to get shot down.
You're gonna
And even
you're
if you
gonna
don't,
get your fucking
like-
tentacles shut off and then put in a zoo, motherfucker.
And like, even if that doesn't happen, like, what are you gonna do with all that money you were just paid for all this shit you were doing? Like, you're a fish now. What are you gonna spend it at?
So this is one of the things that like gets memed over to hell and back in the Resident Evil community. The fact that 90% of its villains become these giant, all-powerful, super mega transformed, like, giant Leviathan dragon creatures, and they're like, yeah, look at me, I am so fucking cool. And it's like, how are you gonna function after this fight if you, like, let's say if you win, Irving. The fuck
What
you
are you gonna
do? Now, they solve this problem later with, like, other Resident Evil villains because they're able to turn back. Simmons is an example of that, which is stupid, but at least they tried to cover for that fact. But, like, let's say Salazar, after the fight with Leon, is able to survive. Let's say Irving is able to survive this. What the Heisenberg, after his fucking flesh gets smashed into metal. What the hell? Sergey, after he kills Wesker and his fucking giant arm gets freed and he can be a normal person now. What the fuck do you do? You're a Tong now, Irving!
Like, I think the thing that gets me the most about this too is like, there's one other like major RE character whose whole thing is turning into a fish, and that one character is the most like miserable character who hates his existence and wants to die.
Yeah, the closest thing to Irving is fucking Moreau from Resident Evil 8, and he hates it.
Like, his existence sucks.
So Irving is like, haha, fuck yeah, my plan. It's like, you kill Chris, you kill Sheva, and you're standing in the middle of the ocean going like, yeah.
I did it.
I did it.
Do you think that he was promised that he could turn back and they were just lying to him?
Yes, yeah, there's no there's no fucking way. There's no fucking, like, this idiot would 100% believe that.
They're like, yeah, we just gotta inject you with the cure and you'll turn back to normal. It's just like, there is no cure, is there? No.
Nah. I guess I'll just live in this fucking lake now. By the way, the way that Irving actually dies in this form is him freaking out so much about being shot 30 times over with a minigun that he cuts his own fucking tongue off. He cuts himself. And just lands on the boat. Which is like, wow, what a cool bioweapon that it can just destroy its brain by jumping down at the wrong moment.
And now there's Irving, who's just like...
He's such a bad monster.
Also, I just want to point out, too, that, like, okay, so he injected himself with that stuff. Was that stuff specifically designed to turn him into an aquatic monster? Or did he just so happen to turn into a giant aquatic monster, like...
True that.
While they're overseas?
I think this is, like, some kind of Ouroboros, or, like, maybe a super Plagas or something. I saw a Plagas egg, so it can't be Ouroboros. Yeah, but... Like, this is... Like, you saw the ocean, you jumped into it, you became El del Lago, I guess.
I guess, like, because like, that's something I always wondered about this boss fight is, like, how convenient that he just so happened to turn into a sea monster overseas. What would have happened if he tried that on land?
What happened if Irving got caught in, like, the place where you fought the bat?
Yeah, like, what would he have done then?
In the middle of the African desert. Good thing that Jill just gave you a sample of the one Plagas egg that functions in the water, you know, while you're in Africa, escaping from Chris and Jill. Yeah, totally. Fuck it. Fuck it.
See, okay, somebody in chat said environment decides form, and, like, there's never been an example of that outside of this specific monster.
This is the only one. Like, every single other one gets transformed into, like, a big punchy creature or a giant tentacle monster. This one actually has gills and can go on water for some reason.
Yeah, like, it's the only time.
And the Irving is the one that gets made fun of the most because he's like, yeah! I love it!
Okay, that's like the thing I love about this character, though, is the fact that we're saying all this shit about him and he's just like, woo! Look at me! I'm a big fish!
I just had an extreme makeover! It's like, Irving, you're a paraplegic fish.
Like, do you think he just had it? He didn't have time to process it yet?
Maybe he was just high off of it.
Oh my god, yeah.
He's high off of it, and then afterwards he finally takes time to process it, and he's like...
The high wears off, it's like, fuck.
Wait, what have I done?
Ew, so fucking disgusting.
Like, you're a tumor now, congrats.
Y'all have a lot to say about this game, huh? Dude.
We only made it to RE4 last stream.
Damn it, fella. I guess I wasn't worth the good stuff.
Excella.
Where is this facility? Answer me.
Where's this facility? Shows a picture of a woman.
Where is this facility? The white woman facility, where they make white women.
You say, wow, you two are just on top of everything, aren't you? The balance of the world is changing and you're completely oblivious to it.
What's changing? What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
The Ouroboros project. Is that it?
No one can stop it. Ouroboros is about to change everything we've ever come to know.
Seizure.
Chris. You're Chris.
What's so funny? How do you know about me?
All your answers await ahead, Chris. In that cave. If you can survive long enough to get them.
He's just laughing.
Italian's not so bad.
What a fucking weirdo.
You're still screwed.
We're wasting time here.
Chris.
How many times does Chris try to point his gun at something and Shiva goes like, no, Chris, bad. Stop it.
No, Chris, stop that.
Stop
He's
that.
like, yeah, do him a mercy. What's he gonna do if you leave him alive? He's a tumor now.
He's already dying anyway.
Poor bastard.
Now what?
We keep going.
It's up to us to take down Umbrella. All right. Oh boy. What the fuck else? Oh yeah, right. So inside of this cave, there's a fucking giant Aztec tribal temple. Pretty cool, actually.
It's a pretty cool area.
It's a pretty cool
I hate
area.
this area.
It is kind of frustrating,
like,
but
it's
it is
cool,
cool.
but I hate how it works.
Oh yeah,
Like,
and
I'm
also
playing it.
they have giant sun lasers powered by the sun.
And
Yeah.
they shoot laser beams to power other ones, and that's your puzzle for this area.
I like that people in the chat are like, not even like, what? Yes, like, no, yeah, they're used to it like, by now, yeah. Yeah, we go from a boat in the middle of like an African fucking lake to this shit. Little Indiana Jones ass.
The sequence.
Indiana Jones ass fucking traps and shit.
Being real, I feel like chat's gonna be super jaded up until we get to Revelations, and then they're gonna start freaking out again.
No, Resident Evil 6 is pretty bad.
Okay, 6 is pretty crazy, but like, I think Revelations is somehow even crazier.
Yeah, sure, we started with the weird Russian cartoon characters, so like, people that are like, look at this shit!
Why did they do that?
Why did they do that? But yeah, like, people in the chat are super jaded by now, which I understand. You kind of just start loving it after a while. But yeah, so we go from, obviously, tribal spear-chucking village to Aztec temple in Africa? Whatever?
Yeah.
You know, even though the Aztec is like in fucking South America, the bat is back! He's back!
He's back for round 2. The boss fight was so good they had to do it again.
How is this themed around Africa? Yeah, just here, you know? The secret underground Aztec temple where they have giant lasers powered by the sun.
I unironically believe they ran out of ideas for unique areas, so they were like, you know what? The Aztecs built cool shit.
In Africa!
Underground!
Oh no, not again. Okay.
South America, Africa, the same thing, really. They're all in the south. Oh shit, here we go.
The preparations are almost complete. Then we can leave.
Excella? Mommy's giving him his flu shot.
You know, I was surprised Las Plagas was such a success. When you first arrived, I had my doubts. And now Ouroboros is complete.
Your position at Tricell is secured.
Phil, maybe it was supposed to be an ancient African civilization, but Capcom forgot to research what that would look like. Yeah, because they took shit from the Aztecs. Like, they worship the sun. They have like the fucking like small little skull, like dried up skulls. They have the like sacrifice and like all the sun themed shit. Like, that's like from the Aztecs.
We're probably gonna change that for the remake.
Yeah.
If it happens.
Oh, I have my eyes set on something much bigger.
Look at his dick.
You'll be needing a partner.
Your tits.
And Wesker's like, fuck off. I don't care about this shit. I'm into men.
Someone suitable to join you in your new world. I believe I've proven I'm worthy.
Oh.
Perhaps you have.
It appears your old friend, Chris Redfield, has come to pay you a visit.
He starts smiling then.
Do I sense concern?
The plan is in its final stages. I will not tolerate delays.
Chris. My Pookie Bear. He is here.
The new superior breed creating a new world genital virus. You used to become a god.
That right is now mine. I believe I should thank you, Spencer.
Ouroboros. Oh my god! Oh! Okay. So, we finally arrived here. This place, this little fucking sun alcove cave thing, this is where it all began.
Oh, yeah. Right.
What is this place?
Wow.
This is actually fucking iconic.
Yeah, this part is.
How can they survive underground?
These are no ordinary flowers. Wait.
Oh, they're gonna show it. Oh. Yeah! They were here! Umbrella! Trisel? Like, you know that fucking Simpsons meme of, like, the cute sheep being moved over by the cuter sheep? Like, hey, Trisel, move the fuck out of the way!
What was Umbrella doing?
Umbrella's here!
I don't know. It doesn't look like anyone's been around for a while.
You can be sure they wanted to keep this place a secret.
Some of this equipment's got the Trisol logo on it. Are they working together?
So, what happened here is that I'm gonna have to do it, sorry. So, turns out, all the way back before all this shit started, with the Spencer Mansion and the training facility and all that, Umbrella was a normal pharmaceutical company that just worked on medicines in the Arklay Mountains because the Arklay Mountains had like a special like healing herb called the Green Herb. But Spencer wanted to become something more. He wanted to become a god. So he went all around the world traveling, trying to find the thing that would make him a god. And what was that? Here, in a little cave in Africa, Spencer heard rumors of a tribe that had weirdly increased heightened properties. He went and interrogated everyone around in this village, and then found, within this temple, the cave that contained the progenitor virus. The progenitor virus is the basis for literally every single virus in the entirety of the Resident Evil franchise. And I say virus specifically because you'll also have the Plagas, which came into Europe, but that doesn't really matter here. This is where the virus came from. The weed, the evil flower. Well, it's not really the flower's problem. It's like the virus is able to be cultivated inside of these flowers, right? This is where Umbrella was situated before, Umbrella had a base here of operations to cultivate these flowers. They weren't able to move them out of this place because for some reason, these flowers in this cave with that sunlight is the only place where the progenitor virus can actually continue to spread and, like, multiply. These flowers are not able to sustain themselves in any other part of the world. So every time Umbrella wanted to experiment and create the T-virus, the G-virus, and all that, they had to come back to this specific spot in Africa to be able to get the progenitor virus and create their other products from, you know? The evil this is the origin of the progenitor virus. Then Spencer and James Marcus used to create all the leeches and the zombies and the dogs and Nemesis and like William Birkin with the G-virus. This is where everything started. They also had like a bunch of like, experiments with liquors here. Apparently they are able to breed somehow. I don't really know what the chatter was talking about when it came to that. But yeah, they had a secret Umbrella base here in Africa before they had to leave and then Trisol took over this area for them, because they had the intel that Wesker gave them. That's all where it started, baby!
Which is really funny if you remember what Spencer says in RE8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But whatever.
We will get that. Like, before Spencer finds the flowers, there's also something about that in Resident Evil 8, but don't worry about that. This is where it really originated, you know? They had an umbrella base here with liquors and stuff like that. So, I guess what they're doing here, since, like, Umbrella is dead and Spencer is dead, Wesker went into Africa specifically to collect stuff with the progenitor virus, and this is why the game is even taking place in Africa in the first place. Because this is where Wesker wanted to base this entire operation with Ouroboros from. Also, giant umbrella circular base thingy. Really cool.
Crab.
Really fucking cool. We're gonna speed forward a little bit with this. This is where Chris thinks that Umbrella is keeping Jill. Or Wesker is keeping Jill, I guess. Because they have like Portal 2 pods out in the walls. Bye-bye!
Bye!
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're super right, Zach, that, like, Chris 100% is like, Jill. He doesn't give a fuck about what's happening here. He just wants to find Jill.
I know. And I love that dynamic of, like, him who's on this super personal, like mission, while Sheva's actually concerned about the bigger picture.
It's like, oh my god, they're keeping people here? Time to find Jill. Jill, why are you blonde? Lamau, there's no sound of it hitting the ground. There's no ground here.
Oh, yeah, it's an infinite pit.
It's fucking infinite. Do you see the bottom?
I sure as shit don't. Come on, here comes the crab.
Must be kidnapping people from all over
This
the
is
world.
the funniest way to introduce a fucking boss.
I know.
It stopped.
Huh? Why did it stop?
Why?
Well, that's why.
Giant enemy crab out of nowhere! What? So, like, they completely, just didn't turn around to look at that at any point, even though, like, it would shake the fucking earth while moving? Nah, it just spawned.
My favorite thing is how Umbrella had this facility, and their main method of defense was a giant crab.
And, like, this thing is, like, just there. Like, he didn't break out of anywhere. Like, there's no pod here that would support such fucking creature. It's just like, he's here.
He came from the bottomless pit. It's the pit crab.
The pit crab.
It's his domain.
He nibbled on the guy who, like, fell down in, like, the start of the sequence. It's like, I want more. I'm gonna go back up and see where he came from.
He's not actually a bioweapon. Umbrella just made a deal with an ancient demonic being to use his pit as their research facility.
This guy was hanging around near the flowers, like, yup. Hello, God. Have some little mans.
Hello there, Monzuzu the Devourer. Hey, can we make a lab here?
He's like, fine, but you need to give me one little man every week.
Every week. That's what the pods are for.
There's no fucking bottom to this shit.
Yeah. Actually, they don't really explain it.
No, they don't. There's no explanation. There's no explanation.
What?
Explanation.
No, this is UA. Isn't
UA?
it?
No.
Yeah, like from U3? Huh? Wait.
I completely forgot about that. I don't remember any actual explanation for why that crab is here. Like he's
Oh,
named
yeah, it is.
He's named
It
UA, but that's about it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Huh. Anyway, so Chris tries to find Jill, because of course he does. He's called U8.
Yeah.
But that's about it. There's no explanation as to why he's
yeah,
here.
that's about it.
What happened to you 4, 5, 6, and 7?
They're in the pit.
We'll see.
Oh shit!
Huh?
Nothing!
Damn it.
Oh,
Where
man.
is she?
Mr. Redfield, how nice to finally make your acquaintance.
Who are you?
Who the hell are you?
He's so done with everyone.
And like, Sheva knows. But like, Jill's like, you're not Jill!
An officer in the Global Pharmaceutical Consortium. Why?
As if I need to explain myself to you. Although, weren't you two given orders to retreat?
Nuh-uh.
Was you?
Where is Jill?
Jill, even if I did know, you think I would tell you?
Cut the crap. Tell me where she is.
As soon as you two are done with your little vigilante mission, you should leave. There's nothing here worth throwing your lives away for.
She's lying. She knows something.
It's time we get some answers.
Hey, David Barron, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Have we discussed the relevancy of a certain mansion in the Arklay Mountains where multiple disappearances may or may not have occurred? Yes! Several times.
Do you need a refresher, though?
No! Watch the first stream! Alright, can we just skip until the cool battle? I don't think
Yes,
there's anything
we can,
in between.
Because, like, there is not much of substance after that.
Yeah, we just go through here, do the thing. Oh, they fight a fucking guy that is injected with Ouroboros, I think. Jill. Anyways, so they fight a guy that is like he injected with Ouroboros, but like Ouroboros rejects him because like of course it does. Blah 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 blah. What the fuck is this section? Oh yeah, they're still at him. Here we go.
This boss fight sucks.
Yep. I think it's glitched. Here we go.
Is.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
the most iconic cutscene in the goddamn game. This was also an annoying fucking room.
Yeah. It took us so many attempts.
It's so fucking annoying. There we go.
Excelligione! Stop right there!
Is she Italian? Gione.
I don't know.
Damn it, where's Jill?
Come on, dude.
Jill? Maybe I'll tell you. Maybe I won't.
Oh, this woman. What about her? Isn't she like G-Honk?
Oh!
Oh wow.
It's Honk after her transition.
So happy for her.
Stop playing around.
Oh.
We want some answers.
You haven't changed.
Yeah.
What's up, Pookie Bear?
You are alive.
This is Wesker.
We last met at
She
the Spencer
didn't play
estate,
RA1 at
wasn't
all.
it? Well, isn't this one big family reunion?
His abs are so fucking chiseled through that jacket.
You designed that outfit specifically for Chris.
The ab lines are just spray painted onto the jacket.
I need to look nice and ripped for my boy.
So slow to catch on.
Oh my god! She's blonde.
Jill, it's me, Chris.
What? Are you sure that's her?
The one and only.
Is Jill evil? Ooh!
Ooh!
So fucking cool!
She got the skin-tight suit on.
Now, let's finish this once and for all. I think the odds are fair. 2 on 2.
This was not a co-op game originally. It's so fucking weird to think about how Sheva could not have been there. Maybe Sheva could not have been there before.
Right, Jill.
Yeah. Yeah, right? My theory is that they would have just had you fight Jill, but then they added Wesker in.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Every line in this fight is iconic.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Mostly also because people had to replay it over and over again because like it's a fucking hard fight.
Yeah.
Dude, like, whenever I say I like RE5, I'm talking about this point onwards.
Yep.
Yeah. Same.
It's weirdly how like this is like the reverse of Resident Evil 4, where like the game just gets better and more iconic as it goes along.
After Wesker gets properly introduced to the story as an enemy, the game becomes so much more fun because Wesker's just such a good villain.
He's so fucking hammy. So yeah, Jill is alive, by the way. Can we get on to that?
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I just saw Wesker, got excited.
Okay, so the thing with Jill is that after the incident in the Spencer Mansion, number version 2, Wesker took Jill and brainwashed her using a special parasite thing and dyed her hair blonde. I shouldn't just fucking skip this. Because I guess he was so fucking angry that Jill interrupted the conversation that he was having with Chris that was like, I'm gonna take you and I'm gonna turn you against him and you're like, he's gonna be so fucking jealous.
Yeah, no, literally, the actual plot of this game is that Wesker kidnapped, brainwashed, and dyed Jill's hair blonde just to fuck with Chris.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wesker does not give a shit about Jill as like a partner or anything. Wesker literally got so fucking pissed that Jill interrupted his time with Chris that went, oh, I will turn your hair blonde and make you into a super sexy spy that works for me, so that Chris will be like, oh, my Jill, I can't believe that Wesker did this to me. It's
like, name a bigger hater.
That's literally it. Like it's not an exaggeration. It's not like we're interpreting parts of the lore in like to our own benefit. He literally just did that to fuck with Chris.
Wesker, stop.
Like, Wesker is the hater.
Also, I saw someone in chat ask if the blonde hair was a byproduct of the parasite.
No.
No.
After, no, it's just hair dye. Wesker just dyed her hair blonde.
he just thought she'd look better blonde.
After they removed, like, the parasite, she's still blonde.
Yeah.
It's me, Chris.
And when we see her later on in the series, she's got her brown hair back.
It's a byproduct. It is. Okay, yeah, but who the fuck injected that controlling parasite into Jill on her chest? That was Wesker. It's a byproduct that he specifically engineered for Jill. There's no one else that's controlled by the parasite like Jill does, by the way. Like, she's not controlled by the Type 2 Plagas. It's specifically a weird fucking parasite in her chest.
Has arrived. I'll leave you two to catch up.
Catch up.
Come on, Jill. Get yourself
Jill is special.
Jill Valentine.
Jill. Remarkable. Still resisting at such an advanced stage. Commendable, yet futile. No more time for games, Chris. I've got work to do.
Wesker prefers blondes.
Wait, what did you do to her?
Chris, look at my titty.
Oh yeah, because she's got a cleavage parasite.
Because of course.
We have to get it off her.
Yeah, so they have to fight fucking Jill like Catwoman Jill fucking jumping and pirouetting around all around this arena.
She crawls around like a fucking animal the entire fight.
It's like Wesker specifically engineered this electrical bio mind controlling device thing and injected it into her chest. And like, some people are saying, no, you don't understand, Phil. Like, the parasite is the thing that turning her hair blonde. It's like, really? If anything, Wesker made that specifically to turn her hair blonde. It makes no fucking sense.
It's just so funny.
It's just so fucking funny. The first thing that Wesker does once he gets his hands on Jill is like, I will turn your hair blonde and I will turn you against Chris, your former partner. Oh, I'm so evil. Chris is gonna be so jealous.
Something I want to point out too about this specific thing he did to Jill is that Capcom, for every single entry in the series that you see Jill in afterwards, uses this experiment that he did on her as an excuse for her to never age.
Yep. Apparently the parasite that Jill got infected with, either that or a combination with the T-virus that she got infected with in Resident Evil 3. Jill gets infected a lot. Anyways,
yeah.
She is now an immortal fucking 20-year-old woman.
Because they needed to keep her hot forever.
All the Resident Evil men can
never
age.
appears again after this. But...
Like, Leon can age, like Chris can get gray hairs, but the women, no, they gotta be hot. Like, Ada must be like 50 by now, but she looks like in her prime. Same with Jill.
Wesker's also immune to age.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, he died on his prime.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
anyways,
56 years old.
Right. Yes.
His prime.
Prime.
I couldn't control my actions. Oh, but God, I was still aware. Oh, forgive me.
It's all right.
And by the way, this skin-tight outfit is so iconic for Jill that they had to fucking bring it back for Revelations.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, right.
They also added in Dead by Daylight, but it was with the RE3 Jill model, and it looks really weird.
I'm gonna be alright. You do need to stop him.
What a trooper.
We can't just leave you here.
You have to. This is your only chance. If Wesker succeeds, Uroboros will be spread across the globe. Millions will die.
Oh, yeah, but...
I'm alright. You need to stop him.
What a trooper, Jill. Wandering Rock says, Wesker, with this new parasite, I will turn the world into full of blonde and blue-eyed people.
Chris, you're the only one who can. Before it's too late. Don't you trust your partner?
I mean, the virus also forced Jill into having a ponytail and that specific cut of hair. Nah.
All right.
So epic.
Take care of him.
Aww.
You're our only hope to survive this.
Alright, let's skip to the end. So, after all of that... Oh, hey, we have a little cutscene with Spencer. This is actually pretty important. Why is Wesker doing all of this in the first place? Because turns out, back during that time with Spencer...
Given birth by the progenitor virus. The Wesker children were entrusted with endless potential. Of them, only one survived. You.
He talks like Palpatine.
Yep.
Are you saying I was manufactured?
I was a test tube baby.
Become a god. Creating a new world with an advanced race of human beings. However, all was lost with Raccoon City. Despite that setback, Your creation still holds great significance. Now my candle burns dimly. Ironic, isn't it? For one who has the right to be a god. To face his own mortality.
The right to be a god.
Ooh!
That right is now mine.
Brutal.
The right to be a god. You. Arrogant even until the end.
Ironic.
One truly capable of being a god deserves that right.
The PNG of Chandelier. So, turns out, if you don't understand what happened in that cutscene, turns out that Wesker is not actually just a corrupt cop or like a member of Umbrella or like a traitor to Umbrella. He actually was manufactured by Umbrella. He is part of the 7 Wesker children. Albert Wesker has 6 siblings that were all manufactured by Umbrella using the progenitor virus to create super soldiers that would rise as the next stage in human evolution. Which is like... what?
It absolutely was not planned up until this game. Like,
yes,
everything up until this game conflicts with that information so much. Like, the fact that in friggin' RE0, we learned that Wesker's introduction to Umbrella was just as a student in James Marcus's university.
Yep.
But no, actually, he was planted there.
So, like, let me get this straight. Wesker in Resident Evil 1 was just a corrupt cop that was secretly working with Umbrella, and he was dumb, but wanted to use the Spencer Mansion incident to sell Umbrella secrets to a rival company. That's it! That was what, like, Wesker was. He was just a corrupt cop, right? Yes. But then, in Resident Evil, the next Resident Evils, turns out that, no, actually, it was his plan to go into the Spencer Mansion and get killed by the Tyrant, so that Birkin's special virus that he injected into Wesker, that lay dormant within Wesker, activated once he got killed by the Tyrant, and then he would gain the power of a god and turn his eyes fucking red, cat-eyed red for some reason, and he would become super powerful and gain like fucking Matrix powers. But also, aside from William Birkin injecting a super secret virus into Wesker, he also had a right from birth to become a god because he was actually manufactured by Umbrella with the progenitor virus inside of his bloodstream that made him into a super soldier, super action soldier man that is able to have like increased reaction times and was like almost like immortal from the start. He was actually a freak super soldier from the start, created by Umbrella. All according to plan.
And then that whole thing explains his motive in this game and why he's created Ouroboros. Because in Wesker's eyes, you know, Spencer always wanted to become a god of a new world. But in the eyes of Wesker, he was just this, like, entitled old man that didn't earn his right. Meanwhile, Wesker was the only survivor of, like, multiple of the Wesker children. Which I think that's such a stupid name. But,
it is a plot point that will be brought back in Revelations 2, by the way. Anyways.
Like, he was the survivor of one of multiple... he was the survivor of, like, all these Wesker children that died. So in Wesker's mind, like, he had earned the power he has. So in Wesker's mind, an ideal world where the next evolution can exist is a world where everyone has to undergo the same sort of process he went through to become what he is. So Ouroboros was specifically manufactured so that only the genetically superior species could survive being exposed to it, so that all of the weak people would die and he would just create this world of gods.
Also, for the people that are worried about that, like, Wesker's plan is going to become, like, significantly less dumb in the remake, don't worry. Wesker is still all about that shit in the Resident Evil 4 remake, and, like, it's revealed in fucking, like, the end of the Resident Evil 4 remake that he's still all about that plan. He's gonna kill billions just so that a few will survive, because this guy is still a megalomaniacal fucking crazy dude. Also, in Resident Evil 4 remake, they also still have the bed of flowers from Resident Evil 5 as a render in one of the monitors of Wesker. So he's still gonna do this shit. They're like the fate is that Wesker will become an anime supervillain.
He even says to Ada at the end of the post-credit scene that billions will die just so one can survive.
Yep. So like, Wesker's still all about that shit.
So his plan to create a world of gods through, you know, the Ouroboros virus or whatever, that is still his main driving force as a character. They're just, like, it's clear that their intention with remakes now is just to change the way he goes about it.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is really good, actually.
Yeah. Because, like, I love how stupidly over-the-top Wesker's villain plan is. He's literally an anime villain.
Literally eugenics fucking god anime villain.
Yeah, like...
We're gonna skip all the other stuff because there's like a bunch of bonus bosses and stuff like that. You go into a boat. You go into a boat. You fight all these fucking guys.
Oh my god, fuck these.
This entire area is super hard.
It's so difficult. The final stretch at the end is the worst.
They throw everything at everything and the kitchen sink at you to get you to fucking like take this seriously. And then this scene is so fucking iconic that the fucking Resident Evil live action movies ripped it off so hard.
Mm-hmm.
This is the best.
Shot by shot.
Shot by shot!
There's no way out this time.
Don't you two ever tire of failing in your mission?
Like, line by line, too.
You've really become quite an inconvenience for me.
He pulls out a new pair of shades.
Yeah! Look at all those fucking backflips!
God, I love this part of the game so fucking much.
What do you accomplish by unleashing Ouroboros?
Every day, humans come one step closer to self-destruction. I'm not destroying the world, I'm saving it.
Damn! God, he's so cool.
I love him so much.
This may be our only chance.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, this fucking boss fight.
Now, eh, Chris? Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Either way, I'm not gonna stop until I'm dead.
Well then, I'll just have to kill you quickly.
This boss fight is fucking peak.
So, it's like, so good.
This boss fight is amazing because, like, you are throwing RPGs at this motherfucker, and he catches it with... Get away from Sheva. He catches it with his fucking hands, and you have to blow up the RPG that he's catching with his hands. And also, the only way to make sure that you can get a shot at him is by turning off the lights in this room, because this room becomes, like, once you turn off the lights, it becomes pitch dark, and Wesker has shades that he refuses to take off, so he can't see anything because he has shades on.
And I'm really hoping that the person playing in this, like, boss fight is able to show how legitimately terrifying it is when Wesker sprints at you from across the map.
Oh yeah, he fucking teleport. Like, oh, they're giving him a shot. Yeah. So during the game, they find out that Wesker, to maintain his body after the whole Spencer Mansion incident, needs to take his daily flu shot or some shit. But if he takes too much, he also becomes unstable. So like, he basically needs his EpiPen. But if you inject it with too much insulin, he starts like having a panic attack.
He gets real angry. Look how angry he's gonna look. Just
Wesker is a perfect like fuck. I can't believe that we have a fucking the main villain of the Resident Evil series has fucking diabetes.
He gets even angrier though.
Did it work?
I think so.
His sugar levels are very high.
Meow.
That's what I look like every single time someone SpongeBob roller coaster gif reacts me.
Look at that fucking anime supervillain jump away.
He's getting away, hurry.
Oh my god, I love him so much.
The finale of this fucking game is like the best, unironically.
I know. Genuinely, Resident Evil 5 is like the reverse Resident Evil game, where like the starting of it is nothing special, but like around the end point it just becomes peak.
Yeah.
It's like playing one of the CG movies.
It is.
The ending of the game is so much better when you do the knife kill.
Yep. People say like, Phil, I've seen people say like, Phil, why are you just watching the cutscenes now? Because Resident Evil 5 has like the best cutscenes though.
They are so much fun to watch.
Like Resident Evil 4 doesn't have as many good ones. Yeah, it's like iconic back to back to back to back.
Literally, like
we complained so much at the start about Resident Evil 5, but now we're getting super into it.
I know, because Resident Evil 5, it becomes so good once Wesker takes over. Beforehand, without him, it's just like, it's okay.
Urban is like, meh.
Like, there's no really good villains in the game that you're going after or dealing with beforehand, but then Wesker shows up and it's just the best.
I have underestimated you, Chris.
Save it, Wesker. There's no one left to help you now.
I don't need anyone else.
I only need you.
Come here.
I have Ouroboros.
Say the line.
In less than 5 minutes, we'll reach the optimal altitude.
Say the line.
Do it, pussy.
Ouroboros will be released into the atmosphere, ensuring complete global saturation.
Yeah! Oh, I fucking love it.
Shout out to Separate Ways referencing that.
Yep, the line is so fucking iconic that they had to bring it back in Separate Ways. Resident Evil 4 remake.
Local saturation.
Hey, Human Skin 2, thank you for the €2. So
I fucking love that shot too.
Wesker just like, oh, like he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. Like he says like oh my god, Chris, I want to kill you so bad. Chris, I want to kill you so bad. But it's like when he gets the chance to shoot him directly in the fucking forehead, he's like, ah.
That will be too easy.
Just let me monologue a little bit longer while I stare into your eyes.
Meanwhile with Sheva, if you don't do the fucking meanwhile with Sheva, if you don't do the QTE, he will just snap her fucking neck, no problem.
Yeah, does not give a shit about her.
You're just another one of Umbrella's leftovers.
You know what we have to do.
All right, I'll go for the override lever.
Meh. So the ending to Resident Evil 5 is the fucking best. Because not only are you fighting the biggest villain of the Resident Evil franchise ever, but also you're fighting him on top of a plane, and then the plane crashes, And in the middle of all this shit, you've gone through African temples, you've gone through mud hut villages, you've gone through caves, you've gone through boats, you've gone through literally everything the game could throw at you. Where the fuck is this going to end? Oh, my partner. No!
No, none of that!
None
no
of that.
Sacrifices!
We're going to a volcano, baby!
We're going to fucking Mordor!
We are going to the top of a fucking volcano, baby! This series has never been stupid, or no, it has been. But like, this is the coolest, stupidest shit ever.
Yep.
A random volcano in the middle of the African continent. Let me check. Are there volcanoes in Africa? Yeah, there is! Active volcanoes in Africa. It's actually accurate.
They were on a plane anyway, so whatever.
This motherfucker's not gonna go down that easily. Look at him shirtless!
I took my shirt off for you, Chris.
I should have killed you years ago.
Chris!
It's over, Wesker.
Over. I'm just getting started.
God, and the fucking rain too. Shirtless in the rain and top of a volcano.
On top.
And he fuses part of the plane with his arm to create a weapon.
What the fuck?
With tentacles?
To die, Chris.
God, what a cool fucking villain. The RE5 spaghetti is back! Ah. This moment is like, remember back when we were like in a mansion, slowly walking around the halls, fighting zombies? You know, like a really spooky location, stuff like that. Where the fuck did we end up? You know?
In a volcano.
In a volcano, fighting a dude shirtless in the rain, running away from him.
Yeah.
Here comes the most iconic moment ever, by the way.
Please, I want to see it. Like,
It's gonna happen any minute now.
I'm waiting for it. Boulder. But yeah, it's just the escalation point of the series at this is like ridiculous. Like, this is the moment where like Resident Evil successfully transitioned between a horror franchise and just like anime bullshit. Action anime bullshit.
A lot of people really don't like Resident Evil 5 for the heavier action approach, and I get that. But I feel like this was not the game that really made it a bad thing.
No, this was the awesome bit. Cause
like this was when like the action focus was great.
Cause like it's cool and like yeah, sure, like some people be like some people during this time was like, oh no, I want my fucking horror back. Like I wasn't the one like that. Like I want my horror back. I want my survival horror back. Like I miss the old Resident Evil. But like now that I'm older, I've come to appreciate this way more because one, it's way funnier, and two, it's just like look at this shit.
See, that's why my favorite Resident Evil games are the ones that really mix the horror and heavy action elements together, because I love both elements of the series a ton.
Agreed.
That's why, like, that's one of the many reasons why 8's my favorite, is that game really bridges that gap a lot. So does 4. And I guarantee you that's one of the reasons why 4 is, like, widely considered the best game in the series.
Thematically, ideally, the best Resident Evil game. Here we go! We have to rescue Sheva!
Here we go!
We have to rescue Sheva!
I'm so excited for the people in chat who've never seen what's coming up before. Also Star Wars ass music.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Do it!
Pushing it isn't working, Chris. Pushing it isn't working.
It's not working!
What do we do now, Chris? What do we do now?
Fuck it! Punch it! Yeah!
Punch it! Yeah!
How did that work?
You know, one of the best parts about that moment is that it's so iconic that, like, in future Resident Evil installments, Chris becomes known as that rock boulder punching asshole.
In
universe, Chris Redfield is known for that shit, which makes me believe that Sheva, like, after, like, went to talk with her co-workers at the BSAA and went like, no, yeah, you know, Chris is so fucking cool. Like, one time, we were in the volcano fighting Wesker and he fucking punched a boulder to, like, rescue me from him.
And that story became so iconic and so well known to people that eventually people like fucking Heisenberg heard it.
Sheva told everyone.
Like, this wasn't an inside joke.
Like, which is the best because it's like, you have Jill Valentine, which is now known for the Jill sandwich meme. And now Chris gets his own moment to shine as the guy that punched a fucking boulder, rolled over a boulder on the volcano to rescue his partner because he was so fucking, he wanted to make sure that no one else got hurt. What a fucking hero.
I really think all the best Resident Evil protagonists have that one moment.
And yeah, no, people say we need Sheva back. Yeah, no, I'm sure that Chris didn't say this to anyone. Like Wesker's gonna die here, so he's not gonna tell anyone. Chris is way too depressed about having PTSD and shit to tell anyone about his adventures. Sheva was the one that did that.
Yeah, it had to be her.
Sheva
no one else.
Told everyone.
Because she was on the other side of that boulder just watching him do that shit to get to her. Like, imagine your partner is like trying to get to you and he's like, no! Starts punching the boulder so hard that it goes flying.
That boulder punching asshole. I love it. I fucking love it. It's the best. Like, if you don't, like, hopefully if you're like a new person to the Resident Evil lore and you're watching this as like your entry moment to the Resident Evil franchise, hopefully now you understand why Chris is associated with Boulder so much, because it's just so fucking good, you know?
I think this game was the one that like really gave Chris his like really dedicated fan base.
Everyone is upset now if you change Chris's look, if it's different from the Resident Evil 5 look.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Chris's RE5 look. His
Like,
RE5 look was super iconic. All the stuff he did in RE5 is like what he's most well known for. Like, this was the game that gave Chris his fan base.
Chris had like no character back in the original Resident Evil games, but now it's like, yeah, no, Chris has to be depressed about losing men. Chris has to be like super focused about saving their partner, and Chris has to have the biceps of a fucking bodybuilder because he's that man, he's that guy. Chris is him. He's that hero, but he is not a hero. Oh. Chris is that fucking guy. Everyone loves Chris. Yeah.
Knife kill!
Yeah.
Knife kill!
Yeah. Sheva's doing this shit, by the way.
Yup.
Here you go. Yo! The knife's meet at the middle!
I love the London kill.
And you think that it can't be topped? You think that the boulder and the knife can't be topped? This is the most over-the-top kill of any villain in the Resident Evil franchise. He's burning in lava. Josh, my main man, comes
Jill,
to rescue them. No, and Josh. No, Josh.
There's Jill, I guess.
I guess Jill is there. Burnt in lava.
Oh, good thing he's dead now.
It's a good thing
Wesker's
Wesker's dead.
Into the lava. No one survives that.
No one could possibly survive molten lava.
Yeah, he's like Gollum now.
Happy ending.
The most pissed man ever made.
He's just swimming in that shit.
He's holding himself together by his sheer force of anger. Mad, too pissed to die. Oh! 2 RPGs!
This was the only thing missing from this game.
The RPG battle, but 2! Ooh! Headshot.
That was for our fallen brothers.
Yeah! She gets the line at the end.
I mean, she has to get something. Not a new game, though.
So, Wesker got fucking shot a trillion times, got stabbed in the chest, through the chest, with 2 knives going end to end. He got burnt in lava, and then got shot with 2 RPGs directly in the fucking face. Wesker is the most dead man who's ever been dead, ever. He will never be back. Wesker will never be back. What is this? There's like a Netflix series, the Resident Evil Netflix series that's canon to the games, where Wesker is back. Shut the fuck up, that's not canon. Wesker is the most dead man who's ever been dead.
And what a way to go.
Holy fuck.
Yes. Finally.
Also, I like how this mirrors the end of Resident Evil 1.
More and more, I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for. For a future without fear? Yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah.
And then in Resident Evil 6, he's depressed and in a bar and doesn't want to do anything.
Yeah, but don't worry.
Yeah.
Right into the sunset.
Yeah. Yay, we're done with RE5. It's
After
been
3 hours.
4 hours.
4 hours. Don't get it wrong. 4
Well,
hours.
3 hours for the game, and then we spent 1 for Umbrella Chronicles. So yeah,
but that's 1 out of 4 mainline titles.
That's Resident Evil 5. Honestly, I am surprised there was so much to talk about. I mean, this is pretty lore heavy, I guess.
Yep.
Thank you, Miss DNL, for the $10. Just popping in to say thanks for giving the nudge I needed to get into Resident Evil. I've gotten them all, and I couldn't be happier. Monsunk and Postra, I've considered. I have no idea what that means. But
Okay, how do I explain this? Oh boy. Okay, so I had a stream that I did. It was an all-nighter stream. And you see, during this all-nighter stream I did, where I was playing a bunch of assorted games, chat discovered that I had saved on my computer a picture of Albert Wesker with the impact font that says "sex with him." And they found out that not only did I have that image, but I had like 10.
Amazing.
So there was a point in the stream.
I mean, look at him.
There was a point in the stream where I just kept going, chat, consider, and I would just post a new picture on the overlay until the entire stream was nothing but pictures of Albert Wesker with the tag "sex with him."
I like this bit a lot. I mean, look at him. I'm considering.
I can see if I can find the clip of it. It's really funny.
But ever since then, anytime I see Wesker or Wesker gets brought up, people in chat just go, Pastor, I have not considered yet.
I mean, what a way to end Resident Evil's ongoing main villain, right? Like Capcom thought, okay, we're gonna kill off Wesker. We might as well, like, get him off this earth in the most epic fucking way imaginable. Like, they couldn't just be like, yeah, Wesker's gonna transform himself into a big monster and we're gonna shoot at him until he dies. No. The most epic way to kill off a boss ever made in a fucking franchise. Like, this shit is iconic, man.
So I found, somebody posted the clip.
Somebody posted the clip?
58 seconds.
Oh, fuck, here we go.
58 seconds in the video.
Here we go.
Huh?
Wesker.
58 seconds.
Don't do anything. Don't. All right, chat, consider. Chat, I want you to consider, okay?
Please, consider it. Consider it.
Consider it.
Consider.
There's so many.
What? Are you considering, chat? Are you considering? Are you considering it through? Right?
I love the one that says kill.
Are we considering? My favorite is the one where it's a speech bubble that says "sex with me."
Consider.
All right. I'm taking.
That's pretty good.
That's my legacy.
Man, it feels like. Remember when we took like only 1 hour for Resident Evil 1 and only 1 hour for Resident Evil 2? No, actually, it took 2 hours for Resident Evil 2.
Mm-hmm.
Still, we're gonna probably like speed up a bit on these ones because like we're not gonna have a part 3 of this. That's for sure.
And
nope.
And I'm sure as shit not as passionate about RE6. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah. So speaking of which.
Jump scare.
So, do we bring up the giraffe first?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at the giraffe right now.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so can I at least get some backstory before we fucking get into the memes?
Yeah, go on.
Sure, go for it. Yeah.
Okay,
We're the best one for that.
Hey, chat. We're gonna move on from Resident Evil 5 now, and we're gonna talk about an experience. So, hey Chad, hey Toxicespin. Maybe you're familiar with this tale. There is this game that is coming out, and everyone's very excited about it. This game seems to be the biggest in the franchise yet. It's being managed by the same developers as the last few entries, but this one is in larger scope, and it seems to be giving out new lore now that the main villain of the franchise got killed back in the last installment. You are very skeptical about the new direction that the series is moving into, but you're willing to give this game a chance. Then the game comes out, and you buy it day one, and the game is not only not what you wanted, but also a complete nonsensical piece of shit game that shits on all the characters that you liked, and it is long and tedious to play, not fun at all, and after you finish playing it, you swear off that entire franchise to never play it ever again, because it was just that fucking bad. That game is Resident Evil 6, obviously. I don't know what else we would fucking talk. I don't know what else we would be talking about here.
Yeah.
You know, we're obviously talking about Resident Evil 6 in this fucking stream about Resident Evil 6. You know,
I just clicked in what you were setting up.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 6.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Resident Evil 6,
So, Babby Phil was a huge fan of the Resident Evil franchise, and then Babby Phil was obsessed about trying to get the scoop on the newest news about Resident Evil 6. And, like, Resident Evil 6, when it was in development, it was like, oh my god, it's gonna be the biggest Resident Evil game ever. And, it's gonna appease both the old fans of the franchise and the new ones, because Capcom is trying to make sure that everyone, all the fans are pleased with this new Resident Evil game. We poured so much budget and time and effort into making it the best it can fucking be. And then the logo for the game gets shown off, and everyone on the internet makes fun of it because the logo for this game looks like an anthropomorphic giraffe getting his fucking dick sucked off by a hunched over man. Can you see it? I don't think you can see it. I'm gonna have to pull out the fucking outline for this shit.
I see the giraffe. It's ingrained in my brain.
I always see it. I cannot.
I have a
unsee it.
Once you see the giraffe, you don't unsee it.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to pull out a safe for... No, yeah, that's not safe for work. I need to pull out a safe for work image for this shit. Like, everyone on the internet started memeing the fuck out of this image. Here you go.
Maybe you should zoom it.
No, I don't want to zoom into that shit. So yeah, welcome to Resident Evil 6, the game that almost killed the Resident Evil franchise. I mean, commercially it was a success, but critically, everyone hated it. Everyone hated it. Everyone hated it. Because it was long, it was tedious, it was stupid, but not in a fun way. The story was as generic as you fucking could get. And Capcom straight up lied to people about this.
Yeah, like, the only thing they didn't lie about is about this game being the biggest RA game today.
It's like
even
fucking...
today, it's really fucking big.
It's like
but
72 hours long?
It's good.
No, it's not long. It's not good at all.
My first full playthrough took like 23 hours.
Yep.
So yeah, they weren't lying.
The reason for why this game is so long is because unlike all the other Resident Evil games, this one has different campaigns. So instead of playing as one set of characters like Jill, like Jill or Chris and Sheva or like Leon or whatever, they brought everyone into this one. This is like the end. This is the Resident Evil end game. Back in like the fucking early 2010s, the late 2010s. Like this shit, you could play as Leon, you could play as Chris, you could play as
Terry.
You could play as Jerry from Resident Evil 2. You could play as Jake, which is fucking Wesker's secret son that he had at some point during the timeline.
Yeah.
Like, fucking Hunnigan is there, the President of the United States is there, Neo Umbrella is there. Like, this was, like, a huge fucking video game. Ada was there.
Lots of Ada.
Thing with this game is that they promised that, don't worry, guys, like a Leon's campaign is going to be for the survival horror fans, and Chris' campaign is going to be for the Call of Duty fans, and Jake's campaign is going to be for women that thirst over Jake, I guess. I don't know who the fuck the Jake campaign is for, really, because he's just kind of there.
For Asher's and no one else.
Yeah, for Asher specifically, I guess. And, like, all of them suck. There's some funny stuff here and there, but...
I just saw a comment saying, Wesker is bisexual?
I mean... Wesker probably, like, implanted the egg onto, like, a mother, but didn't actually have sex. He probably just, like, got him somewhere.
There's no way
Wesker no way
likes woman.
There's no way that Wesker was straight. Excella, he didn't give a fuck about Excella, even though she was, like, had that fucking long-ass dress and, like, oh, look at me, Wesker. We could be, like, the Adam and Eve in the New World. And, like, Wesker was like, no way, friend. I want to destroy Chris. Ooh. Anyways. Postra, Zach, can you take over a little bit?
Okay. Where do I even start with this game?
Actually, it's super hard to start.
It's
actually
like,
really
how the
hard to
hell
start.
do I start this game?
Because like you got like Derek Simmons, you got Ada, you got Jake. Look at that, look at that piece of ass.
Picture. What?
You got the family. You got Chris being his sad self. You got like Chris and Leon coming up against each other. You got fucking bio dinosaurs. But like in
oh god.
It's very confusing. The Resident Evil 6 as a story is extremely fucking confusing.
Okay, so okay, I guess the best way we can start is by starting with one of the characters' campaigns.
Yes. Leon's.
And then just okay, so we can start with Leon's. Okay. Basically, to give an idea of what's going on with Resident Evil 6 right off the bat, Resident Evil 6 takes place in a point in time where a new bioterrorist organization has begun attacking the United States of America and the rest of the world called Neo Umbrella.
Neo Umbrella.
Which Neo Umbrella is another group of bioterrorists who in this universe have created a new experimental bioweapon called the C virus. Yeah, that's how we're starting. That is how we are starting.
Back to this shit.
So, basically, Neo Umbrella, you know, with people like Tricell. Tricell in Resident Evil 5 was trying to take over this like sort of sector of Africa, and Wesker was trying to unleash Ouroboros. Umbrella wanted to sell their bioweapons to you know, the military and different arms dealers. Neo Umbrella wants to end the world.
Yeah. That
is their motivation. And as they're opening to introduce themselves in Leon's campaign, which we'll be starting with, they have unleashed the C virus onto America and infected the United States president.
That's the president of the United States, by the way.
Yeah, that zombie is the United States president, who Leon then shoots and murders.
Yep.
In the opening, like, 3 minutes of his campaign.
That's the president of the United States. He was
so in the opening 3 minutes.
He was giving a speech in some kind of like weird campus or something.
Yeah.
Also, people ask you about Ashley. She's not in this game.
No.
We killed her dad.
Nah, we killed the dad.
No.
What?
I don't think it's actually her dad. It's
Isn't?
another president. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I was curious on that, and it's not actually the same guy.
Oh.
Huh.
I didn't know that. Well, Leon kills the president, I guess.
Yeah, Leon still kills the United States president. That's what's important here. And basically, he, in his campaign, ends up meeting up with this girl, Helena, who... Honestly, I'm trying to even remember this girl's deal for being here.
Elena has a sister that is infected with the virus, and also she is working for Simmons. Okay, if you're lost about the plot of Resident Evil 6, just basically think it's all Simmons' fault. Who's Simmons?
Right. God, when I have to explain Simmons, I am going to be doing so with just like the worst cringe on my face. Okay, so yeah. So Leon is forced to kill the United States president. He meets up with this girl Helena, who arrived on the job. Oh, hey, look, there's Hunnigan.
Hello, Hunnigan.
And basically, they find out that this entire city that they're in has been infected by this new and experimental virus, as shown here.
The C virus.
So, Leon's campaign, each of the campaigns had a sort of theme around them. Leon's is supposed to be the survival horror campaign. This is supposed to be the real scary, you're fighting zombies and shit campaign. And so the whole thing with Leon is that he's essentially trying to get to the root cause of where Neo Umbrella's like started. So he meets up with Helena, and Helena's got beef with this dude, Director Simmons, who I'm trying to remember what his role in like the actual government was, because he's like an actual important person in the government.
Simmons is the looking that up. Okay.
Because I know he's like a.
Wait a second.
What?
Derek Clifford Simmons. His name is Clifford.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we have to stop Clifford. Was the national security advisor to the United States government.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, yeah. Leon is told by Helena that this dude Simmons, this friggin' head of national security, he's bad news. And he's basically the one responsible for this outbreak that's occurred. So, oh my fucking god, these cutscenes.
Yeah, they run around this infected city filled with C-virus people, and then eventually they find a fucking church to hold out themselves in. This church, by the way, uses a bunch of textures from Resident Evil 4, and also inside of this church, there's like a super bioweapon that pops out of the fucking like altar for some reason. And you have
okay. Sorry?
Yeah.
Something I was gonna bring up. If y'all are noticing that I'm struggling, like we're just struggling to describe what's actually happening over the course of these campaigns, it's because of the fact that this game, despite having so many campaigns and so much crazy ass lore, jack shit actually happens for the majority of these campaigns.
You could skip Resident Evil 6 and it's like fine, because ultimately it's just a story about espionage and the US government being corrupt, but you run around all these locations that ultimately don't matter. What's up with this church? Who gives a shit? What's up with this lab? Who gives a shit? It's just Simmons being evil, I guess.
Yeah, because basically they find out, oh god, okay. I already have to explain this shit. I already have to explain this shit. I already have to, oh no. Okay, how do I start with, okay. Okay, so basically they arrive at this church. And underneath this church, they find a research lab where Simmons has been essentially doing his research. And it's here where we get introduced to, like, who I'd argue is even more the main villain of this game.
Happy birthday, Ada!
One Carla, what's her last name? Shit.
Carla Wong.
Carla, how... Chad,
by the way,
last name.
I love that Leon puts in a VCR tape into the flat screen TV, and you get a widescreen footage of fucking Ada being birthed. It's the C-Virus experiment, Project Ada Wong.
So, okay, get this. So, what I'm about to describe, chat, I'm not making this up. I'm not exaggerating this. This is actually the plot of this game. Simmons, good old Simmons, had an obsession with Ada Wong. Like, a crazy-ass obsession with Ada Wong.
He was a simp.
And he was also the head of this group called The Family, who was experimenting with all these bioweapons. So there's this girl named Carla something, I forget her last name, who was obsessed with Simmons and wanted to impress him. So she allowed him to do an experiment on her, where she was given an experimental version of the C-Virus that would transform her into a clone of Ada Wong. And then she turned evil and started to hate Simmons. And then she formed Neo Umbrella and wanted to destroy the world.
Oh, we're really not giving a fuck about this game's plot or pacing for this fucking like lore part.
I don't care.
Yeah, no, fuck it. That's the plot of Resident Evil 6. There's some guy in the government called Simmons that's working for essentially the Resident Evil Illuminati group that never gets mentioned ever again after this game, by the way. Simmons, as the head of the National Security Division of the fucking US government, is implicated by... they want to cover up their part in the Raccoon City incident because, like, the US government obviously was dealing with Umbrella. They had dealings and, like, they purchased bioweapons from Umbrella. But after the whole Raccoon City incident, they had to cover up what happened and the involvement of the US government in everything that happened. So, Simmons, turns out, is actually the guy that was the one that gave out the plan to bomb Raccoon City. The reason for why Simmons as a villain exists and why he is supposed to be evil is because he is actually the one behind Raccoon City getting nuked, because he was the one that needed to cover up that ordered to cover up what happened between Umbrella and the US government. After that, Simmons, as head of the family, became obsessed with Ada Wong because she's hot. And
which, like, imagine being such a loser that the girl you're obsessed with ends up rejecting you. And then in order to get with her, you create a clone of her. And that clone hates you so much she wants to end the world.
Yeah. Also, this is the real Ada Wong, by the way. You can differentiate between the real Ada Wong and the fake Ada Wong by the fact that the real Ada Wong wears mostly red and the fake Ada Wong wears mostly blue. Because of course she does, I guess. Resident Evil 6 Blue. The theme is about blue. Every part of this game is like takes place during the night and it's like blue and dark and shit. It's so lame you can barely see fucking anything in this goddamn game.
And also what we were watching there just now, it was also in this lab where we find out that Helena, as well as her sister, were kidnapped by Simmons for the purpose of these experiments with the C virus. And Helena's sister was taken away to become one of these experiments. And that's why Helena actually knows, like, you know, what Simmons has been up to and why she's after him. So it's around this point in the game where we discover that, where we find out, big surprise, Helena's sister's been turned into a bioweapon. We kill said bioweapon. And,
Simmons!
Yeah, and we Discord call Simmons.
We Discord call with Simmons, you motherfucker!
He's so lame.
Yeah, you also find Helena's sister inside of a fucking Aztec temple underneath that church research lab thing for some reason.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because underneath the church there was a lab, and underneath the lab there was a giant temple of the ancients.
That also has C virus infected individuals in it protecting the temple.
Which, by the way, I feel like we've been throwing around C virus a lot, not actually explain what it does. Because this game is so hard to follow and think of a cohesive way to explain. So C virus, the special gimmick with the C virus is that when someone is infected by it, it kind of just sits in their body for a bit and makes them behave like a zombie. However, the special property about the C virus is that it allows its host to go through a metamorphosis of sorts, where their body transforms into a, like, chrysalis, and then that chrysalis hatches and turns them into a new monster.
Oh, chrysalis virus.
Yeah.
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 Sure. Also, they can wield weapons, I think, sometimes.
Yes, they can also wield... Literally, the C virus is the most inconsistent, like, infection in the entire series. Sometimes when you're infected by it, you become a T-virus-looking zombie. Sometimes it makes you into a friggin' dude who can wield a weapon. Sometimes it turns you into a big lizard. Sometimes it turns you into a big bug. Sometimes it turns you into naked Ada Wong. Like, it's completely random. There is no thought behind it.
Oh, yeah.
Dinosaur.
In the oh yeah, well, later for that. Anyways, later. So like Leon then goes to China, which by the way is also infected by the C virus, and he goes there and finds Chris that wants to kill Ada, but that's not the real Ada. That is the fake Ada Wong. That is actually Clara, and like Leon. Carla, yeah, whatever. and then Chris wants to kill Ada because Ada killed Chris's platoon before the events of the game. The fake Ada Wong killed Chris's men, so Chris is like doubly depressed now because Ada Wong did that to him. But Leon knows that the real Ada Wong isn't the one who killed Chris's men. It was the fake Ada Wong. So now Chris and Leon are fighting because it's like, oh my god, Ada is evil. No, actually, you don't understand, Chris. It was the fake Ada Wong all along. Also, why are we in China? Shut the fuck up.
I don't actually remember why they even end up in China.
I don't know.
The fight scene with Leon and Chris is kind of cool, though.
The funniest fucking thing about this game is that several times Leon gets into some kind of vehicle, like a bus or a car or like a plane, and every single time Leon gets into a vehicle in this game, it crashes spectacularly and it explodes. Every single time!
Not just
I also love how every single
but
time you get into one of those vehicles, a quick time event starts for starting the car. Because they thought that was a high stakes enough situation that starting a car was requiring a quick time event.
Like, I can barely fucking talk about Chris's campaign and like, Jay's campaign, because when I was a kid, I legitimately played through Leon's campaign, and then got to the end and fought Simmons at the end, and was like, yeah, fuck, I don't wanna fucking play Chris's campaign.
You know, the funny thing is, Chris's campaign is the only campaign in this entire game that I even remotely like.
Fuck. You
I
mean the
actually
one
like Chris's campaign.
You mean the one where you have to fight the zombies with guns?
Yeah, and the one where you fight the Eldritch God at the end.
Fuck.
Well, we'll get to that when we get to Chris's campaign.
Anyway, so like Leon does this shit, and that's Fake Ada Wong. Fake Ada Wong also has a fucking grappling hook, by the way. The same grappling hook from Resident Evil 4, because like she was born with it, because Ada Wong like genetically has to have a fucking grappling hook, I guess.
Well, she got cloned, so she inherited the grappling hook powers.
I guess. And then blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like, you can see, like, there's just a bunch of shit going on. Like, Simmons is, like, evil. But then Neo Umbrella...
The problem with RE6's structure is that because it's 4 campaigns that only tell you a little bit of the actual plot going on, the campaigns themselves have, like, no fucking substance.
There's so much filler in each campaign.
There's, like, nothing to talk about aside from the major overarching plot points, which is why I just, like, right off the bat spoiled Simmons' entire deal with the fake Ada, because there was nothing else to talk about.
Yep. Like, what else can you talk about? Oh, Simmons gets infected with the C virus by a Neo Umbrella operative, and then, like, Leon fucking boards a train to go get Simmons. Like, it's all about Simmons. Like, what was Leon looking for? He's looking for Simmons. Simmons is now infected with the C virus, and he's talking to the family on the phone. The family is like the Resident Evil version of like the Illuminati, and they go like, "No, you're fucked, bro. Get fucked. We're gonna abandon you now. Like, you're on your own, pal. The heroes found you, and now you're like on your own." And then Simmons is like, "Ah, shit. I guess it's time to kill all y'all. I'm infected now." And now Simmons can control his, like, transformations, because apparently the C virus strain that he got injected with allows him to turn into various animals, like a fucking X-Men villain. Like,
and those animals include extinct ones, by the way.
Like, Simmons in this fight, like, he's talking to Leon about, like, you don't understand. It had to be this way. We had to cover up what happened so that the U.S. government can
I did not just see someone in chat say that Simmons' transformation power is fucking awesome.
I mean, it's literally the thing that most Resident Evil villains have been wanting to have. Like, they all wanted to remain conscious while having the ability to transform and become super powerful and shit. Because, like, Simmons is aware of what's happening. He set himself on fire, I guess.
Oh, yeah. That's like, part of it. The C virus is, like, what I just like to call the plot virus, where it does whatever the hell it needs to.
Yeah, he can just transform now into a fucking tiger. That's a bio-tiger, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
He just becomes a bio-tiger. He didn't inject himself with this, by the way. This is not like a special strain of the C virus. A terrorist, like a Neo Umbrella terrorist, injected him with this shit. But now he's like sentient, and he can transform back into a human.
Because, okay, that is something that I feel like, I think I explained it already, but that is something I need to differentiate, is that Simmons and Neo Umbrella are, like, separate. They're, like, separate, but they're also, like, the main villains. Because Neo Umbrella was founded by fake Ada to end the world, and Simmons was just a part of the friggin' family.
Yeah. It's like, Simmons is like the corrupt government person that's also part of the Illuminati, and fake Ada is... What the fuck? I mean... Okay, what did he become now? Simmons has like 6 fucking faces on his boss fight, by the way. He becomes very boring to fight against really fucking quickly.
Because like, it's just the same shit. It's not like actually a fun, challenging boss fight with 6 phases. It's just like, here's your quick time event.
Shoot at the red thing until it dies. I mean, it's like, cool, I guess, but like, remember how like we said that the Resident Evil live action movies ripped off a bunch of RE5 cutscenes for like the movies? No one ever ripped off RE6. Like, this all just kind of slop. It's way too much. You know?
Just like, you can barely even process everything that happens in the plot. Like, you ask me something about the other Resident Evil games, and I could recite the lore to you like it's the Bible. But like, you ask me anything about this game, and like, I'll be able to tell you the most vague plot points about it.
Alright, so Simmons gets caught underneath a train, but he's still alive. By the way, Leon derails the train because he was in there. Simmons then... Oh yeah, Simmons releases a cloud of the C virus into China, I think. That's China?
Oh, that was not Simmons that did that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it was fucking Neo Umbrella.
It was Clone Ada.
Right. Of course.
He released the C virus nuke. Because we needed a repeat of the Raccoon City incident.
This is like way worse than Raccoon City, but like nobody gives a shit because Raccoon City is still like the most iconic one. Anyway, so Simmons is like there. Hold on, I need to show this fucking stupid shit. Yeah, everyone's like against Simmons now because... Oh yeah, look, that's Ada!
Ada! You disobeyed me! You took Wesker's son away!
What? Like, this guy is a simp.
Do you want to know what the most infuriating thing about all the plot points in this game are, too?
Hmm?
It's, okay, like, I get what they're going for, but it's frustrating whenever you're playing. Where, you notice how there he was like, Ada, you took Wesker's son away!
It's like,
that
no.
never gets brought up in Leon's campaign at all before this.
Because they like to tease the other campaigns.
They tease the other campaigns constantly within the contained campaigns for the individual characters. So, like, when you're playing through one campaign, you just feel like you're playing, like, you don't feel like you're getting, like, an isolated experience that kind of has its own little thing going on. You just feel like you're getting little clues about the other campaigns you could be playing, but all of the campaigns are built like that.
I just show the fucking dinosaur moment. Hold on. Resident Evil 6. Please tell me. Is this it? No. Is this it? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. So, like, Simmons in that boss fight that the video just skipped turns into a fucking dinosaur.
Holy fucking shit, it's a dinosaur. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Oh my fucking god, fucking dinosaurs. Holy shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, so he does that.
Yeah.
And that's not even his final form.
No, it's not.
The T-Rex isn't his final form, yeah.
Yeah, so they go up into the fucking flaming building, and then they jump out, and what the fuck is happening, bro? We've spent an hour talking about Resident Evil 6, and we're only in the Leon campaign, by the way.
Dude.
Okay, so yeah, Simmons is back in the regular human form, and he's like burning alive in the building.
I love the stark contrast between the way we were talking about Resident Evil 5 and the way we were talking about this game.
Cause it's like, what the fuck else can... You're just watching a bunch of like bad action movie moments spread in between a paper-thin plot about government conspiracies, and like the Resident Evil characters are like all globe-trotting around trying to go solve all these different infections, and like there's no time to breathe. Ada! What the fuck else? Okay, there's this really cool moment where, like... Hold on. Think that Simmons turns into, like, a giant, flea monster? Yeah, he turns into a giant bug. And like, he then falls. This is the coolest shit in This is the coolest shit in Resident Evil 6. Oh! Oh!
Okay, yeah, that shit was cool.
And then his blood spills down. And then the blood covers up the bottom part of that statue thing. And then the blood is like, oh.
And it fills out the red parts.
It's the Umbrella logo. Ooh.
How he had that much blood in his body, I do not care. It looks cool.
Ooh, Umbrella! They've been dead for 10 years by this point. Yeah, so like, that symbolizes Simmons dying, making sure that Neo Umbrella can rise, or like the blood that Simmons spilled created Neo Umbrella.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Sure. Yeah. Anyways, so
Chris's campaign. I actually like this one.
Wahapa.
So basically, I'm gonna be a lot more excited to talk about this one because I genuinely like this story. So Chris's campaign opens after RE5, and Chris is basically nowhere to be found when the BSA needed him after you know, Neo Umbrella started doing its shit. And this dude right here, Pierce, who is easily my favorite character in RE6, he gets sent to basically go and find Chris Redfield so that he will come back to the BSAA and help fight against this new threat. And he finds him sad in a bar, being misogynistic. No, literally, look at what he says here.
Oh, hold on.
Listen, sweetheart. You're here to pour drinks and look pretty.
What the fuck, Chris?
Told ya. I told ya. He went through his misogynist arc.
Yeah!
Get the hell out of my bar.
Deserved.
So yeah, Chris is going through his douchebag arc, whenever Pierce finds him. And basically, he sits him down here. He sits him down at this bar and basically tells him, hey, you're Chris Redfield. You killed Albert Wesker. You've stopped some of the craziest bioterrorist threats in the entire world. And right now we're dealing with like the absolute worst of the worst. And then he shows him a bunch of dead dudes that are dead because of him.
Look, motherfucker!
And it's basically to inspire him to actually go back to the BSAA and try to stop more people like that from dying instead of being sad.
Oh yeah, Chris doesn't actually remember who he is. He is like amnesiac for some reason.
Yeah, I don't remember the specific reason for that.
I think that there was like before the events of the Chris campaign starts, Chris and his men were anti-bioterrorism around somewhere, and then they find fake Ada, and fake Ada tricks them into walking into a room where all of them get killed, and Chris is like, oh no!
Yes, I remember that now. But that's kind of one of the things I really like about Chris's campaign, is he actually has a cool dynamic between he and his friggin' co-op partner. Because like, Pierce's entire thing is that he's like a new soldier who just joined the BSAA. And he looked up to people like Chris Redfield, and then he finds him as this like sad, washed up loser. And his whole thing is that he's trying to inspire the person he looks up to be that hero again. I don't know, like, I actually dig the dynamic these characters have. They actually have something.
He's not a hero. Oh. Whoa. Anyway, so Call of Duty now.
Yeah, so a lot of Call of Duty shit happens. Like, so much.
Like, incredible amounts of Call of Duty shit. Look at just this section. Hold on, let me go through the hallway. Like, this is a fucking stupid ass hallway. Yeah, look at this Call of Duty shit. They're in China, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of this campaign takes place in the friggin' like China part that you saw in Leon's campaign. But so my God. So if Leon's campaign was heavily focused on Simmons and all the shit that Simmons did, Chris's campaign is largely focused on the fake Ada and all the shit that she's been up to. So Chris and Pierce, you know, go on their little adventures together, seeing how the C virus works, fighting around in friggin' China.
I fucking hate this gameplay. I fucking hate this gameplay. I fucking hate it!
Don't you love how every campaign has a different UI that shows you the same shit?
I hate it.
Did you ever notice that?
Yep.
No, yeah.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, it's so easy to notice because, you know, it's so fucking different.
And
that
they're
it's
all
annoying,
bad.
actually.
They're all terrible UIs.
bad.
I'm waiting for this player to pull up the menu so that chat can see how terrible the inventory management in this game is. It's actually the worst I've ever seen. Like, does this person ever pull up their inventory? I don't think
they're
they
focused on the cutscenes.
Right.
Oh yeah, there's bugs and flying creatures and shit.
In the opening sort of mission, these two are trying to save a bunch of hostages that are being kept in this friggin' massive building in China. I'm trying to remember when it is that this campaign actually gets into like the thick plot points, because we get to see eventually how fake Ada lured them into that trap.
Oh, I think I found it. Oh, it's gonna get fucking flashbacked. Oh my god. Oh my god, the flashback. Oh my
Makes his head
god. It hurty. It hurty. I remember. Hold on, fucking.
He remember now.
He remember now. Finn. Yeah, okay, so this is what happens. 2012, Eastern Europe. This is why Chris is sad about partners, you know?
He was running recon. Alone.
He flashbacked into a good game.
No.
Listen up.
It's still bad.
No.
The BSAA, our job is to rid the world of bioterrorism. And the only way we're gonna do that is by sticking together. Nobody's expendable. Exactly. Now each and every one of you may be ready to die for our cause. But it's my job to make sure we all get through this alive.
Remember that.
Sorry, sir.
Aw, Finn.
No one gets left behind.
I love the thing Finn says here.
Wow, I love Chris continuing to say, yeah, team, no one will die. You're all under my watch. You're all my responsibility. None of you will die. He's like racing every single fucking red flag fucking possible.
Yes, sir.
All that this scene needs is for one of the guys to go, here's a picture of my wife and kids. We're expecting another soon.
I'm 3
Can't wait to
days
get
away
back
from
home.
retirement. Also, the fucking UI is canon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just calling them Juavo.
Why
They
the
are
fuck?
extremely intelligent, incredibly strong, and have the ability to mutate in response to physical trauma.
All right, you know the drill.
You know the drill.
Split into 3 teams. Move out. You got.
Yeah, team, you're all my responsibility. You're mine to take care of. I will make sure that all of you are alive. You're all non-expendable. Fucking.
Also, wait, hold on. Play the audio for this exchange between Finn and Chris. It's so funny.
Okay.
You're the rookie, huh?
Yes, sir. Finn McCauley, sir.
I know you're nervous, Finn. The team's got your back. Okay?
Especially me. Finn, I will make sure that you do not die.
Is he always this awesome?
Aww. Papa.
I don't know why. I just love that exchange so much.
Papa, Chris Redfield.
Just the genuine, is he always this awesome?
Anyway, so they have a whole fucking chapter flashback sequence where they're going into this Eastern Europe terrorism, bioterrorism plot thingy. And all in service Like this all fucking... Oh yeah, this fucking Jake also he's there.
I was getting to that, yeah. This is where we first get introduced to Jake, as well as adult Sherry.
Yay!
Which,
yeah, that
this
one kid from
cutscene...
RE2.
Yeah, that one little kid from RE2, she's an adult now. And Chris looks the exact same. But,
Okay,
yeah,
this sequence is actually genuinely like heartwarming, actually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that?
Claire.
Wait, are you Chris?
Aww.
Sister's told me all about you.
Chris, the man hasn't wanted.
Okay, back to the bullshit.
Cause yeah, that's the thing is that he reunites with Sherry, or I guess not reunites, but meets Sherry, and sees that she's traveling with this guy who's actually wanted by their military group.
Because he's an insurgent terrorist guy.
Yeah, and the thing is with Jake is that it's not explained here, but for whatever reason, Jake just doesn't like Chris's vibe, you know? Something about Chris just really bothers Jake, and he can't pinpoint it. It's like he knows him from somewhere, but he can't put his finger on it.
Genetically predisposed to fucking hating Chris Redfield.
There's just something about Chris that he doesn't like, but before they can really start talking, El Gigante shows up again.
El Gigante 3, the Giganter.
This one, instead of having Plaga, just has some weird tumor thing on its back.
The C virus tube.
The C virus tube.
El Grandote.
So, yeah, if you were interested in where Jake and Chris's story was going, it doesn't get picked up again until the end of Chris's campaign. So, I'm trying to even remember what happens in between.
So essentially Jake... Oh, wait. Oh!
Well, you jarheads all look the same to me, pal. Sorry.
Oh, what a rebel. It's like, Chris could like feel it, like I could feel that blonde somewhere.
Which I do love it how he goes, do I know you from somewhere, as if Jake looks anything
like fucking Wesker.
Anything like Wesker. At all.
Also, I like to think that Sherry is just walking around with Jake because, like, she's like, don't worry, Chris. I can fix him.
I can fix him, Chris. And then she actually does. Spoiler alert.
He's such a bad boy, Chris. You don't understand.
You don't understand. I can fix him. I can make him better.
Even though he's not really that bad, he hasn't done anything bad, actually.
Yeah.
The only really
he just
bad
acts like a bad boy.
The only really bad thing he did, I guess, was just like ask for a shit ton of money. But that's for Jake's campaign. Anyway, they get into this building where fake Ada is, and this is where the sad happens. This is where the tragedy occurs.
Big sad. Here we go.
They've got fake Ada right where they want her. You know, they're killing all her bio weapons. But then,
Captain.
Sea virus.
Oh.
That's what the guerrillas were calling it. Nice to see the cavalry's here.
Who are you?
I work here. My name's Ada Wong. They held me hostage.
Sea virus. That must be what's creating those Jawavo.
Chris, has Leon not told you about Ada? Christ, lady, I can almost see your fucking belly button.
Maybe you could put your guns down first.
Not until you give us a reason to.
Neo Umbrella.
Oh!
Umbrella.
The organization supporting the guerrillas. Or at least I think that's what they were calling themselves.
So the sea virus came from them.
That's all I know.
Thank you. We appreciate your cooperation. Finn.
Chris is 100% falling for this, even though Ada is like acting the most like evil fucking villainous ever. But Chris is like, thank you, ma'am. You're completely innocent.
I know, she's acting so incredibly evil.
She's like holding her hands up in the air like she doesn't fucking care and goes like, yeah, sure, Neo Umbrella, I guess they said something about that. Evil wink, evil wink, evil wink. And Chris is like, yes, ma'am, I understand. Thank you for telling us this.
He's such an NPC.
Yes, sir.
Ada's like shaking her head like, what the fuck, dude? Are you really that stupid?
Keep an eye on her.
Oh.
We found one of the staff. Turning.
Ada with the fucking gun. Anyway, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. You get to some place. That's the Resident Evil 5 fucking door, by the way. Reuse assets out the ass.
And they use it the exact same way every time.
Come on. Get here. Come on. Get over here. Come on.
One thing I do like in this game, though, is how your character starts off soft-spoken, but the more you mash, the angrier your character sounds.
Sheva, come on!
Hurry!
The woman, she's gone.
Finn!
I don't know what happened. She was here a second ago.
Uh-oh.
Thanks for the escort. Here's something to remember me by.
Y'all had your guns pointed at her.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
I like how it's a consistent thing that they spontaneously combust.
Not like this. Cap. No, goddammit!
Yeah.
Captain, we gotta move.
PTSD. Like they look so, the monsters look so fucking lame. They just look like weird flesh abominations and nothing else.
I know, and it makes me really sad because the idea of like an infection that turns a human body into like a cocoon, which then hatches, sounds terrifying for a horror game.
But then what comes out of the cocoon is like a weird gorilla monkey brute thing. Oh yeah, Chris gets his shit kicked in so hard he forgets about the whole thing. Like, he fucking gets annihilated. Like the wall bounce. Look at this shit. He gets wall bounced into another punch. Fucking hell, my man.
Bro got Mortal Kombat comboed.
And then he gets hit in the back of the head and instantly loses all his memories.
All he remembered is that he needed to be sad.
Yep. My god. Anyway, so yeah, that whole flashback was just to tell us about that, and that took up like fucking 6 hours of the game. 3 hours minimum.
Yeah, it is so... Ugh, there's so much padding.
Yeah, so back to China a year later, so like that whole fucking third of Chris's campaign was in a flashback about something that you could have been told about in like one cutscene, which Resident Evil 5 did with a whole like Jill and situation with Wesker. Like the pacing of this fucking game is atrocious. You know?
And all of it was to tell us something, by the way, that we already knew.
Yeah, that he lost his platoon because what was the guy's name next to Chris?
Pierce.
Pierce already told that at the start of the game. They're still in China.
Like, we're still here. I genuinely could not tell you like what of substance happens in this campaign up until the final area. I said this was the one campaign where I liked the story, but like, yeah, it's still an RE6 game.
Oh my god, Jake and Cherry, they're here for some reason.
They don't get to interact though. You just know that they're there.
They're just there.
In their campaign, they're there.
Anyway, yeah. So Resident Evil 6 has this magical fucking property about itself that Like, we're talking about what's going on. We're talking and explaining the story. But even then, I'm still lost. You know?
Yeah, well, it's like, when we're describing what happens in Resident Evil, like, 5, it's like, oh yeah, he arrives here, all these people are infected here, you know, he goes here and does this, and then, you know, Wesker shows up and here's all these plot points. In Resident Evil 6, it's like, he walks a couple steps, he shoots this boss fight.
There's a snake.
There's a... He goes
Remember
to another
Resident
area,
Evil 1 with the snake? Remember the snake in Resident Evil 1? He's here.
You know, you get to see some other plot. I think the main reason why it's so frustrating to talk about the campaigns is that most of the stuff of substance that happens has to do with other campaigns that get teased and we can't talk about yet.
Yeah, it's like, it's all about callbacks to other things that happened, and in those parts, they get called back to other things that happened. And really, the only things that actually matter are like a 20-minute cutscene maximum. Okay, yeah, he's running around China, he's getting shot.
Because all you need to know right now is that Pierce and Chris are looking for Ada.
Yeah, that's all they're doing right now.
That is it. They are just on a mission to hunt down and capture the fake Ada. That is the entire, like, plot right now. That is all that is happening.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. This is where, like, Chris's campaign crosses over with Leon. So that's the fake Ada. And he's chasing the fake Ada around in this building. It's so fucking confusing if you don't know if it's a fake Ada.
I know. Because why would you expect that?
And then, like, she's here, and he's about to shoot her, but then, oh my god, Leon! Leon comes.
So they have their little fight.
They had the little
fight. They end up stopping
fight.
each other. Leon makes a mistake because he thinks it's the real Ada, but it's actually a clone, and, you know, Chris tries to get her. She gets away. And then the rest of Chris's campaign is still just chasing her!
Yeah, we're still chasing the Ada.
When he leaves, he just keeps chasing her. There's a shitty vehicle sequence.
Ada, stop! And she's still escaping! We're looking at a fucking Resident Evil all cutscenes compilation, by the way. It's all been about chasing Ada. Like, this is an hour into the compilation video, but if you actually played Chris's campaign, this would have been like hour 6. What the fuck is... What are those? What are those?
We're getting to the part of RE6 that I was actually super excited to explain. These guys are the BOWs that were specifically created in the underwater volcano layer of Neo Umbrella.
Some guy said hunklings.
Oh my god. We're gonna get there, chat. They're gonna get there soon,
Okay,
but these dudes just know they came from there.
Hold on. You're just becoming the monster you always were. You and everyone else on the planet.
So yeah, what's happening here, this is actually where the plot actually picks up again.
Okay.
So Pierce and Chris, they chase fake Ada the entire time until they get to the top of this building where this is where basically the nuke is being dropped. Fake Ada is Discord calling Simmons, basically saying, you're a dumb bitch and I hate you, and I'm gonna drop this nuke because I hate you. And, you know, Chris and Pierce arrive just too late to be able to stop her. Although there is this funny cutscene coming up where they shoot her and she dies.
You and your family.
Today, but starting tomorrow, it's all going to change.
Ooh. Come on.
So yeah, they get on an elevator after that, and then you have to wait because for some reason everything's falling. Here we go.
Oh, this. What is this?
Ada!
Oh yeah, right.
Still haven't had enough, huh? Even after losing all your men again.
Fuck.
With your track record, I gotta say, I'd hate to be a member of your team, Chris.
I just fucking...
Don't listen to her, Captain.
Putting salt in that wound.
Where are my manners? I mean, really, I should be thanking your men for being such good test
That's a Minecraft gun.
Ever since Adonia, all I've wanted is to see you dead. This isn't about vengeance. It's about justice. It's over, Ada.
You're right. It is. The aircraft carrier is preparing for launch.
Launch?
And the dead will flood the streets. Deja vu, boys. Raccoon revisited.
Boo!
But this time, it won't just be one city. It'll be the whole
He wasn't even in it.
Boo! Shoot her really Yep, our job is done here.
I think that guy represented the actual players playing the game.
Literally, some guy comes in a helicopter, throws a tomato at her, fucking leaves. Boo!
But no one can stop it.
He literally just left.
Yeah, he shoots her and leaves. That's it.
Well, since Chris wasn't do it, might as well.
I want to see the cum monster. I want to see the cum monster. I really want to see the cum monster.
Cum monster's coming up.
Cum monster's coming up.
Looks like a different strain.
Ah, the cum monster.
Just take what's left.
Who was that? Don't worry about it.
You for analysis. This is Alpha Leader.
So, yeah.
I need a report on the missing.
So, after fake Ada dies and the plans to launch the C-virus global nuke happen, which, you know, Wesker did it, but cooler.
Yeah.
They've got to find a way to get into their secret base to stop the launch from happening. And you know, oh yeah, here we arrive in said secret base. I genuinely don't remember how they get here.
Let me check.
Remember. They're in this building and then suddenly
there's a bay. There's a bay.
They get to the, but like, how did they get into the?
I don't know.
Anyway, they go downstairs down in the bay and they enter into oh wait, never mind. They're actually in the air now. They're actually in the sky. I hate this game. I hate this game so much. I hate this game.
We're only 2/3 of the way through.
You know what the crazy thing is?
Yeah?
At the start of the stream, I said, oh yeah, I replayed this game so I could refresh my memory.
What the fuck is happening?
This is my memory refreshed.
Oh yeah, there's a giant monster. What the fuck are these things? I've never seen them.
It's the guys from the underwater base.
I've only played Leon's campaign.
They look like Black Manta.
They still have the exact same animations as the Resident Evil 4 creatures.
I played all the campaigns.
You played all of them?
Yeah.
You played all of them?
Yeah, I did. What about it? Doesn't have it. Doesn't mean
so
I
there's
have
a
to
fucking
remember it.
creature. What is up with that creature, by the way? What is that?
Who that?
That's
one of those was in like a box and it got
yeah,
out.
it's an El Gigante that's just in a tarp.
Oh, okay, un grandote.
Un grandote. Just the second one in the game. Oh yeah,
and then the nuke gets dropped.
The C-virus nuke gets China. Well, this is not China. What the fuck is this? This is not China. This is wait, no, it is China. So it's another part of China. Because Chris was in China before. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think.
Yeah? Okay. And then
Pretty
like
sure.
I can't let this war. Wait, yeah, they get into the secret base.
Wait. Okay, hold on.
Okay,
he's in his vehicle.
He's in the vehicle.
How does he get into the underwater secret base?
The Chinese waters.
So he just lands here.
He just arrives in an oil rig. What the f? Yeah, no, there's a big door into the secret underwater Chinese base.
Okay, yeah, they take the elevator, and then they make their way down into again, I kid you not, the underwater volcano base of Neo Umbrella.
The secret Neo Umbrella Chinese volcano underwater base.
Where they are constructing the ultimate bioweapon, and this one actually kind of lives up to it as opposed to friggin' Talos. But first, we actually get some genuinely cool character moment with Chris, Pierce, Sherry, and Jake.
Let's see.
I can see your father in you.
So
what?
How did you know?
Wait, hold on a second. So you knew him?
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
I guess you could say I did.
I'm the one that killed him.
Oh. My papa. My papa.
Is you? That's right. Chris?
Better put a leash on that puppy.
This is between me and him. Go ahead. Shoot. You have every right to.
No, not really. Can you tell him that you were in a volcano?
Just promise me you'll survive. The world depends on it.
Oh yeah. Fucking Jake is immune to the C virus because he's got that Wesker blood in him. That's why he's important.
Yeah, that's why the world depends on him. It's gonna get explored more in Jake's campaign, but because of Jake's
Wesker blood,
because of his Wesker blood, he has a complete immunity to the C virus, and so they want to sample his blood to create a cure.
Who are you to tell me what to do?
Stop it!
Put your gun down now!
Tell me, we just following orders? Or was it personal?
It was extremely personal.
Both.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Jake, please stop.
Put a bullet in your
put
head.
your gun down.
Drop your
Don't do this!
Oh my god! Nah.
Nah.
Sea Deity says, so basically I was poaching this boulder. It was actually really cool. You should have been there for it.
There are more important things at stake than you and me.
What an edgy boy. Alright, well, yeah. That's a cool character moment.
Yeah. So, Jake ends up finding out Chris killed his dad.
Oh yeah.
I get he could have. Oh shit. Oh shit. I was.
Oh shit. These guys look like fucking Power Ranger villains, by the way.
Before we get into the awakening of Cthulhu, there's something else important that I need to bring up. Before like all of this went down and all the shit with Jake happened, Chris over the course of the campaign had developed a very strong bond with Pierce, to the point where Chris basically said that after I retire, you are going to take up like the sort of mantle of like my role in the BSAA.
You're my son.
So Pierce at this point in the campaign has basically grown on Chris to the point that he considers him his predecessor of sorts.
Pierce will never be talked about in the series ever again.
And that unironically makes me sad because I actually liked him.
Little Chris Jr.
The thing that they notice in this room is that there's a big fucking cocoon, like the size of a building cocoon.
Super C virus cocoon.
So yeah, Chris and Pierce stay back after this thing is born.
What the fuck is it even called?
It's called Chaos.
Ooh. It's literally just a Cthulhu monster made out of cum. This is not the cum monster that I'm talking about, by the way. That's another cum monster.
Yeah, so this thing is Chaos. It's it was Fake Ada's ultimate like bioweapon that she was gonna end the world with.
Yar.
It's basically just this giant eldritch like baby that exists to spread the C virus globally, and it's going to like grow and mutate to end the world.
And then they shoot it until it dies.
And okay, look, I talk so much shit about RE6 and its gameplay. I love this boss fight. Cause, thing is, right?
Right.
You shoot the shit out of him till he dies, and then, suddenly, turns out he's not dead. Who would have seen that coming? But then you skip a bit ahead.
Okay.
Trying to find the specific moment here. You get this goofy little chase sequence where it's trying to destroy you in this hallway. But then when you get trapped in this chamber with it, you get to like one of the coolest moments from any RE boss ever.
Ooh. Oh! Why is he so pissed off at him specifically? Wow! Okay.
So this is where it gets fucking cool. Cause at this point in co-op, the player playing as Pierce has to crawl to that friggin' C-virus vial and pick it up. And once you get to it, Pierce injects himself with the C-virus, and the person playing as Pierce gets to play as a BOW for the rest of the boss fight.
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
Yeah,
I
look
played
at
as
this shit.
Pierce. It was fucking cool.
You go, Pierce. What the fuck is up with the C-virus?
You get this friggin' lightning-charged bioweapon arm, and it allows you to charge up friggin' the power of Zeus to smite this fucking thing. So, during this boss fight, basically, the player playing as Chris plays as normal. They get to use all their weapons and shoot the shit out of this monster. But Pierce, instead of using their weapons, gets to charge up this giant fucking lightning attack that destroys Chaos. And it is so much fun to shoot that thing.
Fucking Resident Evil, man.
I know. I fucking love this boss fight.
And then along came Zeus.
Literally.
You can see the other second player charging up that fucking beam. Wow!
It is so cool for no reason. But shit like that is why, like, Pierce was my favorite part of RE6, and why I was so sad that, like, of all things from this game, he didn't,
it's a fucking Kamehameha.
It is! It's awesome!
Okay, props to Chris's campaign for that.
I know, it's so good.
Anyways.
Yeah, and then we get to the big sad, because after Chaos is killed, you know, the entire facility begins to collapse. And, yeah, I'll just let this play out, actually.
Come on. Just stay with me. You're gonna be okay. I'm sorry, Captain.
Man, Pierce, what you do was cool as fuck.
For the BSAA. For the future. I know. You did a real good thing. As long as you... I don't want to hear it.
Aww.
We're both getting out of here. Right?
Dude, he's already infected.
Let's go.
All personnel, please.
Come on. Got it.
Come on. Oh, I like that he looks at the patch. He looks at the patch.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Here we go, Pierce. We're getting out of here.
Yo!
Pierce! No, don't do this!
Open the door!
God damn it! Listen to me! We can still both get out of here! There's still time! What are you doing? No, Pierce, don't! You can still make it out! God damn it, Pierce!
Aww.
Pierce, open
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah. This is kind of like the only cool bit of the game.
I like the part where Simmons fell down and got impaled in the umbrella logo.
Oh, hell,
The endings of the campaigns always have that one cutscene that goes crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that bitch is still alive!
That motherfucker that I hate.
That fucking bird that I hate. He goes directly for Chris.
Oh, yeah.
Pierce,
Bro's
it would have
got
been
mad
really
beef.
useful if you were here so you could use your fucking lightning arm. Wait!
Except-
Wait! Just randomly!
Yeah.
Yo!
Brother was thinking of that.
Fuck you, Pierce! Holy shit!
He's the GOAT! I love Pierce so much!
You fucking go, Pit! Fuck yeah, Pierce!
It makes me so sad. One of my favorite Resident Evil characters is in, like, the worst fucking game.
Pierce fucking
And he dies in it
smites
too!
him
Like,
down.
they introduce one of my favorite Resident Evil characters and then kill him in the same game, and the game sucks.
Hell yeah.
Makes me so sad.
Bisasa,
Oh, he gave him his patch.
Arr.
And that scene hits so much harder whenever you remember, too, that Pierce was supposed to be, like, his successor.
Arr.
So Chris is stuck in the game once again.
Gotta be in Resident Evil 7. He did, actually.
Yeah.
Nice. Steak.
Pastor really loves characters that are in one game, huh? I have a curse.
Anyway, so he's eating the steak.
Yep,
Okay.
and now he's happy.
Jake's
campaign. Remember all those compliments
Okay.
I was given to some of like the character writing and story beats of Chris's
that's
campaign?
just
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm done doing that now. I
Yeah, actually,
hate Jake's
I'll be right
campaign
back.
so much.
Yep.
Bye.
Fuck.
I'll be right back. See ya.
Okay.
So, God, okay, so Jake's campaign follows this motherfucker.
Jake.
Jake Mueller.
Yeah, Mueller. And he's like a fucking Devil May Cry character.
Yeah, he's a fugitive. He's a fugitive, or when we first meet him, he takes doses of fucking bioweapon viruses like drugs.
It's not a vaccine, it's just literally doses of bioweapons.
Yeah, like you see that dude he was fighting, that was one of his drug buddies.
Oh.
They took bioweapons.
So why is Sherry with him?
So basically, Sherry, at this point in the timeline, works for the BSAA, and they learn about this dude, Jake, who has been friggin', taking in all these friggin' drugs that are supposed to kill people, and he's perfectly fine. And they realize this guy has a complete immunity to bioweapons of any sort. So Sherry is sent by the BSAA to retrieve this guy so that they can get a sample of his blood and turn that sample into a vaccine that will cure them of the friggin' C virus. She was sent by the government for that purpose. And basically, what ends up happening is Jake actually does agree to have his blood sampled for a couple $2 billion.
Of course, he wants the money.
I think it's like $6 billion he agrees to give his blood to the US government for. And that's basically how their campaign starts, is that basically Sherry's trying to escort this guy back to the United States so that he can have the blood sampled for a vaccine. And all the friggin' dudes in Neo Umbrella are trying to retrieve him so they can't make the cure. And then there's this fuck.
Ustanag.
The worst stalker enemy in the entire series. Say this, Jake's campaign, Chris was the Call of Duty campaign, Leon was the classic survival horror. This is the friggin' like stalker enemy campaign where you're constantly being chased by the one guy, friggin' Ustinok.
this guy's whole gimmick is that he has a like friggin' like blitzcrank extendo hand that he can replace with other weapons. And he doesn't die. He's got crazy
so
regenerations.
Cool.
And the developers really thought they ate when they designed him.
He's completely forgettable.
He is the most forgettable thing. Because this is how all of his chase sequences are structured. Every single one is basically just this quick time event where you run down a straight hallway and push a random button prompt while he runs at you. It is so boring. You're basically playing a cutscene every single time this motherfucker appears, and I hate him so much.
Oh, he running. He running.
Yeah. So, yeah, Ustanok was basically sent by Neo Umbrella to retrieve Jake so that they could not make a cure out of his blood. So, yeah, we get the freaking flashback sequence.
Oh, yeah,
same
right.
thing.
They're in the flashback moment with Chris. It's like a year before the events of the main game started.
I'd love to point out, by the way, that in this campaign, Wesker being Jake's father is supposed to be a big plot twist. But if you play any campaigns before that, you just know that because you don't have to play any campaigns first.
Yeah, you can play them in any order you like, except the final fourth one, which is the Ada campaign. I forgot to tell people about the Ada campaign.
Yeah, the Ada campaign is the only one I actually haven't played because I got so sick of the game after the third campaign I played, I didn't want to bother.
I don't fucking remember what happens in the Ada campaign.
All I know about the Ada campaign is it has the worst co-op I've ever seen for any game. Because unlike in any other campaign, where you're playing as two, like, named significant characters that actually can do shit, you play as Ada and some random NPC who's basically just, like, a throwaway character, and the player playing as them doesn't get to do jack shit.
Okay, so they're in the snow?
Yeah, so they get pursued onto this... basically, the US sends them this aircraft to lift, to friggin' lift Jake over to the United States, but Ustanok gets on and crashes it. So they get stranded in the middle of this friggin' like Arctic region, and they have to run through it and survive all the friggin' BOWs getting sent after them.
And more snow. And more snow. Oh my god! I stepped forward.
How'd you do that?
No, those were two completely different. Another one.
Oh yeah, because you have to go down this long hallway where there's just a bunch of doors with QuickTime events while Ustanok chases you. Because that's tension, right? That's horror.
That is a village over there in the distance. Oh wait!
And then Jake gets naked.
Okay, Jake gets naked. Everybody, pay attention! Jake gets naked. Fucking jangling keys. Jake gets naked. Everybody.
And then he dies.
6 months later. Wide untextured room. Doesn't even have to be naked.
You think he's just choosing to be?
I think he just chose to be naked.
Hey, it's your man.
Oh, easy, Lo Yao.
Oh yeah, the Neo Umbrella guys have like weird masks.
Yeah.
Cool backflips. Oh!
I like how they're just pointing their guns at him and not doing anything.
I mean, he's Jake Mueller, so you know. Oh my fucking god!
And then you get to play the worst looking gameplay of any game ever. I'll see a shout out to the different UI I was talking about.
Oh, that UI is awful. It's a fucking Yakuza cutscene.
God, this fucking game.
Resident Evil, everybody.
So yeah, he breaks out after he gets kidnapped.
He looks like Slim Shady.
Which, by the way, I love how it took 6 months for him to do that.
He was just chilling in the fucking Chinese underwater base.
I know. Shuts down the power, goes to save Sherry.
No, yeah.
They reconvene to discover that they are trapped in the same underwater base. I think that's what happened.
Underwater Chinese volcanic eruption base. Yay.
Yeah. Or are we at that point? I think they actually go somewhere else before they end up. No, because they go to a friggin' facility in China and they get chased by a tank indoors.
Yar?
Yeah. They find out they're in China.
Oh my god, look. It's like, oh my god, they're embarrassed that they meet and they're like half naked. Oh my god, he's so embarrassed. Oh no! Oh my god, the poor guy, he's uncomfortable with women titty.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, so we get this whole cutscene of them changing.
Yeah, oh my god, it's so Japanese. Oh my god, I can't believe I found you in here. What a coincidence. And then they go here and they just dress up. He got that Leon fit on.
He does. And then he yes,
what the fuck?
Okay. I told you they go to this big friggin' facility in China, and they gotta collect all these little medallions to put them in the big golden statue in the middle.
Oh my god,
and
just
then
like
while
a
they're trying to
Resident
escape here, and then while they're trying to escape here, they get chased by a new stalker enemy, which is an actual fucking military tank.
Can I fucking please let me see it?
It's gotta be here. It's gotta be here. There's no way they don't show it.
There we go.
Yep,
oh my god. Oh my god. Escape from the building.
Go. These guys aren't much for conversation.
Good.
Oh my god.
This place anyway.
Are you kidding me?
It's not
I'm
a
not
bio.
kidding.
It's just the tank.
This is like a massive chase sequence that spans this entire area. You get chased by this giant circle tank. Look at this shit.
It's the tank!
Run from the tank! Run, Jake! It's the tank! Why is there a tank in this building? Who sends it? Who cares? It's a giant tank!
It's a fucking tank! The evil tank. Not even a bio tank, just the evil tank.
And then you go to this outdoor area where there's a bunch of puzzles, and you'll never guess what pursues you. Yeah, that's right, it's the fucking tank. You've got to do puzzles while the tank is shooting you.
Oh my fucking god. What? What's up with...
Oh, also, yeah, that's something I forgot to mention is that all the characters in RE6 have a special power, and Jake's power is that he's just Robin from Lego Batman and can do acrobats across little, like, poles and whatnot. He just does parkour. That's Jake's gimmick. He's the parkour guy. Yeah, there's the tank. I told you.
Man, that tank is maneuverable as fuck.
I know. That tank is more persistent than the actual stalker enemy of this campaign.
That is so
It killed me more, too. And then, yeah, they freaking go up here, and then their main way of getting out is that Jake needs to find a motorcycle for them to ride out on, because only a motorcycle will
Only a motorcycle, not the tank itself. No, it has to be the motorcycle. These guys are just humans.
A motorcycle.
Are these just humans? Oh no,
they're dudes, but they've got the virus.
They got the virus in them. Not the sports car, the motorcycle, not the sports car.
He specifically goes for the motorcycle.
Like you can see in Jake's head that the fucking Lamborghini, like no, fuck that. The objective marker is on the motorcycle.
He doesn't even like recognize that car as a vehicle. He doesn't even see it. And then this shit.
What the fuck is happening anymore? Yeah? Of course. Bye-bye.
And then they drive away, and then you get to do a Final Fantasy VII motorcycle chase sequence.
Without the tank, right? Because tanks are very slow, right?
Yeah, the tank's gone after this.
Okay, good. I thought it was gonna mutate.
Although I will say this friggin' fucking tank mutates. Turns into fucking Optimus Prime.
Of course.
But yeah, so this sequence, by the way, on the motorcycle might be the worst thing to control I've ever played. Because you've got to, playing as Jake, you have to friggin' control steering it and then the Sherry, your co-op partner, has to shoot. But the thing is, your freaking camera's super wobbly because you're on a motorcycle, so Sherry can't hit shit unless Jake slows down. But if you don't beat the level within a certain speed limit, then you just die.
Of course.
This section sucks. Like, look, this person, look how ass this looks to control.
Oh
this is
my
just on
god,
single player.
Oh, he's trying his best.
He's trying so hard, and this is just the single player.
What
I'm freaking,
the fuck? Sky? They're going on top of the skyscrapers? Oh yeah, they're in China now.
He's going down a straight path, and this dude is hitting walls like crazy because the motorcycle is so ass to control. And if you run into any, like, objects in the environment in any way, you don't slow down, it triggers a cutscene of Jake dying every time.
Fucking rocket launchers at the motorcycle? Where are they? They just got into the city.
They're in China, yeah.
Look at that infinite fucking road.
The infinite road, still hitting walls.
All right,
This sequence sucks.
All right, blah, 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 blah. They're still on the motorcycle, blah, blah, blah. They're still on the motorcycle.
It goes on for so long. I'm not kidding. Most of Jake's campaigns, most of Jake's campaign is riding on a vehicle down a straight haul. Because, like, whenever they were in the snowy region, you ride on a friggin', like snow vehicle. You ride on a motorcycle here. And if you're not doing that, you're running down a hallway with random quick time events. That's most of his campaign.
Holy fucking shit.
It is the worst.
Anyways, so they found Leon.
Yeah, they find Leon, and Helena. And they find out that Simmons is Sherry's supervisor that was having Jake actually get brought to the US. And it turns out that the reason he wanted Jake brought was not to make a vaccine, but because he wanted to make sure that the cure could not be given to anybody.
Right.
And they meet Leon just in time for him to be able to tell the two of them that.
Right.
And then Ustinok appears, and then we get a boss fight where it's all 4 characters fighting him.
One do the thing, and there's a bio chainsaw. By the way, some of the enemies in this game have a bio chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do this. Oh yeah, Ustinok.
Oh, this part fucking sucks. I remember it.
Bio chainsaw.
You have to fight like 3 of those enemies, by the way.
Yeah.
In the span of a single, like...
Oh, there we go. Then they meet the Simmons.
No, wait!
Ah, Agent Birkin, impeccable timing. Kindly take these 2 into custody, won't you?
They said you were involved in the terrorist attack. Is it true?
What? Are they running down the street, screaming it to anyone who'll listen?
Why is this guy dressed like fucking Dog Dimmadome, owner of Dempsdale Dimmadome?
I always thought he looked like Colonel Sanders.
United States and global security.
That fuck-ass bow tie.
The president's dead?
Well, we have Leon to thank for that.
God damn you, Simmons!
Dispose of them.
Of course.
So yeah, they go through the sequence, and then eventually a bunch of friggin' agents show up and kidnap Jake. And now they're in the underwater volcano facility. Yeah, you just get kidnapped and wake up here.
Kidnapped by the bio chainsaw guys?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then you just wake up and you're in the underwater volcano facility.
For real?
Yeah, you just wake up here.
Chained up.
You escape really easily, too.
What is this Metal Gear Solid fucking contraption? Hello?
I'm sorry. I trusted Simmons. I should have been able to see through his lies. This is all my fault.
Yeah, it is, Sherry. Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
Yeah, it is. So anyway, the 2 of them get out. And they have to go through the most annoying shit where they have to just like jump into this like middle area that has a spinning platform to get to all these floors to do puzzles, all the while they're fighting rip-off regenerators from Resident Evil 4.
Of course.
Like, these enemies are so blatantly trying to be Resident Evil 4 regenerators that like it's just horrible.
They find Chris in the underwater Chinese mutant base.
Yeah, we get that whole cutscene again with the character moment. And then we get to see what happens when Jake and Sherry leave for them to go fight Cthulhu. They go into the actual volcanic part of the underwater volcano base for one final battle with Ustanok. See, look, there's all the lava.
Oh my god, just like my father.
See, it's like symbolic.
Or something.
Or something. You know, George Lucas said the
Why
story
is
of
he
Star Wars
here?
echoes itself. Because Ustanok, he sent to kill Jake.
Sure.
And you fight him in fucking Mustafar, and he's got this giant mace hand that does that. Because surely that was more practical than the gun hand.
Remember when Nemesis was wielding a rocket launcher around? Neo Nemesis. What a
Yeah,
fucking...
so you have to fight him here, and yeah, it's
Take
really
down
nothing in terms of this.
Ustanok.
Oh yeah, he also dips his friggin' like mace in the lava and swings the fire around.
Man, they really tried to pull off the Wesker moment, didn't they?
They really wanted like this to feel like super like symbolic of the Wesker boss fight with Jake, but it just doesn't really hit at all. And also at this point, the story is just kind of nothing. You kill Ustanok, you escape the facility, and that's
Oh look,
really
Ustanok is burning just like my father. Daddy.
See, it's symbolic.
And like Jake doesn't punch a boulder or anything. He's just like shoots some good riddance.
And then he's not actually dead here, by the way.
Oh fuck.
Because there's one final quick time event as you're leaving the facility
What
where
the
motherfucker
fuck?
just goes up again.
What the fuck?
You'd think burning in lava would kill this asshole, but no, we gotta make him the ultimate stalker enemy.
Shake off Ustanok.
This is the most annoying quick time event because you have to literally press the trigger over and over again for each individual hand to climb this shit. It's actually mind-numbing. I hate it so much.
They're going like a mile a second through this fucking tunnel thing.
While he's freaking climbing against them, and then you're climbing to get a magnum. Spoiler alert. So
Oh my god, it's just like Resident Evil.
Wow.
That didn't get him. That didn't get him. He's still kicking. You gotta keep climbing. Once you got a checkpoint.
I love that Sherry can keep up with fucking the son of Wesker on this shit. She just also has like the superpowers, I guess. Bunk him again! Bunk him again, Jake! Bunk him again!
I'm getting like actual flashbacks to how cramped my hand was after this.
You can do it, Jake! Oh!
And then it doesn't work.
Oh my god, so many in a row too.
Yeah, and it's got like Dead by Daylight skill checks too.
Oh, the fucking grappling hook.
His stupid blitzcrank hand.
This asshole doesn't die, but not in a cool way.
Climbing.
Oh my god.
Oh no,
look,
he's back again.
This is like the Spider-Verse moment in like Across the Spider-Verse, right? This is super cool, right? Ah,
it's so awesome. I had so much fun playing this video game.
Get the Magnum. Get the Magnum. What Magnum? Actually, though, wait, there's just a fucking Magnum in the side of this goddamn ship.
Yeah,
it's just there.
Ustanok hit a large crate that just happened to have a Magnum in it that also just so happened to get stuck in the platform whenever it flew out.
What the fuck?
Well, what are we waiting for?
Kill him? He was also trying to reach for it too.
Mm-hmm.
Do it, pussy. Oh my god!
They don't even let you shoot the gun like normal. They don't even let you do that. It's a quick time event.
It hurt. Again. Nah, I'm done.
That's so funny, because imagine you're at the end of RE5, and then both have the rocket launcher, and then imagine they have like a QTE at the end.
That would be lame as
that
fuck.
you can fail. So fucking underwhelming.
So underwhelming. Oh my god. He's so hot. What a hot boy.
No, he's not.
She fixed him.
Even though he only wanted money, he was fine otherwise.
Yeah, he just kind of acted like a dick and wanted money. Those were like his worst crimes.
We love Resident Evil Raw. Thank you, Coco, for the $2.
All he needed was a bioweapon girlfriend.
My bioweapon boyfriend.
My girlfriend I got by
Nick?
being a BOW.
Yes?
We're gonna have fun when we get to play this fucking game.
Yeah, we will.
Because I have to do it.
The way I got a chill down my spine when you mentioned playing the game.
Oh, by the way, he's called Jake Wesker. That sounds so wrong.
It does not sound right at all. And yeah, the story just ends with him actually giving his blood as a sample to make a cure for the C virus. And yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Neo Umbrella loses. They got the Wesker cure.
Following Jake's rescue, BSAA officials classified his relationship to Albert Wesker as top secret,
Ooh.
recognizing the threat it could pose to global security.
I'm glad we're doing anything in our power to be entertained by this game.
$50. He went from 50 million bucks to $50. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy now. He's not asking for money anymore.
Yeah.
Character development. Oh my god, look at that cool fucking guy with a motorcycle.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, with the shades!
Jake right here is the new protagonist of Resident Evil.
Moving
He went through
forward.
his character arc. He's changed as a person. He's become the hero we need. I can't wait to see all the future games that star him.
No, this is not the cutscene.
All the future games that star him.
All the future games.
All of them. Every single one with him as the protagonist.
Protagonist.
Because everyone liked him.
By the way, he does kind of look cool with the glasses on.
He does, you're right.
But like he doesn't have them throughout the entire rest of the game, so it's like, oh my god, he finally gained the glasses. But no, he never appears after this game. Okay, so with the glasses, he's kind of hot, actually. with the scar and shit, like I can get behind that. The new protagonist. Okay, time for Ada's campaign. I'm not even gonna fucking bother, dude. I just want to show the common monster.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I didn't even play Ada's.
Okay, so basically, for those that want to know, after you beat all the 3 previous campaigns with Leon, Chris, and Jake, you get to play as Ada Wong, the real Ada Wong. That is.
That used to be the case. Like you needed to beat the other 3 campaigns, but not anymore.
Oh yeah, they updated the game after people complained about it.
Yeah, it was even. Also, it was single player back then. Not anymore.
Oh yeah, they added an update where like they added a co-op partner to Ada's campaign, and it's like some random fucking military guy.
Yeah.
And he doesn't do jack shit.
He doesn't speak or anything. Anyway, so Ada's campaign is about her going all around these reused assets and like meeting up with the people. Like literally, Ada's campaign is just going around random levels, meeting up with the people that she met up with in the other people's campaigns, and trying to stop the fake Ada from enacting her plans or something. She also kills, like, she's there to, like, kill Deborah, like, Elena's sister. And there's fake Ada with the cube. By the way, that's a phone. They're talking with a cube! They're using phones! They're using cubes!
This game's like futuristic and like...
Sure!
Yeah.
Okay, so... fake Ada is like evil, and then Ada goes to China, and then she helps out Jake take down Ustanag, and then she goes into the boat and finds out Simmons. Okay, is this the cutscene where like Simmons is fucking creepy? Let's see.
Every cutscene?
But like specifically to Ada.
No, that's not good enough. That's not Ada Wong.
Yeah, the simp.
Why won't it work?
Combine the DNA sequence with the cocoon's biostructure.
Find another subject.
Use Carla for the next pass. She's a close match. Be careful what you say around her. I don't want her catching on. Yes. Yes. This is it. She may have left me, but now I have her back.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's Carla.
Now I get it.
Could you imagine discovering that some dude was so obsessed with you that he literally started transforming people into you, and your one response is, oh,
yeah,
that makes sense.
I'm that bitch. Now I get it. But yeah, for those that weren't here for the initial Resident Evil 6 explanation, Simmons, government guy, threw the nuke at Raccoon City. He's also like a fucking bioscientist on the side, and he's like he's a super simp for Ada Wong. He fucking loves Ada Wong. He has such a huge fucking hard-on for Ada Wong. So what he does is that he takes Carla, which is like his wife. Is his wife? Yeah, it's his wife. And then goes like, hey, wife, do you want me to actually love you? Fucking to get turned into an Ada Wong clone for me. Receive the C virus. Oh, it's literally just the C virus plus a bit of DNA from Ada Wong. And then Carla becomes the new Ada Wong. But then Simon goes like, no, but that's not the Asian pussy that I want. You're a fake one. And then Carla goes like, what the fuck? Why did I do this? Then. And then Carla goes like, go fuck you. I'm gonna create Neo Umbrella and I'm gonna kill the world. Go fuck yourself, Simmons. That's the plot of RE6. Why did we spend so fucking long talking about this shit?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the next game?
All right, blah 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 the ba 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 ba.
Game?
Ba da ba da ba da ba da. Fucking Carla. Oh, there we go. The cum monster.
After all, isn't that why you brought me into this? It's a shame. If you had only sought vengeance against Simmons alone, I would have helped you.
Yeah, it's like, why the fuck did you try to kill the whole world, bitch?
Yeah, I do not get her. She got rejected by Simmons, and she was like, yeah, I'm going to start the apocalypse now.
Because Simmons was mean to me.
Like, girl?
Come. Come. Literally fucking spitting it out. Now I'm the real Ada Wong.
Get over yourself. Help me?
I'm the real Ada Wong. I don't need help from anyone.
Come.
My plans aren't failing. They're thriving.
Literally Soyjack fucking like, no, I'm winning. You're the loser.
I drew myself as the Giga Chad.
You're the fake Ada Wong.
Frail shell of a society will collapse.
Her whole thing is that since Simmons wanted stability, she would throw the world into chaos. That's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard. I love Resident Evil. I hate Resident Evil. I love Resident Evil.
That's a cycle.
We tried to skip over as much as possible, but it's been 3 hours already. How?
Why couldn't they have made, like, the stuff she's made out of here green?
Yeah, I would have preferred green.
Probably not good for Phil.
Come. Anyway, she retreats into the cum pile. Ada Wong will be the queen of the new world. And then Ada Wong has to escape the boat while the cum is trying to find her. Much representative of the relationship that she has to Simmons or something. And then, like, there's like wall monster. Get it? Wall monster like in Resident Evil 2?
And look, it's like a face.
It's like a face.
I like someone in chat just angrily saying, "Take it seriously."
What the fuck? What?
No. No.
Nuh-uh. Anyway, so she does more of that and more of this. Eliminate all the enemies. There's also Simmons, and she's back with Simmons because they had to force her to be here to, like, watch. That's what you get for trusting Ada Wong. And then you fucking attack Simmons. What else happening? Yeah, kill the monster along with Leon. And hold on, there we go. What is that?
We're beyond sympathy at this point.
Nah, fuck that shit.
We're beyond humanity.
What? Reload, keep going. The cube. Oh my god. This is how you deal with parasocial relationships, everybody. You just fucking shoot your weird
Good job, huh?
stalker's base of operations and burn it all to the ground.
Remember that, chat.
Burn it all to the ground.
I like someone in chat saying she has a normal phone.
Yeah, no, the cube phone was specifically for Simmons. Oh, this is the secret cutscene that you get after.
This is the one I was talking about.
Yeah, that secret cutscene. After you beat everything.
You earn it.
You earn it. You're in the Middle East, I think. Hey, Mepo, thank you for the €10.
I believe we had a deal.
Yo!
Oh my god.
Fair is fair, kid.
Yay! So like
the
new protagonist.
The new protagonist of Resident Evil, Jake.
So like the whole deal with that is that Jake's whole deal is that he's a selfish mercenary, right? So like in the campaign with Sherry, he was asking for $50 million to sell his blood to gain a cure for the C virus. But then the cold mercenary grew a heart. But he's still a mercenary, so he asked for $50 for his blood for the US government, and now he's helping this kid in, like, the Middle East, but all he's asking for in return to deal with the bioweapons is an apple. Because he's a good guy. Even though he tries to appear as a bad guy, he's helping people just for, like, the exchange of a small apple. That's cute.
Man, I can't wait for them to explore his character more in the future entries.
Anyway, so Jake is dead. Functionally dead. He's probably still around in the world of Resident Evil, but like... Also, by the way, those are just shadow bioweapons. Like, they're reused enemies from Resident Evil 6, obviously. But like, they're meant to be like the future bioweapons that Jake is going to take care of in future Resident Evil games.
Mm-hmm.
So... Resident Evil as a series remained dormant for a few years after the release of Resident Evil 6. Some games came out after that, but generally, as it stands, the reception to Resident Evil 6 was not very good. I have a proposition for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So we're 6 hours into the stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We have 3 ways that we could do this.
Also, I have this EM I found from 2021.
What? Oh yeah, from 2021. Did you see the secret ending at the end of the credits when Jake fucking like backflips into the distance? Yeah, this is what I said to Nick back in like 2021. New protagonist of Resident Evil.
Jake, what's his face?
Jake Wesker. Mueller. Whatever. Anyway. So like... We could go 3 ways now. We've spent 6 hours talking about Resident Evil Chronicles 5 and 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can either jump straight into Resident Evil 7 and not talk about Revelations or the movies. Because, let's be honest here, I kind of want to talk about Resident Evil 7 and 8. We could, number 2, talk about Revelations 1, 2, and the movies in a shortened capacity, way less than we did before for the other games. Or 3, end it off right here and do a part 3 of this shit. What do you think is the best option?
See, okay. Thing is, for me,
Mm-hmm.
I really want to talk about the movies and Revelations.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll leave it for the chat to choose between the first 2 options.
We could do a poll.
Yeah.
I am seeing a lot of people asking for a part 3.
All right, let's do a poll. Holy fucking shit. This might be I can't believe that we did lore streams for other games like Bendy and the other one. Just one. And now we're going into Resident Evil and we're going to do a part 3 of this shit. What should we do? Question mark. Also, Zach, you've been so excited to talk about Resident Evil 8 the entire fucking stream.
I know. I spent the entire before stream started. I was like, "Oh man, when we get to Resident Evil Village, I'm gonna be the only one talking. I'm gonna go for so long, but Resident Evil 8 is my favorite game of all time." And then we're like, "Yeah, we'll do it next stream."
Okay, so
Oh my God.
what should we do? Lore stream part 3, skip Revelation, skip to 7 and 8, or small summary, go fast. There we go. Those are the 3 options that we have. While we're talking, while chat decides, because like chat ultimately is the one that's gonna dictate where we're gonna go. What the fuck do you think about the state of Resident Evil as it is right now? Personally, I thought it was like I will never fucking visit this franchise ever again. You know, like after Resident Evil 6, I was like, I don't want to fucking associate myself with this fucking franchise anymore. It's the fucking worst thing I've ever seen. It's incomprehensible fucking garbage.
Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god.
What?
Their salts.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Well, what you like to say?
I remember during the period between 6 and 7, I was in junior high. I was in like 7th grade, and I remember like Resident Evil 6. I had some friends who liked Resident Evil stuff, and they always talked, oh man, Resident Evil like used to be so good, but it's terrible now. But then Resident Evil 7 came out, and I had all these friends that were like, Zach, you've never played a Resident Evil game, but listen, you've got to try this. And little me was like, Resident Evil, isn't that series that started to suck? Sure, I'll try 7. And here we are now.
Okay, I just wanna fucking... I know, regardless of... Yeah, no, I have to show this.
What?
This isn't...
What?
This was back in 2016, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Yeah, this is the trailer. So, even if we are gonna end it here and we're gonna have to do a lore stream part 3, I have to give people hope before we end it off. Because if we end it off at 6, it just feels like, yeah, this shit goes downhill, right? And it never recovers. So, Resident Evil 6, released back in 2012. And in between Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 7 was a bunch of spin-off games. We had Resident Evil Revelations, which took place in a boat with Jill, and had the Terra Grigia incident. Fuck, we're gonna have to talk about Terra Grigia. Then we have Resident Evil Revelations 2, which had like Barry's daughter and Claire. That was actually pretty cool. And then bring back the Jill sandwich incident. We had Degeneration, which took place in a fucking airport. We have Resident Evil Damnation, which is like the most useless thing in the entire fucking franchise. Yes. We had Resident Evil Vendetta, which is actually peak.
Goated movie.
But then, after a long period of silence in the Resident Evil universe, a little horror game was shown off at a convention that was called like Kitchen. That was a VR demo because VR was very big back then. And
a new IP?
It was a new IP by Capcom, which was a VR game in which you were stuck inside of a kitchen and a ghost girl appeared around you in the distance and eventually killed you. No one knew what the fuck was up with that. Nobody knew publicly. Like, there was no gameplay footage of it. You couldn't record it because it was a fucking VR game, right? So nobody knew. Everyone was, like, rumoring about what it was. And then, in E3 2016, 4 years after Resident Evil 6's release, you just randomly get this.
Well, no, not that.
No, it was not. That was not shown off. This was like completely no context.
She's back.
Oh yeah, this is that new IP they're working on. Cool.
The music.
and roadie. Go tell and roadie.
Kinda looks like Outlaw.
Go tell and roadie that everybody's dead.
Oh, chills.
I know.
I know.
I was raised in a deep, dark hole. A prisoner with no parole. They locked me up and took my soul. Call to him and he will come. She'll run to him like he's the one. His arms outstretched, but when she's done, he'll be torn apart. Go tell and roadie. 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 Go tell and roadie that everybody's
Goosebumps.
The fact that they gave no implication that what you were watching was a Resident Evil trailer up until that
The
7
end.
appeared.
Yeah.
That was like at the very fucking end.
God, like,
Oh.
it's like, not only was this trailer meant to build hype, this trailer felt like Capcom making a statement.
It's like, no. Shut up. I know you went through Revelations and Revelations 2 and blah, 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 blah. But the shut the fuck up. We're going back. Back to the past. God! We're not,
Man,
we're,
I know,
we
right?
can't,
No.
Cause like, what's the results of the poll?
Oh no. There's no hope.
Yeah, everyone's voted for the lore stream part 3.
Everyone wants us to continue later because it's probably really late for people right now, actually.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people saying it's very, very late.
It is very, very late.
Yeah.
And I do actually want to talk about the movies because Vendetta is fucking stupid.
That's the thing. I love Vendetta. I love Death Island. Like, I want to talk about the movie plots.
This will take another 6 hours, you're right, weird name.
And once we get to Village, like, we're gonna be here for another 6 just from me.
So,
yeah,
we will... this is gonna be the plan, everybody. We're gonna do a part 3 of this. And we are going to be talking about Revelations 1 and 2 and the movies. But then, we're gonna go into the new era of Resident Evil, from Resident Evil 7 and onward. And it actually makes sense that we're gonna leave that for the third part, because this is technically a new era, you know? Like, it is just getting started, obviously. Like, Capcom is split between the remakes and the new era of Resident Evil. But, oh my god, I have so much to talk about with this. The way that Capcom based itself, like, went back to horror, based itself around, like, slasher movies, the Baker family, the Connections, Evelyn, the Mold, the fucking gothic horror with Resident Evil 8, the way that Chris comes back, like, Ethan Winters in general.
Ethan fucking Winters.
Ethan fucking Winters. The Resident Evil Renaissance. That's a good ass name. The Renaissance. I like that. I mean, it's technically not a reboot. It's a soft reboot. Essentially, everything that you learned before Resident Evil 7, you can technically discard it, and you can just start off fresh with Resident Evil 7. Like, you can even see on the logo that the 7 is kind of hidden there on the logo. It's technically Resident Evil Biohazard. Just like with Village, it's Resident Evil Village, but like the 8 is kind of hidden in there as well. I have no idea what the fuck they're gonna do with 9. Resident Evil Apocalypse. Apocalypse with an X.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I really hope that doesn't happen.
Is it called Apocalypse because it's like open world? Is that why? Fuck.
No, please
no. Please no. Anyways, yeah. So we are gonna be talking about Resident Evil lore yet again on a part 3 because we spent 6.5 hours talking about 3 games.
Yeah, to be fair, 5 was really big.
5 was extremely big. 5 was like the end of an era with Wesker. And like Chronicles is like the most important shit ever. And 6 is just big. Like we tried to move on as fast as possible with 6, but 6 was just really that big.
Yeah.
Big ass, stupid game.
Fucking stupid ass fucking game.
Stupid ass big fucking
I bet you.
I guess we could. I guess we could go over the movies right now, since they're not really that relevant, and we could go over them. Really
they technically
quickly.
They do like, how you call it, foreshadow the events until up to Resident Evil 6. Actually, yeah, I guess we could do that. Do you want to do that, Zach?
Yeah, I'd be down to talk about the movies.
Okay, what? Yay! We can. This is like the epilogue for everybody here.
And we will get the trash out of the way for the next part.
Yeah. Actually, no. I
Not
kind of enjoy
literally,
the.
but
I kind of enjoy the CG movies.
No. I'm not calling them trash. I'm just like,
Yes.
get it out of the way.
So, we will be talking about Resident Evil Revelations 1, 2, and then Resident Evil 7, and finally 8 and its DLC on a future stream. For now, we will be gushing about stupid movies as like an epilogue to this end of the saga. This weird, teenage, awkward middle section of the Resident Evil saga. Secret campaign portion, yay. Exactly like that. So, let me put on some autism music now, because like I want to differentiate this section.
That fits really well.
Okay, autism time, everybody.
Yay!
Yay!
Yippee! Yippee!
Oh boy!
So, welcome to the CG movies of Resident Evil. So, aside from the games, Resident Evil has expanded itself into a multi-billion-dollar franchise that includes TV shows, real live-action movies, CG movies. There's a fucking board game, by the way. There's mobile games, gacha games, and all that shit. The CG movies of Resident Evil are actually canon to the main continuity of the franchise. They started with Resident Evil Degeneration, as you can see here, which takes place in an airport. This movie was basically an experiment for Capcom to see if people were interested in the cutscenes, essentially. Like, this game, I mean, this fucking movie is essentially one big cutscene game. We watched it with Nick. Like a few weeks ago, and
all of them.
It genuinely felt like we were watching a cutscene compilation of a video game.
Yeah, it's so worthless.
You can even see points where like the zombies start appearing, and then we feel like, okay, now it's time to go over the shoulder on fucking Leon and Claire, and they will.
We even mentioned that,
and they start like they'll start fucking shooting in gameplay. Also, we cannot show. I guess we can show the trailers for these, but, like, we cannot show the actual footage because, like, I don't want to get fucking copyrighted into hell, because movies are, like, way different when it comes to that than games. Let's see, Resident Evil Degeneration full movie. No, not full movie. The Degeneration trailer.
I was gonna say, Phil, wait, were we just talking about this?
Is this trailer good enough? Trailer HD? Yeah, this was 15 years ago. Jesus. Okay. All right.
So, is it retro then?
It's very retro. This movie is retro. Anyways, Zach, you want to talk about your thoughts on this movie? Because like me and Nick have thoughts.
Okay, the thing is with this one, and the next one, I saw these movies a very long time ago compared to Vendetta and Death Island. So my memory on them is extremely foggy. So it might be hard for me to like describe what goes on and give my thoughts because of how long it's been.
Right. You got any vague idea? Like, did you enjoy it at least?
Oh yeah, the thing is, I enjoyed pretty much all of these CGI movies just because of how like goofy and over the top they were.
Hell yeah.
Also, the fucking like bioweapon that appears at the end of this movie is fucking insane.
That part is like, it even has like a fucking like foreshadowing to Resident Evil 5. Anyways, Nick, should I just go off?
Yeah, go off.
Okay, so you can even see in the trailer here, this looks like a PS2 cutscene.
Yes.
The low poly character models and like textured on like hair and stuff like that. This is Leon, by the way, the guy.
Yeah, he doesn't look a lot like him.
Essentially,
what very off model.
Essentially, what happens is Leon and Claire are in a situation. So, Resident Evil Degeneration takes place inside of an airport. There, a fucking politician guy is landing his plane, and then a bioterrorism attack happens. There's a guy that's infected with the T virus inside of the plane, and the plane crashes into the airport, which infects everyone, and the place is quarantined. Claire is there because she's part of the BSAA, and she's like, why was she there?
She's taking care of a kid for some reason.
Yeah, she's taking care of a kid.
The girl
in the airport. There's a little girl there. Yeah, you can see her there.
Yeah, because at the time, Claire's one character trait was taking care of the kid.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's
all she does in Resident Evil stuff.
That long hair motherfucker.
Yeah. He kind of looks
the
like the protagonist of this game called Hatred, you know?
Yeah, he's the Hatred guy.
Yeah.
There's this very cool sequence that happens in the airport in Degeneration where because people are protesting the whole zombie outbreak stuff with like bioterrorism and stuff. Like they're protesting because they hate the politician guy that is, I guess, allowing a specific company, bioterrorism company that I forget the name of, to like get scot-free with making bioweapons. So they dress themselves up as zombies and act as zombies in the airport to like raise awareness of like zombies existing in the universe. But then the funny thing is that like one guy gets arrested for acting like a zombie in front of the politician, but then one guy is actually a zombie.
Yeah, that's really cute actually.
And they get close to the guy, and then like they almost kill them, and then one of the bodyguards gets bitten by the real zombie. If you think about it in terms of video games, I guess the airport would be like the initial mansion area, because they have to explore that airport and rescue the politician guy that's trapped inside of the airport alongside the bodyguards. Leon gets called by the military because he's the special boy that takes care of the special cases, and he goes in with a group of like military dudes, rescues Claire, rescues the politician guy, and then after they're done with that incident, they go, I wonder what could have been the cause of this. And then there's a guy that was with the politician that was like a researcher of this company. What the fuck was the name of the company?
I don't remember. Wasn't the guy called like Frederick?
Resident Evil Degeneration. Blah 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 blah. Special response team. TerraSave is the company, is the movement that Claire Redfield is working with, by the way. TerraSave is like a hippie organization that is like protesting the use of bioweapons and like pharmaceutical. Well, Pharma!
Oh, right, yeah.
So Well Pharma is the company that is trying to find cures and stuff for the bioweapons. And there's a head researcher there called Frederick Downing that accompanies Claire, and essentially, like, he feels bad for Claire, I guess. So he takes Claire to a secret research facility next to the airport of Well Pharma, where they have a fucking sample of the G-Virus. Because apparently the Well Pharma guys needed samples of the T-Virus and G-Virus to create vaccines for it, to create cures for it, which makes sense. But where the fuck did they get the G-Virus? They got it from the black market. Which means that Well Pharma is dealing with black market people to get their viruses from, and that's like shady and stuff. Ooh. The long-haired guy that did the terrorism at the airport turns out to be...
His name is Curtis Miller.
Curtis. So Curtis turns out to be a victim of a recent bioterrorism like incident that Well Pharma tried to cover up, which is why he's so fucking mad at Well Pharma.
Actually, a funny thing is that before all that happened, he had like short hair.
Yeah, after he got the depression.
To be edgy as fuck.
After he got the depression, he turned into a big, long-haired, evil hatred guy.
Yeah.
And now...
I like how you keep replaying. Just pause it, dude.
No, I like it. So, like, this dude infiltrates Well Pharma because he fucking hates that head researcher guy, and the head researcher guy wants to get out of there as soon as possible. So what he does is that this fucking Francis guy injects himself with the G-Virus. Welcome back.
Are you still repeating that one shot?
No.
I love that shot. So this Curtis guy like injects himself with the G-Virus, which transforms him into a fucking copy of William Birkin that wants to thirst over his sister, wants to reproduce with his sister, which is also a member of the military group that Leon led to... that's the sister.
The blonde girl.
That Leon led to, like, rescue people at the airport. Why? Because the G-Virus makes you want to copulate with your father and daughter and sister and whatever the fuck other nearest DNA sample people is available to you. The G-Virus is an incest machine, apart from being a giant, like, virus mutant thing. Yeah, that's canonically accurate. Yeah, we've talked about it on the first stream, motherfuckers. Keep up. Anyways, so Curtis wants to reproduce with the sister so that they have to get her out of the facility, and there's a fucking self-destruct sequence that is activated by Frederick that implodes the entire facility, but it does it in a really cool way. That's Francis being turned into the G monster, by the way. That's the G monster of the game. I mean the fucking movie.
Might as well be a game.
Yeah, the self-destruct sequence in this movie turns out that every single Well Pharma like lab in this building is like suspended in the air underneath a giant fucking endless pit. And when the self-destruct sequence happens, it like slowly drops every single piece of the building down into this giant hole. And so it's like a circular arena that Leon has to go around and like shoot the guy until he is able to like push him off into the giant endless pit. And then the giant endless pit of death explodes. Like, the pit explodes. It's like that scene in fucking The Incredibles where, like, Dash finds, like, a cave, and there's, like, a giant, like, fireball coming out of the cave. Like, the entire hole just fucking explodes upward. Aperture Science? Yeah, kind of, I guess. Will Pharma is not even an evil company, by the way. Will Pharma genuinely wants to help the world by creating vaccines for these various bioweapons. It's just that they get their samples from the black market, so like the head researcher is automatically an evil guy for doing that. After that whole thing happens, by the way, they corner the guy in like a random parking lot and arrest him, but part of Francis's body is like recovered by Tricell, and Tricell is like buys all the stuff that Will Pharma like owned now that they went bankrupt because of what happened. So Tricell is able to get a sample of Curtis, aka a sample of the G virus, which is how Wesker managed to get a sample of the G virus, I think.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's basically it.
So basically, Degeneration is like setting up the events of Resident Evil 5 by explaining how Wesker got the G virus.
Yeah, because this movie actually came out a year before RE5.
Yes.
And that's pretty much the only thing connecting it to the games. Everything else doesn't matter.
Yes. Like...
And that's kind of like tradition for these movies.
The thing with these movies is that they are setting up the events of the actual games, and their actual events don't really matter much.
Yeah. It's like nothing matters until like a 2-minute scene at the end.
That
setting up
kind of teases you with the next game, yes.
Yeah. I remember it was like that with the TV show as well. Friggin' Infinite Darkness. Completely irrelevant plot line. That entire show, the plotline is completely irrelevant to the games until a single post-credit scene where a politician pulls out his laptop and you see a Tricell logo.
Of course. Next movie, Resident Evil Damnation. And this fucking movie might as well be the pinnacle of completely useless shit, worthless shit. Okay. This movie is about Leon S. Kennedy going into some part of
a Slavic country.
A Slavic country. It's not even Russia. It's just a Slavic country.
Yeah.
And essentially the minute that he lands on that Slavic country, they go, Leon, get out of there. We are like... Leon, actually, don't go in there. We are kind of like solving it on our own. So like, you don't really need to be there, Leon. You can just back out of there. But Leon, because he's a cool man, goes like, no, I have to do the thing.
I need to find out more about this.
Yeah, Damnation trailer. I need to find out what's really happening. And like, over there, put it over there. And, like, the entirety of this movie is Leon finding out some survivors that are, like, having a war against the government. It's like the rebel group using bioweapons against the corrupt government because they're trying to liberate themselves in this Slavic country. They're having a war.
The Plagas
oh, yeah, like...
are here.
Yeah, they've provided these, like, rebels with, like, Plagas that they can control. The leader of the rebels in this country is actually capable of controlling the liquors as well. Like, the liquors are around. Like, for some reason, this movie is extremely obsessed about the liquors. Like, they're everywhere.
All the movies are, yes.
Degeneration.
This one in particular.
Degeneration doesn't have them. Oh, he kind of looks like... That's Slavic Chris, by the way. The leader of the resistance in this Slavic country kind of looks like Chris. That is Slavic Chris. I completely forgot his fucking name.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this movie, Leon goes around. He finds a guy that's like really cool. That I forgot. What was his fucking name? The blonde guy. He's really cool. He's actually like a really good character.
Let me find out.
Slavic Chris, and that's his brother. He's like a cool guy that loves America. Like, this guy cannot shut the fuck up about how much he loves America. He's like, oh my god, Americans have like these cool movies, and they have guns, and they have like cool American food. I fucking love America. America. And he's like, but wait, but aren't you like Slavic? Don't you hate America? Aren't you like a terrorist that like hate America? And then he goes like, yeah, but like American culture is so fucking cool though. Have you ever heard of McDonald's? And yeah, these guys like kind of regret what they did to the population because they are being infected
I think
with...
his name was just JD.
Yeah, JD! He's called JD!
Yeah.
And he has, like, a vest, like, he ends up getting infected by the Plagas virus, because, you know, war never changes, and he ends up becoming a monster that, like, Slavic Chris has to shoot down, so, like, he's very sad about it, but before he transforms, he gives his, like, vest to Leon, so Leon is carrying his fucking, like, bulletproof vest around with him to like signify that JD supports America. Yeah, it's literally just JD. The Russian Chris is named Buddy? For real? Okay, Resident Evil Buddy. No, he's called Alexander Kosachenko. But for some reason, his nickname is Buddy.
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 Anyway, so Leon finds out that even though these guys are the rebels that are using bioweapons against the government, it turns out that the government is actually the evil guys because they're also using bioweapons to call the population. And once they are done with the rebel group, they will be able to join the UN and become a real country. Or something, and they also get like tyrants. They have tyrants and they have plagas around that they are using to control the population. And Ada Wong is there for some reason.
Oh yeah, she's there.
Yeah, Ada Wong fights the president of the Slavic country. Like literally, the president of the Slavic country is super fucking good at kung fu. She's like a ninja. She fucking kicks Leon and Ada's ass super fucking hard.
She also kind of looks like Ashley.
A little bit, like a grown-up Ashley.
Yeah.
So, this entire movie is about, like, Leon running around, and he finally goes to, like, the Oval Office of the Slavic country, and then, like, 2 tyrants, like, get dropped on Leon, and Leon has to fight 2 tyrants, and, like, one of the cooler sequences in the movies, because, like, these tyrants are, like, super fucking hard to kill, and, like, Buddy drives a tank to try to kill the tyrants, and then eventually, like, they use the lickers against the tyrants, and it's like, you know, lickers versus tyrants, the confrontation, like, a super fucking cool confrontation.
Will it be fine to show this clip?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to risk it.
I love the licker being chased by the tyrant, though.
Yes, there's a...
Oh,
there's
yeah.
Okay, I'll try to find that scene. Licker gets chased by tyrant. Oh my god, should I? Oh my god, it's movie clips, though.
Yeah.
How short is it?
3 minutes.
I don't know about the full 3 minutes, but try to get, like, a short clip.
Fuck it. So there's a small clip. I'm gonna make it small clip.
Small clip.
Okay, so, like, there's the super tyrant that is, like, there.
He looks badass.
He looks badass.
I was gonna say, I love the designs.
And they're, like, in the Oval Office of that Slavic country. And Leon is, like, trying to kill him, but he obviously can't. I love the way that this guy is animated, by the way. You can really feel his weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is a moving goddamn tank.
It's a really big step up from the last movie.
Because the other one just
3 years.
Because the other movie kind of fucking looked... Yeah, and then the Slavic Chris Buddy guy is in control of the Lickers. And it's like Lickers versus the Tyrant. Who will win? Because these two are like... The Tyrant and the Lickers are like the most popular monsters in Resident Evil series. So it's like they're pitting them against each other as like, you know, who will win type scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the Tyrant absolutely fucking destroys them. Like, there's absolutely no fucking contest. I mean, they kind of got one hit in there. They have teamwork going on. Tyrant fucking body slams them into the goddamn ground.
What the fuck? Is this King Kong from the latest movie?
Oh, the poor little guy. He has his brain smashed in. And then, after the tyrant is done with those, there's a single one that kind of fucking runs away.
And then you get the clip of him chasing it.
Come here, back, motherfucker!
Just booking it for him.
Run, little liquor!
I love that scene so much.
But then turns out it was actually on purpose that he let him into the gas chamber because, I mean, the gas liquid chamber thingy, because then Buddy or Leon, one of the two, arms his gun and then shoots the tanker and then kills the tyrant.
No, I don't think he does.
I mean, tries to kill him. That was the plan, at least.
Yeah.
Why are you running? Why are you running? Yeah, that's a plan. I just love that fucking specific shot of like. Nope.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh shit!
The animation of the tyrant running is like the exact animation they used in RE3 with Nemesis.
Run, little liquor, do it. Why are you running?
It's so funny.
So, even though that's all cool and all, the problem is, at the end of all of that shit, after Leon kills the two tyrants out in the open, he leaves the Slavic country, and he gets a phone call from fucking Hunnigan, I think? Yeah? Yeah, it was Hunnigan. And Hunnigan says, Leon, you fucking stupid asshole. We took care of everything off screen. Because, America and the Russian government got together and said, like, fuck this shit. And we arrested the president of the Slavic country. And we're gonna, and like a bunch of like military guys show up and they take care of everything.
Yeah.
So like,
so he didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything, really. Like the Slavic country president was like, yes, we will soon join NATO or the UN, and we will be able to finally become a real country. And then the government goes like, wait, you had bioweapons involved in your stuff? That's evil, man. And then arrests her, and then the entire country is liberated. So it's like, Leon didn't do any. Leon didn't kill the president. Leon didn't kill anyone of importance. He didn't kill Buddy. Buddy is still alive, by the way. Buddy became a paraplegic because he was able to survive the virus that he injected into himself to control the liquors. So it's like, yeah, no. Leon, remember when we told you to fucking leave? Leave! And then he didn't, and then he like walked around there for a bit, and then he left, and it's like, yeah, Leon, we took care of it. Fuck you. Literally the most useless goddamn Resident Evil story ever. If Leon had just left within 5 minutes of the fucking movie starting, everything would have turned out the same.
God, though, I'll always remember it fondly just for that tyrant chasing the liquor.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Like, this is pure popcorn. Like, this is not trying to appear like it's the biggest deal in the world. It's just popcorn fun. Like, I'm not shitting on these movies. If you want to watch them, go have fun watching them. But if you really want to have fun, I recommend you skip all, like, these two. And get to motherfucking Resident Evil Vendetta!
This movie is so goated. This is one I can actually speak about.
Go off, Zach!
Okay, okay. Resident Evil Vendetta is my favorite Resident Evil movie we got. This shit is so funny. So,
and I agree.
Okay. Resident Evil Vendetta. I'm glad we're on the same page. This shit's goated. So, Resident Evil Vendetta is basically, it's a movie that takes place a bit after the other ones that we were just talking about. And the whole idea is that it opens up with Chris Redfield going to this mansion, the Not Spencer mansion, to basically find this hostage that was kidnapped alongside her son.
The Not Spencer mansion.
They believe that the one responsible for this kidnapping is an illegal bioweapons dealer by the name of Glenn Arias, who, like, if you haven't seen this movie, Glenn Arias is one of the fucking greatest Resident Evil villains ever.
This motherfucker is evil, and then something bad happened to him, and he became crazy evil.
Yeah,
he's not crazy like the others.
Yeah, because
he's doing it out of love.
The whole thing is that Chris gets into this mansion, and what he and his squad end up discovering is that the people they were looking for were in there and were already infected by this virus that turned them into zombies. And Chris ends up getting, like, outside, and he gets into this fight with Glenn Arias, where he basically finds out that Glenn Arias has found a way to bioengineer a new virus called the A virus. Which... Fucking A virus. We're going down the whole alphabet. And the whole deal with the A virus is that functionally it is extremely similar to the T virus. However, the whole functionality of this new virus is that it's able to allow its host to distinguish what is a friend or a foe. So the whole idea is that it's supposed to be a better version of the T virus that, you know, you give it to a host, and that host is basically told, these are the enemies, these are the good guys, go after them, and they will only attack those you designate as enemies. So Glenn Arias ends up pissing off for a bit, and Chris is left to go back, and we're introduced to Rebecca, because it's the first Resident Evil movie that has Rebecca in it, and that's one of the reasons I love this movie so much.
Rebecca, where is she?
She shows up here somewhere in the trailer. I love Rebecca.
Where Rebecca at?
Where my girl?
She's there somewhere. I
She's
saw her
somewhere.
for a second.
But
oh, she's there, but she's unconscious.
Now, the thing is with Rebecca in this movie is that Rebecca is doing research on the A virus because you know, they like this virus poses a massive threat to the city there, and there she is.
Hello, Rebecca.
Rebecca is essentially doing research to try and figure out what makes the A virus tick so that they can create a vaccine for it as quickly as possible. And from her research about the A virus, Rebecca ends up discovering that it's actually two different viruses that trigger each other to create the effects that turn someone into a zombie.
Yes.
So the whole idea is that you get infected with one virus and it just kind of sits in your system. It doesn't do anything. But then if you get infected by the second virus, that's what turns you into a zombie, which is really weird and convoluted. But it's kind of fun.
Technically, it is 3 viruses. The whole idea here is that, okay, one virus sits dormant into your system, right? The second virus is the one that instantly activates it, so that, you know, it produces the effects instantly, like it's super fucking fast spreading. And the third virus is the one that you infect specific people with, so that they don't appear as enemies of the virus holders.
Right. And what's scary about this virus is that, as well as it being super fast acting, since it's a virus that doesn't, like, you know, show symptoms when you have the first virus infected, you can essentially infect a bunch of people without them even knowing they've been infected by this virus.
The major area of this movie that gets infected with the A virus is fucking New York City. So it's like a big American city. And like,
I cannot wait to explain how that happens.
Oh, I am okay. Well, continues then.
So on top of all this research that's been happening with Rebecca trying to figure out how this virus works to create a vaccine, the facility that Rebecca is actually working at ends up getting like friggin' gassed by Glenn Arias and his guys because they didn't want them finding the research. But before Rebecca's killed, she gets saved by Chris, and the two of them basically just kind of reconvene and talk about what the two of them learned about. And then we get this flashback.
Oh, Resident Evil.
Oh. We get this fucking flashback.
Can I show it?
You should be okay to show it.
Let's try it out.
He already like showed one.
I already show one. Right,
What's
let's try it
two
out.
gonna do?
This
Oh yeah,
flashback
they
is
meet
so
Leon.
funny.
They meet Leon here, and Leon is like drinking his sorrows away in a bar.
Wow, sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar.
Oh yeah, this happens way later.
Yeah, like like Rebecca and Chris meet.
Careful you don't scare the locals. Your stealth's for shit.
And he's voiced by Matt Mercer.
Like, I love the idea that Capcom's way of, like, making character progress is having them super fucking depressed and yelling at women to get them beer in
Another bottle here.
a bar. It's like the exact same shit we saw with Resident Evil 6.
It's the only way they let the male characters have development.
Yeah. At least Leon isn't, you know...
Isn't misogynistic.
Yeah.
Leon treats women right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wedding. Can I see the wedding scene? Yeah, got him.
Let's go. This flashback is like one of the funniest scenes from any Resident Evil like media. So this is a flashback of Glenn Arias' wedding, the main villain of the movie.
My wife. We're married. My wife. Oh no, the US government.
Oh no.
Yeah, so get this, right? Get this. Okay. So I'm not kidding,
no,
Chad.
Obama.
I'm not kidding, Chad.
He hold the hand. But it's like, oh my god, the hand of my wife? But the hand is off the thing! It's fake! My wife! My wife!
So his whole deal as a villain, chat, is that Glenn Arias was a bioweapon, like, arms dealer who had made himself a threat of the US government. And so, in order to get rid of him, they just sent a drone and bombed his wedding.
That's so mean.
And the bomb happened to kill literally everyone except him.
You could have just waited.
So he became an even more evil arms dealer.
Yes.
Who sells evil weapons.
Before he was an evil arms dealer, but now he's like, now I'm more. I fucking love his face. He's like, oh no.
you know the fucking audio clip of like Knuckles and Sonic Adventure going, oh no.
Oh no. It's like, okay, now he's doing it for, okay, now, before Glenn Arias was like an evil bioweapons dealer, but now he has a vendetta against the US government. Get it? Get it?
Get it?
Get it? Because like it's called Resident Evil Vendetta.
Yeah, and you know how Chris like squad got all killed because of this guy?
Yeah, Glenn Arias
so he
kills
also has a vendetta.
Yeah, Glenn Arias kills everyone in Chris's squad again because every single fucking villain in Resident Evil history kills every single member of Chris's squad except him. And now Chris has a vendetta against Glenn Arias for killing everyone in his squad.
This is unrelated, but seeing this scene with the Mario Kart music.
The 14.4p Glenn Arias missing wife arm cutscene.
Yeah, so that's what we find out his origin story is. And basically the whole idea with him is that he's just trying to end the world and destroy the city because he's got a vendetta in the US government.
But also with Rebecca, this is the thing that made Glenn Arias actually fucking memorable for me. It's not the dead wife. It's the way he goes about it.
Mm-hmm.
You've done your homework on the
Oh my god, this scene.
So, now what's next?
It wasn't hard for me to engineer a test cure. And now that I know it works, my team has my research and my blood.
Anyway, I'm gonna mute this so that the fucking copyright doesn't strike me down. Anyways, so the idea is that Rebecca gets kidnapped by Glenn Arias, and she wakes up in the middle of a room that has, like, TV screens all around it.
Yeah?
And it's, like, a forest. That's the exact same forest that Glenn Arias was going to marry his wife in. And then she wakes up with a wedding dress. And she is in a wedding-themed room. And Glenn Arias is, like, in a groom outfit. And also those chairs, those boxes in there, those are the reanimated corpses of every single one of Glenn Arias's and his wife's loved ones. So...
But he's not crazy like the other ones.
What Glenn Arias wants is to marry Rebecca because she kind of looks like his wife. Like,
looks just like his wife.
Like a little bit kind of looks like her.
That's Sarah. My wife.
She kind of looks like her. Like, I mean...
Yeah, it's just the same model.
I mean, the hair is the same.
Yeah, it's just the same model.
My wife.
Maybe some slightly...
So much like...
Slight modifications, at most.
At most.
No, but the most fucked part is what comes after this reveal.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cause like Rebecca said, like Glenn Arias said, like, hey, so Rebecca, you wanna be my wife? And Rebecca was like, what the fuck? What? You can see it in her face, like, what? What are you doing?
She finally processes what's going on. She's like, the fuck?
Yeah, because like Rebecca, I love Rebecca because like once she finds out that she's in this situation and she gets to talk with Glenn Arias, she doesn't question why she's in a wedding dress. The first thing that she starts doing to Glenn Arias is to like fucking hyper interest like dump about how she studied the virus that he was developing and how she knew how to stop it with the vaccine that she developed. Like she hyper focuses on rants about how cool it was that she found out about the fucking virus weakness.
And then he shows her Sarah.
Oh yeah, you want to meet my wife?
Rebecca. Meet Sarah.
Fucking hell, dude!
He's actually so creepy.
She's so fucked!
We're going to be so happy.
And like once Rebecca realized that, he goes like, get the fuck away from me. What the fuck? I don't want that shit. No, I don't want it. Tries to punch him. Immediate fucking... Just immediate abuse.
And the way he immediately starts crying when he does that, like this dude is all kinds of fucked.
Like he's actually was really memorable.
On second thought, I'm going to replace your arm with Sarah's.
What? Jesus fucking Christ! Just for that?
Like this dude's a friggin' maniac. When I watched this movie, at first I was like, oh, he's just goofy, campy villain. Then I saw this scene, I'm like, oh no, actually, he's kind of scary.
Yep.
You cannot fix him.
You cannot fix him.
Like that dude's all kinds of fucked up. Also another thing, that picture of like his wedding day with his wife, the two people off to the side, those two are like, they spend the entire movie basically being like his henchmen because he reanimated them as these like bioweapons.
There's a ninja woman and a brute giant Hulk guy.
Yeah, Bane.
Yes.
Yeah.
From Batman.
And those two were like the people at his wedding that he reanimated to become that. I believe they were like family members.
Yes.
I forget what their connection to him was, but they were like important people to him.
And hold on, let me check. I'm still checking some. Continue talking. Like I'm checking some scenes because I want to show it off.
But the other thing is that like in order to deal with this guy, they basically realize, oh yeah, we need more people who actually have like connections and whatnot. And so they go to Leon, and that's when they find Leon basically drunk at this bar. Because the thing they're trying to figure out is like, how many people in the city are infected? How is Glen Arias going to release this virus? And they go to Leon. You know, he's all drunk, and this dude, who Leon had a connection with, shows up at the bar all panicked and afraid because he believes that Glen Arias' guys are gonna kill his family because he had insider knowledge on what was going on with their plan to basically, you know, expose the entire city to this virus. And what he found out, and what they learn is that Glen Arias infected the city, every single person in New York, by poisoning their entire water supply with the A virus.
And not only that, but he is, the funniest fucking part about this is that he distributes the A virus throughout the water supplies of New York using giant tankers, using the company, the water company that he owns, which is called, like, Aqua Solutions, like Aqua Inc. Aqua, like water, but also the A in the logo of the water company is really big to signify, you know, the A virus, the Aqua, the Aqua A virus. Because you could not be fucking more subtle about it.
So yeah, turns out he used the A virus to infect the entire water supply of the city. So everyone in New York has drank this virus and just has it laying dormant inside their bodies waiting for a trigger. So while Glen Arias is having his whole moment with Rebecca, he ends up strapping her to the operating table to have her infected and turned into his friggin' like zombie bride.
Zombie wife.
He actually sets his plan in motion and begins releasing the gas in the city that turns people into zombies. Meanwhile, Chris and Leon team up to go and save Rebecca and stop the infection from killing everybody in New York.
Oh yeah, this is the coolest fucking scene, like action scene against zombies in the entirety of the franchise.
Yeah.
Like this shit is
I
like
love this shit.
incredibly well choreographed. Like it takes a while. It takes a while to like. Yeah, Leon comes into the fucking building, riding a fucking motorcycle into the goddamn building. Like, Leon and Chris here are at their prime. These motherfuckers know how to kill. They're John Wicking on these motherfuckers. It's so goddamn cool.
I know.
Like
this film has such a beautiful mix of amazing choreography and some of the dumbest action sequences you've ever seen.
I will get to that when they get to the top of the goddamn building. Anyway, so Leon and Chris essentially Resident Evil shoot their way up this goddamn building that Darius is like, I mean, Glen Arias is like, holding up inside at the very top. And they get to blah, 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 blah. Can I fucking show it now? Oh my god, can I show it? Yeah.
Okay, Phil?
Yes?
Before this, do you want to explain, like, you know how the company with, like, the fake water company was like spreading the virus and shit? You know, do you want to say how the company was called?
I was trying to find the name, but I don't have the name.
Okay, it's called like this. It's called Agua.
Oh, shut the fuck up! It's way worse than I thought.
It's
called Agua Industries.
Get it? The A is separate.
I mean, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, exactly. But it's even worse than I fucking thought, because it's not aqua or anything. It's agua, which means water in Spanish.
Yeah. No one will suspect.
Yeah, these are the tankers that like Glen Arias used to spread the A virus all around the city, and it's a giant evil red A, agua, water.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like the boardroom, meetings with the fucking water company people, and Glen Arias is like, so like I have a virus, and like I want to use your company to spread the virus all throughout New York City, and you like it's agua. It's not even agua. It's agua. It's gonna be super fucking funny, you guys. Once they find out, it's like it was all in front of their noses all along. Anyways, yes,
Yeah.
we already mentioned that. Anyways, so they get to the top of the goddamn building, and Glenn Arias and Chris have their little shootout.
It's my favorite action
This is
scene
my
of all
favorite
time.
fucking. Okay, I need to stop before this shit gets copyrighted. But like,
Oh
yeah,
my
no,
God.
like these
kids fighting on the playground.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers. Keep in mind, these motherfuckers are in their 50s.
Yeah, minimum.
Minimum. And they're just like rolling around on the floor, using their fucking guns like fucking lightsabers and shit. It's the
so
best.
Funny. Dude.
Hmm?
Stream suspended for policy violations.
What?
That's what it says on the stream right now.
Oh
Huh?
no.
Wait, what?
Check the stream.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. So it's not live. We're not live
Oh.
anymore.
No.
So it's not live. Fuck.
Oh.
Since when? Hold on.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It's not live anymore?
No.
It says stream unavailable.